시간 깊이 받쳐 올려오는 스테레오 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 아픔만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let it go 어디가 피 보면 리핏 어지럽지 뭐나 취소해 내가 필요 없어 내가 필요해 그런 놈들 가슴 말아 열어 어찌나도 아니잖아 곧 Am I your hero? With the pedals 그 노래 말로 Wait I try to get away Wait 켜버린 배로 나 슬픈 노래가 점점 날 가두려 해 끝나고 sad song 모두가 좋아주는 mad song 내 가슴에 멍들어 loose They're getting tired of truth They make you wanna dance 그래도 난 니가 매일 끝나고 sad song 모두가 좋아주는 mad song 같은데 서로 다른 move 엇갈려버린 groove They make you wanna dance 그래도 난 니가 매일 끝나고 sad song 우리하게 하는 길어 기억 And miss the times we had It's just so Love me all that 그때가 뭐겠지 Yeah Every song we feel like Feel back and I say 모두가 춤을 추는 Love my song 그도 누구 처음에 길은 다른 춤이 다른 move wanna dance 그래도 난 내가 모두가 춤을 추는 song 같은데 서로 다른 move 다른 매일 머리 달려봐도 make you wanna dance 그래도 난 네가 I feel like another sad song
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from still kind of rainy, but also now officially sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Valentine's Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is February 14th, 2025. And is a Freaky Friday, and you already know what that means. That means it's a day for celebration. Not because we're lonely on Valentine's Day, but we're spending it together, but because it's Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what that means, okay? Time to thank a union, baby. It's time to thank labor militancy. It's time to thank our forefathers that fought long and hard before we were alive to ensure that we could enjoy the weekend, to feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, and maybe feel like a human again, have a sense of dignity in our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you might not have a Valentine on this beautiful Valentine's Day, but guess what? Our labor militancy forefathers will ensure that you can at least spend the weekend free of having to think about the daily toll of earning $1 for another person. This is Single Awareness Day as well. Anyway, well, hold on. My brother and my mom are both here right now. What's up? What's up, big dog? I posted you on my Instagram story, by the way. I'm just letting you know you're on it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Where's Kaya? She's just chilling with my mom right now. She's outside. I signed up for one of those international yums packages where you get snacks from each country, and this month I got turkey. Hell yeah. What did you get from Turkey, Chatter? Show me. But hold on one second. My brother wants to order food, and I also was putting up a risque Instagram post right as I started. A risque IG post. I thought the USA checks dried up. How you buying them eggs, bro? Dude, George Soros. Yeah, Murad is about to order sushi from 90 miles away from a different district, different zip code, different nation. Yeah, he's ordering sushi from Japan. Wait, hold on one second. Anyway, hold on. Bro, my mom follows you on IG. Well, she's about to see a completely naked photo of me. This is true. I'm literally going full naked this time. You can see my hairy legs on it. It's about to be crazy. Boom. Posted. Did you see this Jon Stewart versus Jen Psaki? He almost sounds like a leftist. No, I haven't. I don't really listen to a lot of the Jon Stewart stuff. I don't know. It just like frustrates me. Fuck the 14th. The 15th is where you find your true love. Is your butt hairy? Yes. As an Indian HasanAbi head, this was gold from yesterday. You're like, the Desi Daddy that defends us that we never had. By the way, my mom speaks 9 languages, including fluent English, and I speak 7, including French and English. I have a master's in both. Oh, this Indian person from India in India speaking good English? What are you talking about? Yeah, but most of them are illiterate at it, just like everyone else's second language. I love when a fucking dumbass Westoid. I love when a dumbass Westoid who barely is legible, barely literate, is talking shit, okay? Is talking shit about Indian dudes in fucking India knowing like 4 languages off the rip, okay? Just fully just letting their freak flag fly up in this bitch. Respect, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, do they have an accent? I guess they're not literate then. That's what he means, by the way. Is that the dudes have an accent. So your camera lighting looked better yesterday. Okay, don't hit me on this, dude. I don't know how to. Did you see the anti-Swifties hoodie CJ Gardner, the Eagles safety, is wearing? The Super Bowl victory parade today? I did not. Did you see Ian Miles wrong got friend zoned on Valentine's Day online? Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so funny. Anyway, new Dr. Mike Vid dunking on RFK Fitness times 2 terrible political opinions. Oh, I love that. We'll watch that as well. Blast off option 2. Okay. Hold on. Your camera lighting was best in your Japanese hotel? Not really. It was best when it was like when my background was blown out though. So yeah, I was looking at some nice, some of the pieces from that clothing brand you mentioned, Entire Studios, really nice stuff. Yes. I think they're expensive for sure, but they're nowhere near as expensive as like real high tier luxury brands. But I do think that it's pretty good. It's as good as it's gonna get. Anyway, I'm gonna fix the lighting and stuff. Don't worry. We're gonna work on it this weekend, and we're gonna fix it. Where's this jacket from? It's from Japan. The brands that I really like right now are Our Legacy and Entire Studios. I like. Those are 2 brands that I like that are somewhat good priced. They're expensive though, for sure. La Mer is fucking fire too. La Mer is all right. I mean, there's really cool stuff on La Mer. It's just that they're not for my size. You know what I mean? They're just not great for my size. Thoughts on vintage clothes? I love vintage clothes. Carhartt WIP is another good one that's like durable, functional wear that also looks sick. Anyway, I got, how big is your size? Like, wow, buddy. Yeah, it's annoying. Anyway, Our Legacy $300 button-ups. Yeah, if you buy full price, you're a silly fool. I mean, there's just stuff there that you can get that's, oh, see, that's it. It's hit the timeline. I posted a pic on the timeline. Anyway, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Oh my God, we got a rate from the majority report. Hope you had a good stream. Sam, Emma, all the majority report people. Hope y'all had a great stream. And you know, we're trying to pull it together here. I am not having the best day today, I will admit, but I'll tell you why in a second. Before I do that, of course, personal news wise, not to flex on you haters, but that's right. Caught me some eggs last night. Not a big deal. Caught me some eggs last night. Yes, I'm freaking balling. I know. Just wanted to flex on you. Okay. Just wanted to show you that it's still out there, you know? Caught me some eggies. Also, that I posted my favorite Deng Xiaoping quote. Poverty is not socialism. To be rich is glorious. But did you get the AJ1 breads? Air Jordan 1 breads? No. Yeah. Fake socialist. Fake socialist out here flexing on my haters. Okay. Anyway, did you poop today? Yes, multiple times. I'll get to that in a second too. How did you feel about doing this stunt? Oh, the liar, pants on fire. It was incredible. I loved it. It was amazing. I had such a good time. It was very cool. Found some appreciation for your dancing skills. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. I am really invested in Orb. really, really invested in Orb. I love it. It's incredible. It's spectacular. It's fantastic. And I think it's, you know, I really recommend it. I can't recommend it enough. I would, dare I say, it's peak Orb, the anime. It's so good. Yeah, the Saudi Orb. No, Orb is a anime about, Orb is an anime about, you know, uncovering the truth about heliocentrism at a time when the church and inquisitions were occurring, and it's actually really fucking good. It's such a goddamn good show. Like, the characters are amazing. It's peak. Like, I don't usually use peak like that. But I'll tell you right now, it's peak. Like, this is peak. Also did some self-care last night, but let me tell you, okay, I brought back some face masks from Japan, and I did some self-care on those bad boys. But having said that, this morning I woke up and I went to work out, and I literally was deadlifting, and I had to stop working out mid deadlift. I don't know what the fuck's happening, and I shouldn't even explain this to you guys because you guys get really parasocial sometimes when I tell you, like, issues that pertain to health or whatever, and you lose your minds and you start behaving in an irrational fashion. Remember, I already went to get a physical, like, this week. Okay, as an old man, it's good to get a physical. Okay, so I don't want to hear from you right now about, like, what my ailments are. Okay, what my issues are. But while I was deadlifting, I literally had such a massive headache that I had to stop. And I think it's like, I think it's like, I don't know. It's just probably blood pressure related, I suspect. I don't know. But, and I had another interview that I was doing with an outlet. So I just, I don't know what it was, but it just, like, it fucking killed me a little bit. But then I did the interview. That's why I'm late though. I don't care your issues or mental health like some of fan do. Thank you. It's never happened to me before though. It was crazy. It's good that you have 16,000 doctors to get advice from. Yeah, always. It's the best. I love all my doctors in the chat. Not because you downloaded Avowed. Yeah, I did download Avowed. I got the pre-entry into Avowed. So I might test it out later. I think it's woke, right? It's from Obsidian. Bro, you could have a pituitary tumor with the night sweats. Okay, calm down. Anyway, I already went to the doctor. Okay, before everybody goes, you have a brain cancer and ass cancer. Okay, calm down. I went to the doctor already before this happened. So, are you gonna try the Elden Ring Night Rain test tomorrow? I could try it tonight. It's just at 7 p.m. So it's late. It's late at night. And I might be doing some Palentine's shit, you know, with the homies. But in any case, I've been jugging water, just chugging it and jugging it. What is this? They got your ass in the QRTs. Ray watches Christian's impersonation of Hasan dancing. What is this? Why am I being slandered right now?
If you're like me and
Hasan, if he knew how to move.
What the hell? Oh my God. Why am I being slandered? That is crazy. That is crazy. Why am I being compared to a person who is literally talented, gifted, younger, better looking, and also simultaneously like has a degree in this? Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Efendim ne var? Niye orada duruyorsun? Okay, peki. That's good. Got to keep the body flushed out and keep it hydrated. Monitor blood pressure while you got a Zyn and 200 milligrams of caffeine in the system.
This is my Hasan cosplay for all of you that are just coming in.
I wish I could dance like that. Oh my God, that's crazy. Oh my God, he's so good. He's so good. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is.
Okay.
I love
I don't want to get
him.
too carried away, girls, because we got a whole stream ahead of us.
Christian is so funny. He's so funny. Yeah, no. What I learned about Hasan while we were in Japan is that he definitely, I mean, I mentioned it the other day, but he definitely lacks a little rhythm.
It's true. I mean, it is. It's true. You can't have it all. You can't have it all, chat. You can't. You can't be a fucking stud. Okay? You can't be a goddamn stud. Dress well, have all the political knowledge, okay? And be a incredible streamer and also simultaneously be able to dance too. Okay? You can't have it all. Too insecure. No, I don't have rhythm. I know I don't have rhythm. You know what's really interesting? When I was younger, I always I was so jealous, like especially before I started playing basketball, I was always so envious of my friends who just like had smooth, like who just moved good. I don't know how else to describe it. Both on the court and people who were very smooth on the court were smooth off the court as well. They just had a natural rhythm to the way that they move. And I just never have had that. I've always been tall, bulky, like no rhythm having, uncoordinated guy. And brother, you are going to die from a self-suck accident. I'm explaining things, okay? I'm explaining things. That's called athleticism law. Exactly. I don't have it. And this is something that I've actually mentioned quite a bit. You know, you guys have probably heard me say this a lot if you've been in here a lot, is that like I'm not good at anything. I am not naturally good at anything. I simply work really hard. Okay? If you see me decent, like halfway decent at anything, it is because I've tried really, really, really hard to get to that level of halfway decent competency. And that's it. And I think it's not good to just never try things because you're afraid that you're just going to fail. That's not something that I have. That's not something that has ever like stopped me from trying shit, you know? But one other thing that I will mention, of course, is that not only am I not very good at things, but like I think being able to accomplish certain goals that I've set out for myself throughout my life has allowed me, has given me the confidence to know full well that if I set my mind to anything at all, no matter the age, no matter what it is, I will be able to achieve it. I just have to work really fucking hard on it. That's it. I just have to work nonstop. And I think that is a very valuable skill that I have. Bro has no ninjutsu at all. Yeah, I'm just a genius of hard work. That's it. I think for a lot of people, for some people, I think they just, things come easy to them, right? Things come easy to them, and their starting point is that they're like above average from the jump. Like Will is naturally charismatic. Will is naturally smooth. He has it all, right? And I don't. We're in the diametrical opposite on those things. Like he'll just pick something and he'll be good at it. My thing is usually like in video games, for example, I've noticed that like a new game comes out, I'm decent, I'm above average at first, but then everybody passes me. Like everybody passes me by like the second and third week. They've played so much more and they're just like naturally a lot better that they have a higher ceiling than I do, right? And that's it. And it's not something that should stop anybody from pursuing their dreams, though. That's what I mean. It's literally just because you stop playing and get mad. If you played more, you would get better. No, there's some games I'm decently good at, and it's like From Software style games. That's the one pocket of gaming that I'm decent at. That's why I was able to like rip through Wukong. But even then, there are millions of people that are so much better than me in those games. People play those games with like saxophones and shit. You know what I mean? It's still a relatively hard task for me. I'm just above average on that. That's it. But I think it works well. Like From Software style gaming works well for my skill set because it's all about trying and failing and trying and failing and basically getting better through that process. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yeah, I'm not making this comparison. I'm just simply explaining like where certain people are with certain issues and where I'm at with my own skill set and how that has informed my experiences, how that has informed my life, how that it's played a formative role in me understanding the world. That's it. Almost like you're always doing politics. I would say you're a master tier commentator. I'd like to see more gaming and fun reactions out of politics. I remember you would do 4 hours of politics, 4 hours of fun. Then I started watching. I really missed that. Yeah, I don't let comparison hold me back. I'm just simply telling you how it is. A monkey like you who can't even use curse techniques. Bro is talking to himself on a Valentine's date. I'm talking to 20,000 people that I'm on a Valentine's date with. Bro is his own Valentine. How about you be your own, okay? Anyway, let's blast off. Happy Valentine's Day. Federal layoffs incoming. JD Vance, pro-Russia arc, and more. It's Freaky Friday. Get in now. I like how you don't require chatters to be verified before chatting. Yeah. Mass Fed layoffs of probationary employees already started yesterday. I know, we're going to be talking about that, of course, and more. I live in Alaska and half of my friends were fired by the Trump admin today. Yeah, Alaska as a state is uninhabitable. It's entirely propped up by federal grants and also high degrees of socialization, including oil, creating including oil revenues that literally feed back into a pay structure for people to live there. It's ridiculous. These guys are, I mean, it's one of the many different ways in which the federal government, keeps people alive, and nobody really recognizes it until, you know, all of a sudden those dividends get taken away, or all of a sudden those grants get taken away. It's the same reason why I'm always actively yelling about the U.S. Postal Service, telling people, like, don't fuck around with that. You know what I mean? Because if it goes away, you're cooked. Like, people don't understand it. They have no capacity to comprehend that they are completely cooked without the U.S. Postal Service. Oh, it's not profitable. It's like, it's not supposed to be, dumbass. I don't think people understand how much the federal government plays an active role in their lives in, you know, making sure that, again, they purchase meat without fear that they might be poisoned by it, right? Things like that, all the way to direct grants that they get that normalize their energy prices. It's very frustrating. The libertarian paradise that people wanted is closer than ever before. Okay, what is this? I'll buy your bath water.
Okay, guys, I need to start doing shit like this. What the heck? I'll buy your bath water is the first comment I read.
I work for a congressional committee, and all my friends and family have been texting me asking me if my job is safe, and I have to explain to them that when they say federal employees, they really mean executive branch employees. The USPS has been self-funding for a long time. It isn't easy to turn profits when you're self-reliant and operate 7 days a week to make more money. Yeah. All right. Let's see this. Let's see this Connor interview with Anthony Padilla, where I got a mention, I guess.
So you're interviewing based on an image mood board?
Kind of. So then, like, on like my right monitor, I'll have like this mood board or whatever.
That's
that, like,
so
if
smart.
I can run out of questions or like,
I would have never thought to do that.
yeah,
That's
it'll
so smart.
connect. I have it somewhere. I can pull it up.
I just have text bullet points, and my brain is just like doesn't work.
yeah,
that
like
way.
I'll show you the George Santos one where I had like all these.
Was there just a picture of an AR?
Oh, yeah, that one. There's like Joe Rogan.
Dude,
yeah.
That's so smart. That's so smart.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I gotta see it now.
So this
Okay.
was on the right monitor during the George Santos stream.
You just literally have pictures. So you have
9/11, me, Marjorie Taylor Greene is so awesome. Aiden Ross.
Twin Towers. You have Hassan. You have Joe Rogan. You got Tomater.
Yeah, at one point.
Connor's content is next level. Yeah, I mean, he is. He's very good. He's brilliant. I love his shit. Fantastic. Your hair in that pic is my fave. Nick got a massage gun as his V-Day gift, but turns out he already got one from you. Oh, yeah. I bought one when I was at his house.
What? You have one?
I think Hassan bought this and left it here.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Oh, but you don't have the tools.
They're all in there.
Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.
And I think this one might be a little bit better.
Why?
Feel how heavy it is. That's Hassan bought that.
But there's no like settings. Mine has numbers.
Isn't this a band?
Guys, hearts for Hassan, guys. You know.
I miss Nick. You gave it to FD Sig, didn't you? No, he stole one. Okay. That's one. And I've bought multiple massage guns since then.
Just give it back to him. Now you have an excuse to see him.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yes.
Why doesn't he just lie, man? How does he drop the ball when it's already in his lap? That's just how he is. That's like 90% of his content. It's Black History Month. You can't say he stole it. Bill Burr on Billionaires, so based as usual. I've heard he said Bill Burr is awesome. He's on the exact opposite tip of whatever the fuck these like wealthy out of touch asshole comedians are on. He is fully leaning into his George Carlin arc, I would say. I like he is becoming the only the only comedian that I can think of from my generation of like all-time greats, all-time goats that didn't turn into like a weird cancel culture warrior that is incredibly annoying. Trump is talking nonsense about Europe Live. My goat. Let's see what kind of brilliant things he has to say. I'm sure he has plenty of incredible things in the tank today. The Macy's, did you have a playlist or no? If you don't, it's fine. We got a bunch of stuff to watch, but Norm Macdonald was great as well, but Norm Macdonald's style is a little bit different, I think.
Sometime maybe around April 2nd.
He is. My goat is
I would have
live.
done him on April 1st. Believe it or not, I'm a little superstitious. No, literally, we had it planned for April 1st. I said, let's make it April 2nd. You know how much money that costs? That costs a lot of money just that one day, but we're going to do it on April 2nd,
for the playlist.
I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
The lead prosecutor in Eric Adams' case resigned today, saying anyone who didn't press forward would be a coward. What's your reaction to that and to the overall implication that politics were at play here?
Well, I don't know about it. I mean, obviously, I'm not involved in that. But I would say this, that if they had a problem, and these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway. They were going to all be gone or dismissed. If not, they know on Tuesday they're all being dismissed. You know, the whole country is being, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway. But I know nothing about the individual case. I know that they didn't feel it was much of a case. They also felt that it was unfair with the election. Look, I would know that better than anybody because I was weaponized more than any human being in the history probably of the world. And I won the election in a landslide, winning all 7 swing states, winning the popular vote and everything else. Because the people got it, it was weaponized. And I was weaponized literally weeks before the election. But I think there's also something to be said. I read that. There's something to be said for what they were doing. It looked to me to be very political. But why didn't they bring this up like 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, or whenever it happened? You know, they just sat around and didn't complain. Then all of a sudden they complain, and they know they're all being dismissed anyway. So, you know, that's the way it is. That's called politics, I guess. Yeah, please. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at a before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy. You could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time. And they've been treated very badly. Young lady
one of the craziest parts about the American president saying this is the other side is never reported on. Like, you literally saw for months, okay, Palestinian prisoners being released that looked incredibly in dire conditions, in horrifying conditions, because they were directly tortured, okay? And now that like Israel decided to do counter propaganda on that front, it's over. There's not a mention of that at all. And virtually every single person is just like talking about the last 3 people that were released. They were in horrible conditions because of Israel. Like, what are we talking about?
They said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they looked real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release. But they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden, 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not going to release any more hostages. And then yesterday they said they are going to release the hostages. But I think they should release all of the hostages.
About 75,000 workers took this deferred resignation. It's a little bit short of the 5 to 10% goal you were hoping to hit. Do you think you'll have to make up the rest of that number in layoffs?
No, look, that's 75,000 more than we would have had. And nobody knows what that final number is, because in the end, I think a lot of people aren't going to show up to work. A lot of people, they got used to staying home and quote, working. But, you know, I wonder if they had other jobs or other things. You know, they have a lot of problems with that. No, 75,000 is a lot of people. And we paid them well. You know, we gave them a lot of months of severance pay, if you call it that. But no, I think you'll probably have some more, too, in addition. It's a big, tremendous saving for our guy. We want to downsize government, but make it better. Run it better, but downsize. Yeah, please.
So, may I ask about the UK? I understand that you had a phone call with Keir Starmer yesterday.
I did. I just signed a letter to him. He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, you know, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, press.
Do we deserve this? Is that what America deserves for its crimes? I mean, I don't think anybody deserves this. I think, ironically enough, these are the same crimes that America was committing around the globe, but now is committing to itself in terms of the shock doctrine, in terms of, forced austerity measures and crippling the economy at the behest of private capital. We're doing that, but now domestically. Things that we have done globally, which I think are completely unacceptable, completely inappropriate, has caused a lot of pain. We are doing to ourselves. We've been doing to ourselves these things as well, but I think we're doing this to ourselves even harder now than ever before, and in a more aggressive rate than ever before. Have you seen this community note about one of the hostages? What? Okay, I don't want to look at that. That seems insane. Okay, that seems like a crazy community note. All right, I work for the federal government. Everyone is scared. We all about to be shit canned. We took government jobs for less pay, for job security and pensions. Now none of that matters. Yeah. This was the executive order that Trump signed before the. Oh yeah, this is the new incredible executive order from Donald Trump. You know, saving the American population. President Trump signs an executive order halting federal funding for schools that mandate the COVID vaccine. It's his COVID vaccine. He took credit for it. Okay? He talked about Operation Warp Speed. And now he's like, oh, if you take it, if you make it mandatory, yeah, you don't get federal funding. What an insane set of circumstances, dude. I mean, what is happening, dude? Incredible stuff. Constantly in this weird dynamic where on the one hand, he's like, remember when I did the COVID vaccine and it was awesome and it was so sick and I saved so many lives? Biden could never. And then simultaneously being like, and yeah, if you make the vaccine mandatory, then, if you actually get people to use the vaccine that I made, by the way, with my own two hands, we're going to take funding away from you. Crazy how we haven't even been a month into Burger Reich. I know. They're intentionally tanking the economy. I think they are just following through on the libertarian dreams that many wealthy people have fantasized about, purposely dismantling the federal regulatory state piece by piece at the behest of tech giants and CEOs and the executive class so that they can make more profits off of all of these previously government-controlled sectors. and also simultaneously destroy the regulatory state. Liz Franzak thinks they want to do a new Bretton Woods, but in Florida. Yeah. I think that could be the case. It's very difficult. I do interviews all the time lately, and one of the questions always is like, well, what do we do here? Like, what do you think is going to happen? And I don't know. I don't know where to go from here right now. All I know is that that we need better leadership. And it's very difficult to figure out like exactly what's going to happen, exactly how competent they are. Here, by the way, speaking of which, the prosecutor who blew the whistle on the Adams deal resigned from the DOJ. She was a Federalist Society member and a Scalia clerk. Okay, so there's this side of the process too. Okay, which is crazy. Like, you got Reagan judges on the federal courts stopping Trump's like insanely unconstitutional agenda. You got Federalist Society judges being like, this is so corrupt that I can't deal with this. Like, you're ruining an active investigation into obvious corruption of the highest order by doing more corruption, by doing more quid pro quo. I wish instead of completely wiping out federal agencies, they just move the headquarters to a different regions of the country. Can just one person go to jail? No. I mean, no, not at all. You can't. You can't do that. You can't send anybody to jail. God forbid you send even a Democrat to jail. That means a powerful person in a position of that means a person in a position of power can ever get legal scrutiny, and that's a dangerous precedent to set. Okay, we can't do that. God forbid we do that. We cannot do that. I mean, that's it's just really, it's a dire situation, dude. What is most demoralizing is that my normie friends are like, yeah, man, that's awful. Anyway, these are college-educated resistance libs. Yeah, fuck that Federal Society judge, man. Does she think this whole time their legal framework was at all legit? No, they are just opportunists. They want to advance their careers. Some of them are naturally conservative. Some of them basically lean into that kind of politics, but it doesn't really matter. Like, what's the difference between Asmongold and Matt Walsh? Asmongold doesn't fully believe the things that he's saying, but he knows that it's like getting him a lot of views, so he's saying them, right? Matt Walsh does believe the shit that he's saying. Bro, where in the fuck in LA can you buy wintergreen Zins? Nowhere. I'm still holding on to every time I'm like running out of flavored Zins, someone just sends me a care package. How long till riots? I doubt that riots will happen in this country. We are very sedated. We are a servile people. We fancy ourselves to be revolutionary people, but we are very docile people, I think. The revolutionary stint of America was purposely gutted, partially as a direct consequence of our neoliberal dominance, post-Cold War, post-World War II, so much prosperity, so much dominance, and Americans have designed a system that shelters them from all of the violence that keeps it together. I mean, literally look at Afghanistan. Look at America's war on terror. Americans still maintain the position that they're anti-war, not recognizing that war is a constant part of American existence. It's just that we've basically outsourced it. This was amazing, by the way. This is the new Secretary of Health and Human Services, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this? Just got married. Homosexuality was a phase, says Tim Dillon. She's a beautiful angel, Tim. Easy to see how she ungayed you. Is this real? Yeah, no, it was real. This is not a fake tweet. I think he might have deleted it, but I remember seeing it in real time, live when this tweet was out. We'll do the RFK Jr. compilation of all of the insane things that he said about vaccines and the like in a little bit. But, you know, awesome stuff overall. Brilliant minds in charge of all of these departments. It's a really interesting predicament because, like, on the one hand, you think about like Pete Hegseth or Tulsi Gabbard, right? But their positions in government are already like positions that require you to be very violent and also if you're incompetent, that's not necessarily the worst thing, right? Like if the American war machine and the person most responsible for the American war machine is an incompetent drunk asshole, maybe that's not the worst thing. But the Department of Health and Human Services requires competent leadership because it actually does touch the lives of many Americans in a very meaningful way. It is supposed to be the umbrella organization that controls so much of the regulatory space in terms of health and wellness. And the fact that you have a guy who is antagonistic to medicine, modern medicine in general, leading the charge there is truly terrifying. And one of the first initiatives that they put forth was, of course, taking out mood stabilizers and antipsychotics, assess the prevalence of and threat posed by the prescription of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, antipsychotics and mood stabilizer stimulants, and weight loss drugs. Incredible stuff for them to come out and just be like, you know what we need to do at a time when seemingly week after week there is another dude with a lithium prescription that is off the medication or just never really got the medication necessary to combat whatever is going on up there, has ease of access to an arsenal of weapons and just goes into a fucking school and lights it up. What we should do is make sure that there are less mood stabilizers. Okay? It's great. A perfect combination. Readily available weapons everywhere. Okay? And no health care. Or even with the lucky few that have access to health care, once they do get that health care, once they do get a script, right, that the doctor told them to take, they won't be able to take that script, that prescribed medication, because we decided it's bad for you. Cool stuff. I wonder what that will do to the suicide rate in this fucking country that's already incredibly high to the combination of the factors that I mentioned, which is healthcare is inaccessible and paywalled. And also on top of that, weapons are very easy to acquire. Great stuff. You know, I look at this nation, I look at this wonderful nation, and I think to myself, you know what this nation needs? More insanity. Okay. Yeah. Republicans love talking about how gun violence is a mental health problem, and then also turn around and go, we are not doing anything about mental health. As a matter of fact, we are not going to improve mental health in this country. We're going to make it worse. Oh, I honestly don't get how people can hear you say these things and just be like, this guy's an idiot. I mean, it's pretty easy. I think people just say that because of partisan perspectives. They're not applying reason or logic to the equation at all. I think they've been prone to hate, and it's understandable. That's it. That's where it comes from. It's not about personally thinking about what I'm saying and maybe thinking, all right, well, there's some truth to all of this. I get it. Yeah. Has Hasan been streaming for 4 hours? No, I've been streaming for 1 hour and 3 minutes. I've only been streaming for an hour so far. A lot of suicide talk happening now on the CPTSD forums because of that from the White House. Yeah, that's the other side. Like, there's CPTSD, but then there's also PTSD for veterans. There's also that too. Like, what do you think will happen to the veterans when they don't have access to the SSRIs? Great stuff. Definitely. Like, Americans medicate not because they, I don't know, are predisposed to insane levels of consumption and everything is burger. Every solution is just like consume more product, consume more commodities. There's kind of a reason for why a lot of Americans require this medication, you know? I like that there are a lot of things that require a multi-pronged approach. There are a lot of issues in this country. Virtually every issue in this country requires a multi-pronged approach. But instead of trying to address all of those problems individually and then fix virtually every aspect of society that is that is designed in a way to make sure that you're maximizing profits for shareholders, instead of undermining that structure and fixing it at the behest of the citizenry, we've decided to make things worse, okay? And take away all of the remaining, the remaining SSRIs is not the end, you fucking ape. 0. Everything is about you. 0. Yes. I think this this existence, like your existence this way, is certainly proving that medication is bad to take. Yeah. No, go ahead. Prove the point that I was making already. I also never said SSRIs is the end all be all. I said that for a lot of the problems that Americans face, the solutions are complex. It's multifaceted. Okay, I'm drunk right now, but okay, chatter. I mean, it's 12:44 here in California, so I don't know where you're at, but goddamn. Okay, don't check logs on stream, but the last day they logged in here says a lot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Virtually everyone's lives would be better if they had ease of access to mental health treatment. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. All right. I love you, chatter. You are loved, regardless of your disagreement with me right now in your drunken state. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. Mass layoffs are beginning on federal workers. Here we are.
Now to Washington, and the Trump administration's beginning mass layoffs of federal workers impacting multiple agencies. Tens of thousands of employees are expected to lose their jobs. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, is tracking the latest from the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
Rebecca, good morning to you. And federal workers who did not resign as part of that buyout offer were warned that they could possibly be laid off or fired. And this morning, we are learning that mass layoffs have started across multiple federal agencies. This morning, the Trump administration taking its sweeping efforts to shrink the size of the federal workforce one step further, ordering agencies to lay off nearly all probationary employees, meaning those hired within the last 1 or 2 years. A move that could impact as many as 220,000 federal workers. At the Department of Veteran Affairs alone, more than 1,000 new workers were dismissed. Overnight, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau also firing term employees, with expectations that the rest may be fired today, leaving a skeleton staff of around 5%. The CFPB and VA are just 2 of several agencies that have started to cut federal workers so far. The administration also targeting the Department of Education and the Environmental Protection Agency. The largest federal employee union slamming the layoffs, calling it a blatant violation of the principles of fairness and merit that are supposed to govern federal employment, and saying the firings are about power. At some agencies, workers learned by email they had been laid off. But at the Office of Personnel Management, others found out on a call.
You will receive your termination notice via email shortly. As a result, your employment with the Office of Personnel Management will end today.
Elon Musk, who has billions of dollars in federal contracts and is spearheading the efforts to slash government spending, also calling for the elimination of whole agencies. Musk sitting down with Indian Prime Minister Modi Thursday before he met with President Trump. The president unsure the capacity of Musk's meeting and whether Musk was acting as a private citizen wanting to do business in India or a member of the administration.
I would imagine he met possibly because, he's running a company.
Trump pushed on how a foreign leader may know the difference.
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question.
He's like, I'm the head of state and I'm here to do business too. I personally am basically like the reverse of Elon Musk, someone who was elected as the head of state who also wants to do business deals. He's someone who is a businessman who's doing head of state stuff to basically do business deals. We're 2 sides of the same coin, It's cool.
So the Indian Prime Minister was also asked if they discussed any business. He would only say that he has known Elon Musk for a very long time, guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for your reporting.
The Department of Education canceled more than $350 million.
The way media has just reported these as mass layoffs is absurd. The firings are illegal. You can't just mass terminate federal employees without cause, even if they're probationary. People are losing their health care and lives are being torn apart. It's so fucking upsetting. Yeah, remember the 23% underemployment statistic that we looked at yesterday? 23% of the current existing workforce is either doing part-time jobs or basically makes less than $25,000, which is a poverty wage. Okay. Now, remember, the reminder here is that obviously the people that are currently being fired are not exactly caked up, but they at least have like decent jobs in comparison to the people making $25,000 a year. And we're firing them by the tens of thousands as well. Okay. Not only is this firing process unimaginably cruel, okay, it's also not done for good reason, and it will lead to a lot of these services that people rely on that they don't even realize that they rely on to go away, to be crippled. Of course, saying that this is illegal is virtually inconsequential in this process, because what are you going to do about it is basically the attitude that is demonstrated by this administration over and over again. A lot of people also don't understand that the federal government in and of itself does have a bunch of jobs that are just simply good to have, right? Not every single person is dealing with issues in the most efficient way possible, but it doesn't matter. It's not supposed to be that way. Jobs are given to people in many instances, whether it's the federal government or even in private enterprise, not because you have to have this many people working on this job, but sometimes jobs are given to people because it's good to have jobs. Okay? It's good to keep people busy. It's good to keep people it's good to make sure that they have a way of purchasing more commodities, to have disposable income. It's an important facet of the federal government, okay? And in many circumstances, considering, especially on the private sector, how much these guys engage in layoffs, most of the jobs that were previously done by 5 people, 6 people are now being done by 1 person or 2 people as a consequence of technological improvements that make the workforce more productive. But that also means that there are less people making an honest living in that process. And that's a bad thing for the economy. Okay? Saying that helps the conservatives' points that these people don't do shit and should be fired. Yes, because conservatives are stupid. Conservatives are stupid and live in a fantasy world where they think every single person on the job site is maximizing their efficiency at every point, not recognizing that they themselves in their own immediate workplaces are probably playing that very same role. Okay, whether it's a blue collar job or a white collar job, whether you're on the assembly line of some sort, you are not maxing out your efficiency at every given point. And it's understandable that you're not doing that. You're not supposed to do that. It's ridiculous to do that, especially if you're working for somebody else. Okay, the question I have for people is, and I guess like if you want to have this conversation with conservatives, you can have it on the basis of AI, because they were genuinely fearful of artificial intelligence and self-driving cars taking away key parts of the trucking sector, right? They were truly worried about that. And the question remains, okay, if AI and self-driving cars are going to eradicate the trucking sector, is that the best possible thing to do when we're moving forward? Should there not still be someone that sits on top of that truck, even if there's a FSD structure that exists? Okay, we criticize, or not criticize, but like we make fun of Japan, for example, where there's like so many people working in these like ridiculous positions. There's always like an old person that covers like 4 sides of any sort of construction, where they're just sitting there with a light stick in their hands going like this all day, every day. Why does that guy do that? Now, obviously, he's too old to be doing that to begin with, and it's crazy that he's still working. But why is that guy doing that job? Does he have to do that job? Could that job be relegated to I don't know, a automated light stick? Probably. Definitely, as a matter of fact. It's not necessarily just because of safety, chatters. A big part of why these jobs exist is so that there is money to be given to these people so they can make a fucking honest living. People don't understand that. I agree that maximizing efficiency is bad for working conditions, but framing these jobs the only way to give people money isn't the right rhetoric when talking to conservatives about this. No, I'm not simply talking about this from the perspective of these are jobs that need to exist so that people get paid. I'm simply tackling the concept of why jobs exist to begin with in certain sectors. Okay, in order for a society to be healthy and to function, you got to get people jobs. Okay, you got to make sure that they're fulfilling a role, a duty. Okay, we need that. We need that more than anything else. Okay, but on top of that, a lot of these fucking jobs that are being eliminated right now are profoundly important anyway. And the consequences of eliminating these jobs and these mass layoffs is only going to be seen further down the line. Okay?
Dollars in spending yesterday for what it called woke initiatives, and much deeper cuts could be ahead. President Trump wants his pick to lead the department, Linda McMahon, to dismantle it entirely. But many people are confused over what the...
I'm a probationary employee that took the fork offer and still got fired late last night by email. If you're like me, you can still file an appeal with the MSPB for wrongful termination, even if you're probationary.
department does and how school districts could be affected. Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Nate. Well, you may know billionaire CEO Linda McMahon is the CEO of...
I don't disagree, but those people can't be doing nothing. Making things more efficient and cutting worthless jobs isn't inherently bad. It's about how the surplus produced is allocated. Yeah, except it is inherently bad. Okay? The proper process in this circumstance is not to fire people. Let's say technological efficiency has made it so that you can get the same work done a decade prior in literally 2 hours, okay? In a decade ago, you could get the same workload done over the course of an 8-hour workday, okay? Now you can do it in 2 hours. What is supposed to happen in a normal society, in an evolved society, is that you still get paid the same amount of money, okay, and you work 2 hours instead of the 8. But what obviously capital owners want to do in that process is fire all of the additional employees and make sure that 1 or 2 people are now tasked with this because they can do the entire workday's workload in 2 hours. That's efficiency. That's productivity. That's what this means when people say, oh, productivity is increased, whereas wages have remained stagnant. Okay? To your point, China has automated seaports. They still have longshoremen, but they work in a chair and use joysticks to... Exactly. You have to have people still working. Technology is supposed to be a benefit to take away the burden of day-to-day work, okay? It's not supposed to be utilized in a way to offset the existing labor force. It's not supposed to be utilized in a way where you're engaging in mass layoffs, okay? That is what's so silly about this conversation. And many Americans who are primed to believe that capitalism is good, unironically write away their own death warrants. Okay? They don't realize it's like, no, we have to be super invested in efficiency. It's like, it's okay. It's okay to have efficiency at the job site. Okay? But what you fail to comprehend is that efficiency is not supposed to displace you. That efficiency is supposed to reduce your burden. It's supposed to reduce your workload, not actually keep your workload the exact same, but now your output is 10x because of technological advancements. Okay? That's the major problem. That is, I think, in this day and age, with AI becoming a conversation at the forefront of what will happen in the next step with labor, which is, I guess if you want to consider it like the next industrial revolution, okay? A lot of people who are so brain broken by capitalism being the only game in town, so fearful of the alternatives, have refused to reckon with what will happen once so much of the labor force is displaced. What do? Do you become a Wall-E style a person stuck to a chair that's like constantly consuming stuff? Is that your only purpose in life, is to become a part of the consumption engine? And then those who are not a part of that consumption engine are working the assembly lines and working for meager wages and dire conditions and worse conditions as we supercharge the exploitation? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Is that the perfect future? Is that the utopian future that technology and all of its endless bounty was supposed to offer us? It's crazy. It's crazy that so many people do unironically feel like, well, I guess that's just the way things are. Even from a capitalist point of view, you're supposed to slow hiring, then trickle layoffs and buyouts to not collapse the local economy. People think food stamps is about being altruistic and not about keeping the stores open and the crime rate down. Exactly. That's the other side of this process that people don't understand. Wealthy libertarians used to call welfare the riot tax because they understood that without any social safety nets, there would be too much chaos and too much instability. But these guys forgot that aspect, okay? Or at the very least, they're stress testing how much they can destroy the working poor without ever having to deal with the violent consequences that are inevitable, okay? I thought food stamps were subsidizing farmers. It subsidizes everything. Food stamps are there to subsidize Walmart paying very little to its workforce. Ay, ay, ay. I manage a team in corporate America. I've been put on notice that if I do not train the new skills into my team and their work can be done with AI or automation, then I have to lay them off. It's insane. I don't understand how people can't comprehend what future we are leading, what future we're like bouldering towards, like a very negative one, not a positive one at all. Okay. How do people not see that? Meanwhile, as I'm talking about the dire situation, what terrorists are we platforming today? I'd love to see some Al-Qaeda old timers getting some W's in the chat and telling how pog it was to do 9/11. Yeah, dude. Big fan of 9/11 is it me. I'm a big fan of 9/11. Dog, you've been in this community since well, you unfollowed and refollowed, but you've been in this community since 2021. Okay? Like, I said America deserved 9/11 in 2019. What happened? Did you rewrite your fucking brain in the process? Like, what happened? For years and years, you were in here, okay, as a fan. Subscribe for 2 months in the past. Like, how did you forget your previous assumptions that you had made about me only with, I don't know. Like, how do you go from have a wonderful Saturday, buddy, to, oh, you love terrorism? Like, you were in here, okay? You were literally in here under the assumption that maybe I don't love terrorism. That person had fun here. That's what I mean. It's crazy. Like, how do you lose? How? This RP shit is the tits. I mean, fuck politics. Give me more of this, Lamau. How do you lose sight of, like, who you were and what your previous positions were? That's truly shocking to me. Rita's comment about America. Yeah, America will be taken over by Nazis within 5 years. You heard it here first. My man literally called out the current state of affairs in 2021. Okay? Like, he was right. You were right in 2021. When you were a fan, you were right. Now this is the type of insane shit that you're saying. How did this happen? How did you get here? Okay? What steps did you take in your life that caused you to go from, in 2021, correctly predicting the current business, the current order of affairs, into becoming a part of that movement? Think about that. What is this? It's called 5 Asmin videos a day. Your editors are pumping one every 2 days. I mean, there's nothing you can do on that front. You watched Asmin for 3 years? No, I don't think this is an Asmongold fan. I think this is, anyway. Try to go back to where your brain was in 2021, because you clearly had better opinions back then, chatter, okay? My logs are so embarrassing. I asked you to watch Mr. Beast multiple times before Trump got shot at. That's funny. Maybe it's because I didn't game. No, he unfollowed in, like, somewhere along 2022, it seems, and then came back just now to say, what terrorism are we watching today? Hasan hates Jews. Nice, dude. Yeah, maybe if you keep writing that in the chat over and over again, it'll become true. It's not. It's never going to be true, but it's okay. You can keep fantasizing, weirdo.
WWE, the former CEO, and she also served in the cabinet in Trump's first term. But now she's in the unique position of trying to lead an agency that President Trump wants to get rid of.
I mean, there's a certain group right now that's going insane over your chair and the cost it has. Yeah, ironically enough, I got it for free. Logitech sent it to me for free. But of course I would pay for it.
And I am really all for the president's.
Now let's talk about what actually matters, okay? the fucking Department of Education being abolished, okay? Eyes on the prize, everybody. If you're coming in here to be like, I am going to advance the agenda of my favorite content creator online by, sparking the flames of drama at a time when the fucking Department of Education is slated to be abolished, when tens of thousands of federal employees are being laid off, and this is what you care about, I'm sorry, you are a very unserious person. I know that this sounds like fun stuff to focus on. I get it. I totally get it, especially because it keeps your brain occupied at a time when change seems so far away. Okay? But goddamn, please, I don't want to yuck your yum. Okay? I do not want to yuck your yum. If this is what you fancy, if this is what you like to do, great, more power to you. Okay? But don't try to like masquerade this as some sort of serious political commentary. You understand? With all this DOE talk, what's your take on homeschooling? I think it should be abolished. I think it should be illegal. And in many competent countries, it is. I wish these cheese-brain YouTube drama frogs would get back to their financial aid office jobs and beating their shit off to them two boys on Supernatural.
Mission, which is to return education to the states.
At her confirmation
Why
hearing
is Triple H
Thursday,
in the background? I don't even know what the fuck's going on
Linda
there,
McMahon
honestly.
acknowledged that doing away with the Department of Education would require an act of Congress.
It is set up by the United States Congress, and we work with Congress. It clearly cannot be shut down without it.
While President Trump has long pledged to abolish the agency.
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job.
On Thursday, McMahon suggested that some of the department's core functions could be moved elsewhere.
It is not the president's goal to defund the programs. It is only to have it operate more efficiently.
Established by Congress in 1979, the Department of Education has an $80 billion budget. But most of the funding for education comes from state and local governments, with the federal government contributing only about 13%. The agency provides financial assistance to low-income schools, administers Pell Grants, oversees federal student loans, and enforces rules around civil rights and students with disabilities. Arnie Duncan ran the Department of Education under President Obama and says states are already in charge.
What the Department of Education does is adds additional resources to make sure children with special needs have access to public education. Children who need access to food have that. Children who need access to pre-K has that. So to somehow act like the U.S. Department of Education is in charge of education in America is beyond dishonest.
Now, the Trump administration is considering executive action that would direct the Department of Education secretary to put forward a plan.
Remember, guys, Biden could never possibly wait, what the fuck? Hold on one second. Why does this, what is happening with my alerts? God damn it, dude. My alerts have been busted for some time now. I don't know why. I got to fix them at some point. But okay, that's neither here nor there. All right, so my layout is like that. Yeah, Biden could not abolish student loan debt, which was in his legal purview, okay? Which like, regardless of whatever the Supreme Court says, like, he absolutely had the right to do that, okay? Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally abolishing the Department of Education in its entirety. Oh, my God. What a ridiculous situation we're in, dude. What a crock of shit this is. How did you predict this? What is this? Oh, shut up. That's... What? Yeah, Mankind. No. Undertaker throws Mankind off top of Hell in the Cell. Oh my God, you got me. I watched the clip. I watched your clip. Bergamania strikes again. I'm pretty sure he just got Trump to nominate our North Dakota State Superintendent as the new Assistant Director of the Department of Education. In her statement, I'm excited to support over 49 million students in America. I think it's really funny to think that Donald Trump consistently states that countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, and even China are so good at education, right? Their education is so much better than the United States of America, okay? And it's really interesting because on the one hand, he recognizes that. On the other hand, he doesn't recognize how they got there or why they're there and why America is not there, okay? If Donald Trump was truly interested in fixing America's awful education standing in the world, he would probably look a little bit deeper. He would maybe scratch the surface, okay? I tweeted about this yesterday. Donald Trump, or 2 days ago, Trump talking about shutting down the Department of Education while hyping up Norwegian and Chinese education is insane. These countries have well-funded public education systems. I know you're covering important stuff right now, but how are people making videos that get 160,000 views about you going to jail? Why is this a thing? Some guy named Nuxanor got in my feed. It's so weird. Happy Valentine's. Wait, what? People are making videos about me possibly going to jail? Oh, because of my pro-Palestinian commentary? Is that what it is? I'm going to go to jail for being pro-Palestine? Love that. Isn't that the lolly pedo guy? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, it could happen. I think it's wild to fantasize about that and act like that is a good thing. But, you know, like, do you want that to happen? That's the question you should be asking, I guess. What if they want you to go to a cool Norwegian prison? Yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, some anime YouTuber is mad at you. It's not just an anime YouTuber, because I have a lot of friends in the anime YouTube community. It's a lolicon pedo enjoyer who has a VTuber avatar. And he is unimaginably pro-Israel. Shockingly, he is incredibly pro-Israel and has lost his fucking mind. You make the wildest enemies. It's just so consistent, though. It's so incredibly consistent. What the fuck? Why is my goddamn alerts broken? That's so annoying. Anyway, are you the anti-pedo spray? Yes, I am the anti-genocide and anti-pedophile, preeminent anti-genocide, anti-pedophilia content creator. One of the other, or both. It depends. If you fit in the category of someone who is maybe agnostic to genocide or agnostic to sex crimes and pedophilia, okay, sometimes both, oftentimes both, as a matter of fact, you probably are not going to have a good time here, okay? You are going to hate me, it seems. Anyway.
To diminish the agency. Now, anything to get rid of the Department of Education would have to be passed by legislation in Congress. But President Trump is expected to push leaders up here on Capitol Hill for just exactly that. Tony?
Reagan tried it, couldn't do it. Maybe Trump will accomplish it. Caitlin, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll keep following it. Other developments in Washington, mass firings of federal workers are underway this morning, part of the Trump administration's effort to dramatically cut back on the government overall. The firings could only number in the hundreds of thousands. And in another dramatic change, the president is promising more tariffs, this time on any country that has a tariff on us. He says, basically, if they charge us, we're going to charge them right back. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with more on what all this means. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. This can be confusing, so here it is in a nutshell. Currently,
National Institute of Health News. My girlfriend just told me that they just fired all of the staff scientists and senior postdocs within her branch of the Neuroscience Research Program Department. Sorry for spam. Last message about it. I mean, who needs neuroscientists, dude? At the National Institute of Health. That's not necessary research, dude. I don't understand. Why would you ever need that? The neuroscientist is the natural. Also, yes, I'll have you know, a neuroscientist is the natural enemy of a brainworm. Okay. And considering that the HHS is now run by the worm in the brain, I suspect that many actions will be taken against those who want to eviscerate brainworms. Rand 940, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Are neuroscientists woke now? Yes. My lab lost R&D running last week and fired a couple hundred scientists working on a revolutionary new STD test system. It's, I mean, we already learned that with COVID. It's better if you don't test it, you know? If you don't test it, then it doesn't exist. Our dean keeps emailing students to contact congressmen saying our school is cooked without research funding. Wonder Gal 96, thank you for the 5 gifted.
many countries place higher tariffs or taxes on U.S. goods than the U.S. imposes on theirs. President Trump is directing his advisors to now even think.
Guys, neuroscientists are bad because, one, they're anti-brainworm, okay, and that's an untenable position. And two, okay, and perhaps more importantly, they say stuff like, you know, blue chemical dye is probably not healthy to consume, or gay and woke things like, we don't have enough research on whether or not blue chemical dye could actually help with any of your medical complications. When you hear stuff like that from a gay and woke neuroscientist, obviously, immediately, if you're a blue chemical dye kind of guy, you're going to go, okay, well, you're fired. Okay? Don't worry. I'm sure all the neuroscientists in Asma's chat are letting him know they were fired too. Yes. In between in between their guild trades that they're conducting in trade chat, they're talking about how they're losing their neuroscience research jobs.
Things up. He says it will mean more revenue for the U.S. government, but economists warn it could also lead to a global trade war and drive prices up here at home.
Whatever they charge us, we're charging them.
Announcing his new plan in the Oval Office, President Trump said no country will be exempt from his reciprocal tariffs.
This applies to everybody across the board.
The term reciprocal tariffs may sound dry, but they could affect the price of almost everything. For example, the European Union currently imposes a 10% tariff on imported cars. But the U.S. only levies a 2.5% tariff on their cars. That would change under Trump's plan. Though he says world leaders like India's Narendra Modi, who met with Trump yesterday, would be welcome to negotiate.
It's very hard.
There is something very funny about Trump doing reciprocal tariff policies. And like for cars, I kind of get it because it's like a part of our manufacturing capabilities right now, even though it is limited. Okay. And also part of the reason why other countries, other marketplaces simply don't buy our cars is, of course, to improve their own domestic manufacturing, to make sure that people are still buying local, but also because our fucking cars literally don't work on their roads, okay? Some of our cars are illegal to drive on European roads. Most of our cars, like the F-150, which is the most popular vehicle every single year, with the exception of last year, where Toyota RAV4 actually outflanked the Ford F-150 pickup truck for the first time in, I believe, like multiple decades, okay? The Ford F-150 cannot be driven on European roads without a commercial driving license. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? Our cars have gotten increasingly larger and larger, okay? Its engine size is too large. It's too heavy. It does not abide by European safety standards, like woke and gay safety standards, such as pedestrian safety, okay? If your car is far too high, it makes it creates additional problems for pedestrians in walkable cities. Now, if you're an American, you're probably looking at me and going, the fuck do you mean? What's a walkable city? What the hell is a walkable city? Do you mean when you walk from the double wide parking lot spot that I parked my F-350 King Rancher into to walk over to the Walmart? Is that what you mean? Walkable cities? 15-minute cities? That's a part of the problem. America has never been invested in actually competing in other marketplaces and has enforced its dominance through tariffs and through this complicated global trade structure. That's the problem, okay? The Japanese were literally just dumping the F-150s. They were forced to purchase as a vassal state a shit ton of Ford vehicles. They're fine vehicles. It's just that you can't use them in Japan. What are they supposed to do? Now we're treating every country like we did Japan in the 90s when they were popping off too hard. Ugh. Anyway, the issue is if America was actually invested in real trade, they would try to universalize our safety standards and our regulations so that they could make a competitive product for other marketplaces, but that's not going to happen. Do you understand? So now we're just going to do what? We're going to force these countries to purchase these cars, otherwise we will dominate them or some shit. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I say this as someone who obviously, one, loves the UAW, okay? Shouts out to the UAW. Loves that there is at least some semblance of manufacturing in this country that doesn't revolve around making murder weapons and finding new and unique ways to laser brown children overseas, okay? But the reality of the matter is those guys are just making whatever car that their bosses tell them to make, okay? It's not like they're designing the fucking cars. And even the designers are not designing the cars because this is the this is a passion project or whatever. They're designing the cars in a way to make the highest level of profit. Murat just walked by and said, engineers deserve all the money. It's kind of like how over here in Europe, most American cars that were on sale 20 to 30 years ago were retired earlier than usual because they were so crap compared to local manufacturers / Japanese / Korean ones. What are they going to do now? If they come again, they'll be thrown into the scrapyard within 15 years. Ford F-150 didn't lose to no dadgum Toyota, brother. You're lying. Yeah. One must ask. Ran 940. Thank you for the 35 community gift subs. And Ave Satana. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Okay. Peace. All right. We'll do. Anyway, it just doesn't make any sense in terms of trade. It doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. We're just like we're being bullies. In a way, it's no different than the NATO situation. Well, I guess it's even worse in the NATO situation. Demanding that other countries put more into their own defense, like a higher percentage of their GDP into their defense, and fingers crossed, purchase more American weapons, is a way to demand more in your extraction. Is a way to extract more resources from your protection racket. Okay. Is reciprocal tariffs also include regulation a country has that restricts American companies? For example, banking regulations in Canada. Oh, fantastic. I think in order for countries to maintain some semblance of sovereignty and some semblance of autonomy, they are going to have to probably restrict trading with this wonderful nation and maybe find themselves in the hands of the global monster of manufacturing, China. Now, I don't know if they'll do that. They probably won't, but it's crazy. If the World Bank and the IMF and their incredibly restrictive austerity implementations for the loans, the incredibly restrictive conditions they had on their loans, their lending structure, was awful for a lot of developing nations, and they found themselves in the hands of the One Belt, One Road initiative coming out of China because they were just offering a better alternative out there. There's a better way. There's a better pathway for European partners in trade as well.
To sell into India because they have trade barriers, very strong tariffs. We are right now a reciprocal nation.
Deutsche Bank warned this week that reciprocal tariffs pose additional upside risks to the inflation outlook. Trump claims the pain would be temporary.
Well, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down.
Billionaire Elon Musk and his children also met with Modi yesterday. In a virtual appearance at an international summit, Musk, who heads the Department of Government Efficiency, said he's working to eliminate not just jobs, but entire cabinet-level departments.
We do need to delete entire agencies as opposed to leave part of them behind.
As for a timeline for when reciprocal tariffs could take effect, the president's Commerce Secretary says that the research should be done by April 1st, and then it's up to Trump when exactly to enact any of the new recommendations. Nate?
All right, Nancy, thank you. Right now, we have CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady here right now to break down what these tariffs actually mean for your bank book. Good morning. Good to see you. So let's jump right into it. So how would this impact, us in the U.S. and when will it take effect?
Unfortunately, us pushing EU towards China narrative does not work. Both EU and China want to grow through exports. Both need an import economy as their partner. It simply does not work. That's also fair. But who knows, man? Who knows? China's got a lot of money. Maybe they'll unleash the treats. Access to the Chinese marketplace is safeguarded by the government. I doubt that they would change that structure, but yeah, the American treatlerites are an endless resource for every other country, including China. Okay, this is part of the reason why the One Belt, One Road initiative is so important for the future of China. They want to develop secondary markets so that they can make up for the loss that the loss of access to the American treatlerite consumer base. We've constructed the world economy by weaponizing our trade deficits through abusing exorbitant privilege. But what happens if everyone joins BRICS? I mean, that's not I don't think BRICS is like a real alternative. Okay. Can we just sell California to the Dutch yet? China should move on from the consumerist model to a degrowth model. I doubt that that's going to happen. That's crazy. Chinese people don't spend like someone from the EU or NA, so opening up foreign goods more, that's also not true. They do. But this second part of what you're explaining is correct. Opening up foreign goods more, so then they already do what starve their own companies is correct. That's the one thing that you're not wrong on in terms of, no, Chinese people are consumers, okay? China in many weird ways is very American coded, okay? They have affordable public transit, okay, that is readily available, but they also have mega cities with massive highways and a lot of fucking cars. I try to explain this to people and they don't understand. China is not like Japan at all in terms of like people constantly being heavily regulated and presenting themselves in a certain way in public, for example. They are chaotic in a very similar way to how Americans are, okay? They love their treats just like Americans do. There are a lot of similarities between Americans and Chinese culture in that regard. They're hyper-consumerists. It's just that they're held together by a competent administrative state, okay? Your chat has never met a Chinese person or visited China, I swear. Yeah, yes, they probably never visited China. I've never visited China either, but, you know. Aren't they also way less individualistic? I mean, yes, I think like there's obviously a lot of cultural remnants that play a role here, but I think what's more important is the actual government, is the way that the government operates. It's not that bad, but it's boring as hell. We do buy a lot. We just stopped buying Western goods. Why buy from countries that actively demonize China? We buy locally now, and the products are much more competitively priced. Top G is back with another banger. Do you think the Chinese will need to start thinking about financializing their economy? I hope not. I mean, it's already led to a bunch of issues, a bunch of bubbles that they had to deal with recently. I think financialization of the economy is suicide. Look at the United States of America. You know what financializing your economy does? First of all, it's the exact opposite. Even if there is any degree of financialization, it is done with a broader vision from the government, okay? But as far as financialization in the United States of America goes, virtually every single company that was tasked with manufacturing, even those within the defense sector, even, incredibly important companies like Boeing, have turned into banks, okay? That's what happens when you financialize every sector. Every single company turns into a fucking bank. They don't make moves. They don't actually manufacture new goods. They don't actually invest enough in R&D in terms of like actual new competitive products or things that actually improve people's lives, okay? Faster planes or whatever. They use all of their resources, all of the existing additional resources that they have to make financial manipulation, to engage in financial manipulation so that they can keep increasing their stock prices. That's it. That's what happens when you turn into a bank. And obviously, in that process, there are a lot of cost-cutting initiatives that come in. There's a lot of harm done to the labor sector in the process because you're engaging in layoffs, okay? And then a decade later, the outsourcing of manufacturing and the gutting of the regulatory state play a role in planes fucking falling out of the sky sometimes. And then we just go, how did this happen? Anyway.
That's the clarity that we all want, right? So let's think about some of the countries that could be impacted. India, Brazil, EU. What products do we get from them? So India, agriculture, textiles, medical devices. Brazil, petroleum, beef, coffee. And then the EU, wine, a key ingredient in weight loss drugs, cars like Audi and Mercedes. If the U.S. puts a tariff on these countries that already tax us, you will see prices potentially go up on those items. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, people will finish your thought, and then I have a follow-up.
So in terms of when this could take effect, as Nancy said, right, potentially April 2nd, these could go into place. It takes about 6 to 9 months for you to see that happen at the stores. Depends on the industry. It depends on the inventory. But we have a very delicate inflationary environment. This could escalate into a trade war, could also be a negotiation tactic.
Yeah, I was jumping the gun on the counterpoint here because people care about rising prices, but they don't feel them as much if their wages are going up. So I think a question is, how does this affect businesses, and could it lead to more jobs somehow?
Potentially. So the idea is that we buy more goods from these countries than they buy from us. The president is hoping that these tariffs could encourage these countries to buy more from American companies. That means more demand. That means more need for American jobs. So
I like that. There is no way to be actually competitive in the global marketplace with China, for example. So on the one hand, both the EU and the United States of America are desperately trying to push out Chinese goods from their marketplaces. And then the United States also simultaneously is turning around and saying, you got to buy our shit instead. It is the same principle in every facet of the foreign policy that we push for, okay? No more natural gas from Russia. You got to get it from us. Oh, do you need to build new plants to take on American LNG? Sucks to suck. You got to fucking do it, bitch, okay? You can't buy cheap affordable Chinese electric vehicles. It's going to destroy your own domestic manufacturing, okay? Which is true. It will, right? But then also simultaneously, you need to buy our shit instead. Oh, does it not work on your roads? Will it destroy your roads that were built in like the 14th century? Sucks to suck. Oh, does an F-150 not fit on your narrow Italian streets? Sucks to suck. You have to buy it. I don't care where you put it. You can dump it in the ocean for all I give a shit. You have to buy it. By force. It's great. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. Seems great. So many American cars are literally illegal in Japan due to safety. Yeah. But hey, guess what, dude? We're the big bully on the global stage. So we will make sure that they are no longer illegal. Oh, do you have any sovereignty? Oh, you thought you had sovereignty. Oh, you thought you were a competent government working to a certain degree at the behest of the citizenry. Guess what, dude? Fuck your regulatory bodies, okay? Look at what we're doing to our regulatory state. Now your regulatory state will be gutted too. Great. What happens if they say no? There are very few alternatives, so I don't know. I don't know. I think a part of this bargain that holds it together is obviously the American consumption machine, which is an incredibly valuable market. That's why while TikTok is marginal in terms of like the American market in terms of numbers is marginal for TikTok, it's massive for how much money is being made, how much revenue is being generated. TikTok is a great example of this. The American market by raw numbers is what is it like? By raw numbers in terms of like people using TikTok in the United States of America was 170 million. It's actually a still a decent percentage of the overall base of TikTok consumers. I believe it's around 10%. Okay, probably a little bit higher. Now, if you lose 10% of your user base, that's a pretty significant. That's a pretty significant number of people, but it's not like dire. But what you're actually losing is the revenue, okay? Because despite making up, let's say, 10 to 20% of the base of users, the American marketplace makes up a pretty significant chunk of the revenue for TikTok. Because America has a lot of money. America is a very wealthy country. That's why even the average American in comparison to the average European person has a shit ton more money in the global marketplace.
You could see something like that happen. Unfortunately, these companies, they don't know when this is going to happen. It takes investment. It takes clarity to make that investment. And I will note, the last time we did see industries lose some jobs because of these higher prices.
All right, interesting. All right, Kelly, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Now to a number of sudden resignations of the top federal prosecutors who allege the Trump administration is playing politics with the Justice Department.
It's not that we have less money. We are much less likely to spend. No, that's not true. I don't think Europeans just are much less likely to spend. I think Europeans also have much less money. Like when you look at when you look at the entirety of the when you look at like the English economy, right? Like their living standards are fairly decent, I would say. Having said that, however, if you were to put like the average Euro poor living in England, okay, next to the average Ameripoor living in fucking Alabama, the average Ameripoor living in Alabama has infinitely more wealth in the eyes of the global marketplace. Like, not even a comparison. The living standards for the average Euro poor is still better than the living standards for the Ameripoor, for sure, because there's like at least some semblance of safety nets, healthcare, you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff that the government takes care of. Yeah, the average wage in England outside of London is lower than Mississippi. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But in terms of the wages in the UK in comparison to the US is significantly lower when it comes to most jobs. Exactly. But what you fail to consider in that equation is, in the eyes of international trade, it doesn't matter. Your living standards don't matter. It's negligible. It's irrelevant. So if you're just looking at pure money, like if you're looking at different marketplaces to enter and selling to different marketplaces, yes, the American marketplace is still, by and large, the most important marketplace out there. Americans have a lot more buying power, regardless of the dire economic situation, regardless of the insane levels of wealth and income inequality in this country. Okay?
It all happened after the interim U.S. attorney in Manhattan was ordered to drop the corruption case against New York Mayor Eric Adams. That prosecutor, Danielle Sassoon, chose to resign instead. She alleges that Adams agreed to help the president carry out his immigration agenda in exchange for the case to be dropped. Adams' attorney denies that. Scott McFarland has more on this story. Scott, good morning to you. So this is raising a lot of big questions about Donald Trump and the DOJ.
EU frog seething. Okay, before we get to this like unlimited corruption, let's watch the Caspian report. How the UK is becoming a third world country.
Urban areas in the world. Its economy is worth roughly £508 billion, which equals $652 billion. If it were an independent state, London would rank as the 22nd largest economy in the world, precisely above Argentina and Sweden. However, London's prosperity and that of southeast England is atypical for the country. This small area makes up nearly half the UK's GDP while having about a third of its population. If one were to amputate London's output, it would reduce British living standards by 14%, just enough to slip ahead of the US state of Mississippi. Yeah, the UK has seen better days. The last 10 years have been particularly tough. Real disposable income, which is income after taxes and benefits.
What? Buying $202 shirts on Shein, it has nothing to do with having or not having health insurance, and Americans have $200 to blow because $200 is just never going to buy them a surgery or have any other use for it. When you are a poor American, except spend it. What? I don't think that is a reasonable bargain. I will never advocate for that. I think it's far better for Americans to have far better for Americans to not be so reliant on debt and have far less disposable income, while simultaneously have all of their incredibly important needs met by the government. That is a big part of my advocacy. Yeah. Yes, the chatter was agreeing with me. Having lived in California, Hong Kong, London, and Northern England, my quality of life was actually best in Northern England, surprisingly.
Has remained almost unchanged. The cost of goods and services has gone up. Compared to a decade ago, people can buy less with their income. Meanwhile, productivity is low.
But yeah, I don't think that it's because $400 won't buy you good healthcare here. There's nothing to spend it on but dumb shit like TVs. I don't think it's a one-to-one comparison. I think the government doesn't circulate money better in this country in terms of like taxes. That's for sure. Taxes that would then fund very important social safety nets, because if you fund social safety nets and the government controls them, at most, it is going to be a depressive force on the profits that the private sector can make, and at best, it would eradicate the private sector in its entirety. That means a big part of that GDP is going away, okay? Health insurance is the greatest example of this. I talked about it extensively with the Luigi Mangione saga, if you recall. Healthcare, for-profit healthcare insurance in this country is a ginormous part of the American the American output, okay? American wealth. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people hired by this industry. And also on top of that, there are trillions of dollars of wealth being generated. Now, how is that money being generated is the important question to ask, okay? It plays a fairly significant role in our GDP. Why? It should not exist. How does it make this money? It makes this money by playing the role of a shitty mediator that actually increases cost across the board. Cost on a cost that is carried over to the consumer, and its lack of interest in like actually meaningfully tackling the cost on the pharmaceutical side, because it has no interest in actually lowering prices on the purchasing side. As a matter of fact, sometimes it directly owns the pharmaceutical providers, or at least has like an additional revenue opportunity on the pharmaceutical side with the pharmacy benefit managers, as we've talked about as well. So it is not in the interest of the private healthcare industry to have the federal government regulate this in any way, or even create a competitive product in any significant fashion, because that would ruin their reason of existence. That would ruin the way that they make money. Okay, GDP don't go up fixing a pothole. It does go up if you blow a tire. What's that meme of the two economists that talk to one another? One economist, what is it? One economist takes a shit in a bag, okay, and then sells it to the other economist, and the other economist. It's like a classic meme. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's a classic. Oh, here. Okay, here it is. Two economists are walking in a forest when they come across a pile of shit. The first economist says to the other, "I'll pay you $100 to eat that pile of shit." The second economist takes the $100 and eats the pile of shit. They continue walking until they come across a second pile of shit. The second economist turns to the first and says, "I'll pay you $100 to eat that pile of shit." The first economist takes the $100 and eats the pile of shit. Walking a little more, the first economist looks at the second and says, "You know, I gave you $100 to eat shit. Then you gave me back that same $100 to eat that shit. I can't help but feel like we just both ate shit for nothing." "That's not true," responds the second economist. "We increased the GDP by $200. So a lot of the stuff that you consider to be completely unproductive and maybe directly at odds with the flourishing of the working class of the United States of America are actually making a lot of money. A number is going up somewhere. The healthcare industry is profoundly important for our GDP, even though it should not exist. Think about that. So much of the American economy is geared towards creating unnecessary middlemen. Unnecessary middlemen that will have pay stubs. Unnecessary middlemen that will drive up the cost. This hypothetical excludes the existence of coprophile economists. This is erasure. Okay. I say I am not even against inefficiency in the economy. Okay. As long as it is at the behest of the overall public good. Okay. Inefficiencies such as maintaining the same labor force while improving the work conditions to maximize their efficiency and make them do less work so they have more free time. Okay? This is inherently anti-capitalist. This concept is inherently anti-capitalist. What do you mean? You're going to work 2 hours instead of 8 and get the same output and get paid the same? This makes no sense. If someone can do 2 hours, if someone used to do the same work for 10 hours and now is doing the same exact work for 2 hours, that means you can eliminate 5 jobs. You can eliminate 4 other people's jobs and then make that one guy do the job of 5. Inefficiency is universally bad and automation is essential to human development. What? Correct and based economists I agree. That's why we must embrace automation. Inefficiency is universally bad, and automation is essential for human development. I do not have a problem. Okay, bro, you are on the consumption leaderboard. You definitely chase it. Okay, once again, people I don't think understand what my personal worldview is, so they mistake it for what they think it is, and then they think it is at odds with what I'm with what I'm advocating for or the way I live my life. Okay, I do not have an issue with consumption. I am not anti-consumption. There has never been a point in my career where you can point to me saying consumption is bad. Okay, as a matter of fact, I've often talked about the most successful mechanism of invisible control that neoliberalism has applied to its completely servile domestic population. It is consumption that keeps people occupied. It is consumption that makes people feel like their lives are better. If you want to understand why Americans are so servile, it's because they have burger. It's because they have gun. It's because they have burger gun. It's because they have cheap TV. Okay? And if you understand that any government has to, at a base level, after giving their citizens the basic material needs for them to thrive, that they also have to keep them preoccupied and to a certain degree sedated, then you understand that consumption is a very successful way of doing that. If you don't actually offer these goods for people to purchase and to keep them preoccupied, you end up having riots over not being able to get fucking coffee beans, okay? It's not because I'm a selfish hedonist that I advocate for this, okay? Inefficiency is bad, law. Inefficiency is bad. Inefficiency, the chatter isn't wrong. Inefficiency isn't bad, but it has to be defined. Output input means nothing without context. Output shouldn't be profit. It should be good. That's the difference between the capitalists and the leftists. Yes, inefficiency of that sort, if you set the standard of what it means for inefficiency, then yes, because one can also make the argument that hyper efficient economics from a capitalist perspective it requires the gutting of the existing labor force, which then means that the purchasing power goes down, which then means that the existing labor force does not have an opportunity to make meaningful wages. And yes, if you compare it to like a Sudanese person, the American purchasing power is significantly fucking higher, but year over year, their purchasing power goes down as well, and their quality of life goes down as well. That is inherently inefficient. Unless you are hyper focusing on short-term profits. That's it. Short-term profits for a select few. Inefficiency is bad, said the middle manager whose boss, another middle manager, was telling him to cut costs by laying off 4 more workers and dividing the work between the rest at no extra pay. Exactly. I don't know why, but the first thing that comes into mind when seeing that title is the racist quote I see online, import the third world, become the third world. Is it true? Yeah, no, that's just like a completely pure idealistic racist nonsense. Import the third world, become the third world is idiotic. There is no material difference between a person that was born in the third world and a person that was born in fucking London. Okay, the only difference is one has access to more goods and a better education system and more amenities than the other. There is nothing that makes people different than one another aside from their, spawn point. Your spawn point dictates your future in pretty significant ways. And you can recognize this by looking at your own neighborhoods. Okay? I'll use not the example of the South Side of Chicago, but instead a white example so that racists can understand this as well. Do you think that if you are born into a relatively wealthy or maybe an upper middle class family in a Connecticut neighborhood and have access to the best education and also don't have to fucking work while you're going to school and don't ever have to worry about your finances, do you think that spawn point is going to offer more opportunities to you than the white child born into a fucking family that was already crippled by fentanyl after losing their goddamn jobs in the mine in West Virginia? Do you think that there is something fundamentally different about the white child born in a West Virginia suburb than the white child born in Connecticut? Well, J.D. Vance thinks so. He thinks that the Appalachian mind is simply primitive, but I don't. Okay? I don't. I understand that there is unlimited potential all around the world, and it is up to us to unlock it. If you want to think about it with this like technocratic approach, because many of you European social democrats especially love that shit, you can think about it from that perspective. Okay? Hot take here, don't ban me, dude, but I think if jobs are automated, wouldn't that cause some sort of Darwinist selection of the population? I might be wrong. It's a new thought. What? I mean, Darwinist theories don't work under capitalism. You're not actually creating a structure where the fittest survive. You're actually creating a structure where the poor die at a higher clip than the rich. That's it. Social Darwinism is the exact opposite of what I was talking about just now, that there is nothing inherently or intrinsically different between people born to genuinely different circumstances.
One of the lowest of any major economy, and housing has become nearly unaffordable, with the UK holding the record for the highest number of homeless people in the developed world.
Yeah, I wonder why that... Perhaps the London economy has something to do with that, okay? And that is true, okay? The reason why London experiences incredibly high rates of homelessness and also pretty decently high rates of poverty and crime is because the housing market is dog shit. And when the housing market is dog shit, the London economy, in theory, thrives. Okay? The cost of the average house goes up. Higher number. Better looking on the graph. But people suffer as a direct consequence of that because they get priced out of the housing market.
The cause for these issues is rooted in past political decisions. Britain has slumbered and stumbled its way through a number of setbacks. Now, the crisis has become endemic with no quick fix in sight. When you think about it, it's
because to get a good career in the UK, you were pretty much funneled into London. I mean, this is a identical issue to what Japan is facing as well in terms of its own economy. Okay? Relative wages are highest in big city centers, and that causes people to internally migrate. That is the same everywhere. It's the same in America too. It's the same in Canada. It's the same virtually everywhere. It happens in every developed country except for one. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. There's another country that is in the heart of Europe that also has been able to overcome these issues. That country is, of course, Austria, at least Vienna. But that's because 65% of their housing is public. There's a couple other countries that also have been able to overcome these issues despite developing, but their understanding of like a land lease agreement is diametrically the opposite of Western capitalist nations. But in terms of developed nations, in terms of developing nations that resemble developed nations in many of their big cities like China, you know, it's all a matter of what the government thinks of housing. It's entirely dictated by what the role housing plays.
It stands to become the first to deindustrialize. Seen from a larger angle, Britain's economy is on a downward trajectory. Prices are rising too fast. Just recently, housing prices rose by more than £2,200 in a month. Unfortunately, this wasn't widely reported in the media. Looking at things from all angles is what we do. And Ground News provides us with invaluable insights to do exactly that. That's why we reached out to them to sponsor this video. In fact, reading this on Ground News, I can see only 10 sources covered it, which goes to show how overlooked this subject is. What's more, less than 10% of the outlets were from government sources. One might suppose governments don't want to talk about complications at home. Now, our type of content is not really suitable for YouTube. The algorithm deems it too controversial, and so many of our videos go without monetization. That's why we rely on sponsors to keep producing these videos. We've personally used and worked with Ground News for years, and they've stepped up every time we needed support. In fact, we have our own feed on Ground News. Here, you get breaking news on geopolitics and even blind spot stories that the media isn't covering. Our missions align. So I encourage you to check it out at ground.news/Caspian. I recommend subscribing to the Vantage plan. Our link gets you 40% off. Keep in mind that by subscribing, you are directly supporting our channel. Not long ago, Britain was considered one of the world's most prosperous nations and a prime destination for skilled professionals seeking to advance their careers. Today, not so much. The state is under incredible socio-economic strain, more so than people realize. 3 back-to-back geopolitical shockwaves have left it with a colossal debt.
Why is this Bolshevik scumbag still free? That's amazing. Dude, Euro chatters are so funny. I don't think I've ever been called a Bolshevik as a pejorative. I'm going to give you points for an old way of, an old terminology. Czarist chatter, yeah. Gary's Economics, a former trader from London, describes the problem perfectly. Can I post a link to his video? Do you know Gary's Economics? No. Here.
And then
he's also made Gary's mod. Wait, really? He's about to call you a pinko? That is using Bolshevik as a pejorative is so old school that saying you're a pinko commie would be infinitely more modernized as an insult in comparison, even though that is also a very old school term to use. Okay? One is like half a century old. The other is like a century old. More than a century old. Anyway, what about the hukou system in China? Doesn't that exacerbate generational poverty and class division, or is it good because everyone is in a home? Curious on your take here. I've talked about the hukou system in China before. I think they're looking to modernize and reform it at this point as well. But I'm not, it is certainly very restrictive. What is this? Why are you adding Little Bear and me? If not as pejorative, then it would be accurate-ish.
Series, Understanding Wealth Inequality and the Economy. And we're going to explain why economists don't talk about wealth inequality. Okay, so in the first 2 videos in this series, we explained firstly, what is wealth? Secondly, what is wealth inequality and why it is destroying our living standards and making people poorer. Today's video, we're going to explain if wealth inequality is so important, why is it that other economists don't talk about it? Okay, so the first reason economists don't talk about inequality is because of the way economics is taught at universities. So for those who don't know, I studied maths and economics at the London School of Economics for 3 years, my undergrad, and then I did a 2-year master's in economics at Oxford. So I've spent 5 years at elite economics departments learning economics. And I think it's important to understand the way that economics is taught at universities nowadays. So the first thing to say is, and I think this will surprise a lot of people, in economics departments, we don't talk about the housing crisis. We don't talk about why housing is unaffordable. We don't talk about falling living standards. We don't talk about why wages are falling, why it's hard to get a good job, why big cities are expensive, why...
Yeah, that's woke pussy shit. That's why. You got to think of lines and graphs, okay? You have to make sure that in the field, the entire study of economics, you can never actually think of human beings as human beings. You have to think of them as widget makers at the widget factory, okay? Because if you realize that, I don't know, like productive output and economic efficiency implies mass layoffs, for example, at the widget factory, if you start thinking about the people and their disposable income, their lives, their dreams, their children's futures, all of a sudden you're going to start arriving at a very gay and very woke conclusion that perhaps is not the best possible thing to do. Okay, they're economists, not sociologists. Okay, I'm just saying that it's a silly way to approach the problem. China says U.S. should lead Trump's proposed arms control effort. President Trump said China and Russia should have their military spending and limit nuclear weapons. You first, China said. Great. It's never going to happen.
Things like energy and food are increasingly expensive. These kind of big economic problems of our time are basically not discussed at university. So what do we do at university? The main thing is
Yeah, but the point of the graphs is so you can think objectively and make rational decisions. Yeah, the problem is those are not rational decisions. Okay? Is the point of a government or a social contract to improve everyone's lives, to improve the collective good, okay? Or is it to make sure that lines are constantly going up on a fucking graph? Yes, if you think that lines should constantly go up on a fucking graph and you believe in permanent growth of that sort, okay, then you arrive at this problem. And it's so funny because economists are wrong all the goddamn time. And then we never regard it in the same vein as like zodiac signs. We just like go, oh, well, I guess there was some issue. There was some fundamental problem that we didn't see, but it's okay. We'll just keep applying it over and over again. You know what it reminds me of? Okay. You know what it reminds me of? I've been watching Orb, right? And I think the way that capitalism and the way that we literally abide by capitalism being the norm reminds me of the fucking geocentric model in the anime Orb, and the way that so many supposed scientists, whether because of repression from the church or because of their own sunk cost, right, into this wrong model of thinking, chose to overlook an alternative vision, okay, and arrive at the goddamn truth. It is literally the same shit. Orb is an analog for capitalism. Instead of the church, we now have, an entire system designed around constantly seeking profit. And as everything is falling apart, as everything falls apart, as the previous models that we've designed that are beautiful keep failing over and over again, people still turn around and go, we just got to go back to the drawing board. It's fine. Let's not evolve our thinking at all. Let's not look outside of the pre-existing confines. It's just too scary. No alternative visions here, okay?
Do maths. So economics nowadays is a very, very heavily mathematized subject. If you don't have a very good maths A-level, you basically can't even get into university to do it. And then when you get into the university, it's just very, very, very heavily mathematical. And once you go into postgrad especially, it's extremely, phenomenally mathematical. And it's not easy maths. You're doing kind of a lot of algebra.
Marx made the observation, which is true in modern economic theory, that vulgar economists ignore the social relations that underlying the capital-labor relation. It is the organization for profit and property rights that vulgar economists ignore when discussing inequality or productivity.
A lot of simultaneous equations. But basically, it's a maths subject at this point. And it's important to say that the maths is not easy. So I had a maths and economics undergrad, and I was very good at maths as a kid. But then when I went to do my postgrad at Oxford, even though I was very good at maths, I found the maths quite difficult. And if you want to succeed, if you want to get good grades, you really, really have to spend a lot of time memorizing the maths, basically. And the context for this maths is they basically build a model, like a model economy, and everything affects everything else. So if we cut the interest rate a bit, what does that do to GDP, for example? Or if people suddenly start spending less money, trying to save more, what does that do to inflation? This kind of thing. If the government suddenly raises taxes, how does that affect the economy? And you build this kind of mathematical model. It's like a toy model, like a kind of game in a way. We raise this a little bit, that falls, this thing rises. And that's the kind of model that is basically used in modern economics. But of course, when you build a model, you can't include absolutely everything that exists in the economy. You have to make some simplifications. Some things will be included, some things will not be included. And the models which we study at universities nowadays, one of the big simplifications is that there is no inequality in the model. In fact, it's more than just that there is no inequality in the model. There is only one person in the model. So these models are what they call representative agent models. So rather than looking at 6 or 7 billion people in the world, or like 66 million people in the UK, or 300 million people in the US, they say, to make the model simpler, we are just gonna look at one representative person. So the average person in the whole economy. So all you care about is averages, right? You're just looking at one average person. And of course, if we change the distribution, if I take some wealth from you and give it to Bill Gates, or if I take some wealth from Rishi Sunak and give it to you, that changes the distribution, but it doesn't change the average. So basically, once you build this model, which only looks at the representative agent, which is the average, which is the aggregate, it's not only that there is no inequality in the model, there is not even any possibility for inequality in the model. These are models of averages, these are models of aggregates, which is why when modern economists who've been to these elite universities think about the economy, they tend to think about them in terms of averages or aggregates, so that they're obsessed with the big aggregate measurements of the economy. For example, GDP is of course the classic one, unemployment, inflation, central bank interest rates, level of government spending, level of government taxation. These are things which you can measure on an aggregate economy, but they're nothing to do with how is one person effective versus another person. As soon as you take a model and you make it representative agent, a model of the average person, this model can't say anything about distribution. It can't say anything about this group of people is winning, this group of people is losing. We can't say anything like that in these models. So I think this is really interesting, right? Because if you want to be like an influential economist in the world of policy or academia, you are going to have a PhD, right? So you're going to have 3 years undergrad, 1 year, I did 2 years master. You're going to be doing a PhD for like 3, 4, 5 years. In the US, a PhD is like 7 years. You're going to have to do like some postdoc work. And then you're going to, if you're...
You are indoctrinated into the structure, and you have an almost religious zealotry associated with defending capitalism in this process. You are indoctrinated into a pre-existing model, the one that dominates the planet, as the only way to continue. Okay? That's it. That's what it is. And I'm not like abolish college, it's bad for you, don't learn, don't read type of person. But yes, there is not a lot of diversity in terms of the readily available economic models out there beyond capitalism. The most, like, I guess, quote unquote, progressive or woke version of this that you can get at the entry level is Keynesian economics. That's it. And that is still firmly within the confines of capitalism. It's crazy. No alternative vision unless you go beyond, go beyond the introductory courses and specifically focus on that. Post-Keynesian and MMT are the most progressive schools nowadays. Yeah, but even then, well, first of all, I don't think that modern monetary theory works for countries outside of countries like the United States of America. And secondly, it still doesn't matter because it doesn't address the root cause of the inconsistency or the contradiction baked into the current system. Okay? Like I'm not the type of person who's like, oh dude, this is bullshit. It's astrology or whatever. A modern monetary theory would never work or something like that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that, well, one, you need to be a hegemonic power with sovereign currency. And two, more importantly than that, it still does not address the root cause of the problem.
Lucky to become a junior professor. So like, by the time you reach a point that you are like influential in economic policy terms, you've been studying these models for like 15 years, like something like that. And the fact that these models don't include any distribution, don't include any inequality, that doesn't explicitly say we don't think.
This is so funny. Even in my sociology masters, we didn't talk about Marx as a part of the curriculum once. Yeah, because he was the curriculum. Only a political economy class I took included his text, and that was mostly to dismiss him to move on to Austrian economist bullshit. I think a sociology major saying in our sociology master's education we didn't talk about Marx is really funny because it's all Marx. Even if they don't say that it's Marx, it's still all Marx.
Inequality is important. But what does it do to a person who has devoted most of their life to the study of economics? That study has consisted of 10, 15 years of very difficult mathematical analysis, mathematical manipulation, of very difficult, very complicated mathematical models with no inequality in them. Like, I think this is a very effective way to subconsciously convince, almost subconsciously brainwash a person into believing that inequality doesn't matter. See, you never come out and explicitly say like...
Okay, he took 7 minutes to explain that you get indoctrinated to a way of thinking if you get a PhD in economics that basically undermines the people that you're talking about in these economic models. That is crazy. I mean, this seems like a great channel. You guys all love him, but holy moly. Hasan hate watching? No, I'm not hate watching at all. It's just like... I rarely ever encounter people that are bigger yappers than me. And this man he's done it. He's done the damn thing. I've officially found a bigger yapper than myself. The more important point was the data is not broken up by income.
Inequality doesn't matter. But you say like, here's a really, really complicated game. Here's a really, really complicated mathematical model that you're going to have to spend 15, 20 years of your life understanding in absolute fine detail. And you never even explicitly mention it, but the model doesn't have inequality in it, doesn't have any distribution, doesn't have any space for that. So imagine you're that kid, you went in 18 years old, and then you spent 15 years of your life paying, locked in libraries, doing really difficult maths with no inequality. And then, first of all, whenever you think about what's wrong with the economy, you're going to go back to the stuff you studied, right? And you're going to be like, maybe the problem is the interest rate is too high, or government spending is too low, or government taxation is too high. You're going to focus on these things that were in the model. You spent 20 years studying that model. Of course, you're going to want to provide answers that are from the model that you told, the model that you've been spending 20 years of your life studying. But if somebody comes to you and says, hey, maybe the problem is inequality, maybe the problem is distribution, how's that going to affect you emotionally? What's your emotional response to that going to be? I think you're going to get like a gut instinct, which is like, no, of course it's not. It's not that. Because if it was that, why the fuck have I spent 20 years studying something that's not even in the model? And also, you kind of have a bit of professional skin in this game, right? Because if this person is right with what they're saying, that the reason the economy gets worse and worse is because of growing inequality, then you have spent 20 years of your life studying something that has nothing to say about the biggest...
It's also not that you learn that inequality is irrelevant. You learn that it's good. I don't think that econ majors learn that inequality is completely irrelevant to their models. I think they learn that inequality is a necessary good. It's a necessary, not even evil, it's a necessary good, because someone has to be coerced to take on these low-paying jobs. Someone has to be coerced, and the only possible method of coercion is that inequality. I think that it's a natural part of the paradigm, and that it's a good thing that it exists. And capitalism actually does a much better job than alternative models, because alternative models are never regarded as models that are incentivized through less alienation or higher degrees of autonomy over the means of production, but instead alternative models are advertised as force. Okay, poor people either have to go into work and work these shit jobs because they have no other way of earning their keep and putting a roof over their heads. Okay, or if that's not the case, in other structures, the only way you can get them to work is by gunpoint. Okay, ironically enough, we do plenty of that gunpoint coercive aspect of labor. Sometimes by directly destabilizing the global south, and other times by imprisoning decent chunks of our population. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. That's one of the other invisible aspects of capitalist cruelty. My boyfriend's an econ major, and he definitely thinks like this. So hard to have these conversations, especially when I was a poli-sci major and had a very different academic perspective.
Economic issue of our time. And you're a professor now at Chicago or LSE or at some fancy university, and you've got nothing to say about this. If this is true, you're in big trouble, right? So I think this is the current way that we teach economics is very, very powerful at convincing everyone who has a powerful voice in speaking about economics, in insisting, no, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it. But the end result is, most of these discussions are just, 10 people with elite university degrees talking to each other. So it's not that they even have to really deny somebody like me who says inequality is the problem. It's just never in the discussion. It's never in the discussion. It's a little bit like, who Copernicus is. Copernicus is this scientist who discovered that the Earth travels around the sun, and the Earth is just one of many planets traveling around the sun.
Oh shit!
And everybody accepts now that this is wrong.
He's literally doing the orb. He's doing the orb analogy. Yo, that's crazy. That is what I've been thinking about quite a bit, though, because I've been watching Orb. Obviously, he's not doing the orb analogy. He's doing the historical example of the real existing historical example of of someone that undermined previous ways of thinking and that was completely shut out from the conversation. And those who carried the torch of this research were actively undermined and pushed away and murdered sometimes for developing the alternative ways of thinking, which ended up being the truth, by the way. Okay, what the fuck is Orb? You keep saying Orb. Orb is an anime about a scientific development around the heliocentric model that under the watchful eye of the church. It's an anime that fictionalizes. It's an anime that fictionalizes basically the process. The manga is set in 15th century P Kingdom. People who suggest ideas in opposition to the teachings of the C religion, which is Christianity, by the way, and it's the Inquisition, such as that the earth revolves around the sun, are considered heretics and are tortured or burned at the stake. Rafal, a child prodigy with an interest in astronomy, is forced by Hubert, a scholar and heretic, to assist him in his research for the movement of the earth theory. Okay? When Nowak, an inquisitor, finds a diagram drawn by Rafal showing a heliocentric model, Hubert claims responsibility and is executed. It's one of the things that Hubert says that I really love is that there are no wrong answers, right? Like a wrong answer can still lead you to the truth. And I think that's a wonderful way to approach both the rest of this anime, and I'm not going to spoil the rest of it. This is like first and second episode shit, so shut the fuck up, chatters. But yeah, it's about how difficult it is to shatter dogmatic approaches.
Right. But before him, everybody thought that the Earth was the center of the solar system. I guess it probably wasn't called the solar system at that time, but and everything traveled around, including the sun. And they had developed these really complicated mathematical systems of making that work. And the way that works is that all the other planets, they have to do like loop the loops and spinning around. It's the only way that it works to make sense. So all of these guys spent like their whole lives working out these complicated mathematical models of how everything goes around the Earth. And then a guy came and said, actually, things don't go around the Earth. And he was, he was massively, massively attacked. Nobody wanted to accept it because you have all of these prestigious academics who've spent their whole life developing models of how things travel around the Earth. I think that's kind of basically where we are now. And if I was right in saying that these guys are just missing the big thing, what would you expect? You would expect, basically, that their models wouldn't work in the sense that they would constantly generate.
And it's funny because, like, it's obvious that the models don't work. If the models fucking worked, then we would not have a boom-bust cycle. We would not have, like, great periods of economic downturn. Like, that's the other part of this, which is that, like, when economic predictions fail, and they do quite frequently, it's not exactly invisible either. You immediately feel the long-lasting, tangible impact. But because we are so dogmatic in our approach to capitalism, and it's such a wrong answers lead you to the truth, is that how you cope with getting absolutely cooked by the debate master Jordan Lee Peterson? Jesse Lee Peterson, yes. Anyway, I fear that in times of instability, a lot of people operate in cultish ways and approach the subject by reaffirming their loyalty to the previous dogmatic ways of thinking. Dude, I love Richard Wolff. He's great, but I'm not going to listen to him talk about the dialectic of work for an hour, dude. What are we talking about? Calm down, okay? This is already long enough. Many chatters already left because they said they were fucking bored. And now you want me to listen to Richard Wolff for an hour? Like, come on. Lock in.
Incorrect predictions. And that is exactly what happens. These guys consistently generate incorrect predictions. So, I've spoken about it many times on this channel, and I'll speak about it on the next video on the course. My job was to predict interest rates. And interest rates modern economists are basically obsessed with interest rates. Before 2008, they basically thought you could solve pretty much any modern economic problem by just making sure you get that interest rate right. And if you look at the way that our economists react to financial crises and economic crises, how do they...
Guys, once again, I'm going to repeat this, but I know better than you do on what carries the attention of 30,000 individuals, okay? Please stop. Like, this already is close to the boundaries of what is allowed on this broadcast. We've probably passed that boundary from my own estimation, okay?
They react to 2008, slash the interest rate. How did they react to COVID, slash the interest rate? How did they react to the inflationary spike after COVID? Rocket the interest rate up. This is basically where our economists sit at the moment, which is the way to deal with any economic crisis is to manipulate the interest rate. So the interest rate is like their key tool that they use, basically. And yet, what are their predictions for their own interest rate like? So I was a freshman interest rate trader from 2008 until 2014. In 2008, after the financial crisis, interest rates were slashed to zero in basically the whole of the rich world. Nobody predicted that. That was a surprise. And because they believe that low interest rates are very economically stimulative, they thought that rates would come up again the next year. They didn't. They then said in 2009, well, we were wrong this year, but rates will come up next year. They didn't. In 2010, they said rates go up in 2011. They didn't. And they continued to predict rates to go up every single year up until 2020, in the middle of COVID. Every single one of those predictions were incorrect. And then they finally said in the midst of COVID, now inflation is so low and will stay so low for so long, interest rates will never go up again. And interest rates immediately went up to 5-6%. So, you know, I know when I come out and say inequality is the big thing, and you live in a world full of economists that say, oh, the problem is things to do with the interest rate, things to do with levels of government spending, things to do with levels of taxation, I can sound like a bit of a quack, basically. Why is this guy saying the problem is one thing when all of these prestigious elite economists aren't mentioning it? Well, they're an educational system which never talks about it, and their predictions are constantly wrong. Whereas if you look at my predictions and, you know,
the same goes for foreign policy as well. If you're a constant naysayer of like American imperialism, the one time where your prediction might be incorrect, maybe let's say you're Noam Chomsky and you talked about the Khmer Rouge and said, hold on, let's wait for official data to come out. They'll constantly bring that up 60 years later, okay? Or let's say you're a dumbass Twitch streamer who said Russia would never invade Ukraine. They'll constantly bring that up. You can be wrong all the time, on the other hand, as long as you are wrong alongside a pro-American imperialist position. The one time where you're wrong, on the other hand, against the American imperialist position, everyone will constantly look to that and constantly point to that to try and fucking undermine your very accurate assessment of the situation time and time again. Look no further than every single pro-Israel content creator, okay? Look no further than every single pro-Israel content creator. Every step of the way, pro-Israeli accounts that are in legacy publishers or that are in independent media have been wrong on every account. Their assessment was incorrect. Their analysis was totally wrong. And every single thing that they said about the potential, about the future of this conflict was incredibly wrong. I, on the other hand, was right every step of the way. And it's not because I have some crazy fucking future sight or whatever. It's because I was looking at previous actions. But it does not matter that they were wrong every step of the way, because they were wrong in the correct way. Okay? That's it. They were wrong in a way where it corresponded to the overall biases that a lot of other people are being socially conditioned into believing. Okay? That's it. The reason why I brought up this analogy, which is somewhat self-serving, is because the same thing happens in the field of economics. Okay? Gotta call this white guy wrong in our post-DEI? What are you talking about? Okay, man, calm down. Take an hour off, you know? Take a breather. The point is, economists are wrong all the time. They're wrong so consistently, but they're wrong within the confines of permissible, the permissible concepts. They're wrong within the confines of, they're wrong in favor of being pro-capitalism. And if you're wrong when you're pro-capitalism, then that's fine. It's, you know, some people get stuff wrong all the time. They're a part of the in-group. Okay? That's it.
You know, I correctly predicted interest rates after the 2008 crisis, but I've also correctly predicted things on this channel. If you go back and look at the first video on this channel, which we'll link in the description, I predicted in the beginning of COVID there would be an inflationary crisis, cost of living crisis, a huge spike in the stock price, the gold price, house prices, and a huge increase in inequality.
I'll give you one example, okay? Famines under socialist developing nations that want to abide by a socialist model are considered death campaigns directly caused to kill as many people as possible, okay? Regardless of what the material conditions in that country looks like, regardless of famines being a widespread problem at that point in time all around the globe, okay? It's never simply mismanagement. Although we have an abundance of food now with technological improvements, okay, there are still 14 million people that die due to famine-related issues every single year under a global capitalist structure. But why do those people die? It's not because of the system. It's not because of mismanagement when we have abundance. It's actually the individual's fault. Okay? Even when famine is man-made, deliberately created to kill people with the intent to kill people, if it is done by a capitalist superpower, then it's still not the same degree of immorality that is mismanagement under a socialist form of governance. Okay? Okay, it's not 14 million, it's 9 million every year now. My apologies. Well, at least in 2021 it was. In World of Wealth, 9 million people die every year from hunger. Okay? So what else is wrong? Science, history, academic fields filled with the smartest people in the world who have dedicated millions of hours to studying it. You sound like a right-winger denying experts. Wait, what? Brother, this is one field. And I'm saying that we have a dogmatic approach. There are alternative models out there, and we purposefully refuse to look at it out of the fear that it would undermine the current order of business in a way that is not dissimilar to previous dogmatic approaches to ways of thinking that we now understand is wrong. There's someone who is, there are a lot of powerful individuals who are slated to make money this way. They do not want to disrupt the existing hierarchy. The fastest growth in history of humanity were Soviet Union and China. Sorry, chatters, these are just facts. I mean, it's true. I'm also using analogies that pertain to your modern day existence that you can look at, because inequality exists everywhere. Okay? That's why I use the example of the neighborhood in West Virginia versus neighborhood in Connecticut. I'm using analogies that you can also comprehend. You can extrapolate from the existing inequality that you can see with your own two eyes, or inequality that you have experienced, okay, that you have lived through, and then look at a global paradigm because it works in a similar capacity.
All these things have happened. So I know it's easy to dismiss somebody, especially somebody who doesn't come from a rich, privileged background, saying the elites are wrong on this. But the elites are continually generating incorrect predictions. And I'm generating correct predictions here. So I think that what we have at the moment is essentially a broken education system in economics. But there's more to it than that. And the second reason why we don't speak about inequality in economics enough is because we have a system which aggressively takes anybody who is good at predictions out of the conversation. And to explain this, I want you to put yourself in the mind of a young 20, 21-year-old economics student, loves economics, loves the maths, studying at loads at an elite university. You graduate, whatever it is, magna cum laude or whatever, you're top of your class, and then you have to decide what you want to do with your life. So if you want to be in this conversation, if you want to be an academic, or if you want to be advisor to government, or if you want to work in public policy, you have to stay in academia. You can't just do an undergrad. You're going to have to do a master's. It's going to cost you a lot of money. You're going to do a PhD. You're going to have to work, spend money, locked in libraries. If you're lucky, you might start making money in your mid-30s. Or
9 million people dying out of 8 billion is nothing. If we're being nitpicky, is crazy, dude. It's not 9 million people dying because famine is still obviously fucking widespread and a problem that we haven't solved. It's 9 million people dying from hunger out of 8 billion at a time of abundance. Okay? This cannot be seen as anything but an act of sheer cruelty. The only problem here is that it is not profitable. Okay? It's simply not profitable. That's it. It's a logistics problem. That's a crazy way to approach 9 million people dying every year. That's incredible. If you can cast aside 9 million people dying every year, then honestly, you can agree to a lot of stuff, you know? A post-Keynesian Marxist-leaning economist was said to be wrong about sellers' inflation where prices rise because of short-term profit-seeking. What if we're thinking about inflation all wrong? Isabella Weber's heterodox ideas about government price controls are transforming policy in the United States and across Europe. Your window is closing. No, it's not. You've read your last free article, you freeloader. 8 billion people don't die every year? Wait, what? Yeah, they don't. I agree. The entire population of the planet don't die every year. You've read your last free article, bucko.
Or you can go into the sea. Not only does it pay you way, way, way more, but it gives you the opportunity to prove, look, I'm good because I can make predictions. And academia doesn't really care if you can make good predictions. So one thing which was really clear to me in my time in the city and my time in academia is if you're really, really good, you want to be in the city. Because if you're making good predictions, you will be recognized, you'll be paid, and everybody will know that is the guy over there who is right, because they're really aggressively analyzing who is the guy who's making good predictions. They're tracking that and they're paying that.
But if the field of economics is so bad and gets everything wrong, then why do corporations and institutions crave elite economists so much? Wait, what? Dude, I don't think you understand. They are operating within the confines of the pre-existing system. Yes, it's a self-reinforcing cycle. That's the entire point of his video, by the way. Like, you misunderstood the entire point of the video from an econ expert, by the way. This is a person who does have the qualifications that you demand. And your reaction to this, your immediate antagonistic reaction to this, is ironically the point that he's also making, which is that any kind of heterodox thinking is immediately cast aside by those who have obviously sunk a lot of time into thinking this way, and even those who have sunk no time into this way, but have basically decided through all of the social conditioning that this is the best possible fucking way of going forward. That's it. Also, I think you're mistaken like economists for, quants or like actual math majors, who I think even have a more soulless approach to the process somehow.
Whereas when I went back to academia in 2017, I had, my first lecture at Oxford, and it was about interest rates. And I thought, this is really interesting, right? This is the thing which we've predicted really badly for 10, 15 years. This is the specific area I worked in. This is the area I'm an expert on. Like, it's really interesting, right? Like, if you are at elite university and you're studying something really important, and we've been wrong about it for at that time it was 10 years, now it's more like 15 years. This is interesting, right? This is like a kind of like an unsolved problem. Like, if there's a thing that we're really bad at, we can work out why we're bad at it. So I went to the professor, I said, why do you think we've been wrong about interest rates for 10 years? And he said, no, we always knew interest rates would stay zero, which is, categorically wrong. And I went back and I showed him the data and I said, look, you've actually been wrong for 10 years. And he said, oh, that's interesting. It never went anywhere. So what this shows is, if you're good at predicting, which means you're good at working out why other people are wrong, the city will pay you. Academia won't even notice. It won't even notice. So what does this tell you about academia's ability to improve? Like, if these guys are able to be wrong year after year after year after year for 10 years and not even notice, they're not going to improve. They're not going to improve, basically. So what you have is a situation where anyone who is good and wants to make money is aggressively paid to leave. And if you're good and you stay, even if you are able to correctly identify an area where everyone is consistently wrong, they don't really care and they're not going to listen. So what kind of person stays in academia when they know that if they're good, they will do much better and get paid much better leaving academia and going into finance? Basically, people from rich families. It doesn't make sense to do that if you're not from a rich family. Like, if you have the option, I made millions of pounds in the city, and that is what paid for this flat. And when my brother needed to buy a house, I helped him. My sister's trying to buy a house, I'm helping her. Like, people from ordinary families cannot afford to make that choice if they're good. So the kind of people who stay in academia, you need to be either not good enough to get into finance, from a rich family, or basically a little bit mad. Like, and this is what happens. And
Gary's great, but his takes can be quite liberal. It's not like if we just got good economists to work with the government, then suddenly capitalism would be just fine. The system is far more self-replicating at a structural level to be changed in that way. I don't even know if he's actually saying that. Yeah, I think given that there is like some level of math involved in economics, I think one of the most damaging aspects of that has been this false reality that they also mistake economics with like hard science, when it's very clearly not. That's it. People are like, well, it's confusing and it has math, so it must be a hard science. I don't really understand. Based on what he's saying about not needing / wanting to improve, it sounds like the idea that people not wanting to return to shopping carts, there's no reward for returning one, but what? It's neoliberalism that started pushing its view of the economy as some objective truth. Before that, it was way more diverse and everyone understood that it's mostly social science.
You have this system which kind of brainwashes people into saying inequality doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. Doesn't listen to people who are right and have who are demonstrably better in their predictions, and aggressively takes everybody who's half good out of the conversation.
I mean, I think one of the classic things that Noam Chomsky has talked about in terms of like the field of economics being designed around a lie is the notion of the rational actor principle, when there is a multi-billion-dollar industry dedicated to making irrational choices, making consumers engage in irrational choices to begin with. Like, that in and of itself is a fairly simple way to attack the argument.
You go into finance. Obviously, then once you're in finance, you can make a lot of money making predictions, but you're not allowed to speak publicly. So when I was a trader, I was making a lot of money betting that inequality would devastate living standards and keep interest rates low and push house prices up and push stock prices up and push inequality up further. But I wasn't allowed to say anything about these things. I had another point which I need to make on this. So the third reason economists don't talk about inequality is that pretty much all powerful, influential economists are quite rich. They're quite rich. They're generally from rich families. If they weren't from rich families, they probably wouldn't have stayed in academia. Economics has the worst social representation of like different social classes of any subject in the big American universities. So you have rich people who've gone in to study this subject. They probably don't need money, otherwise they would have gone into finance. And then they get paid to work for a think tank or work for a newspaper, and they themselves are quite rich and comfortable. The people who pay them are probably quite rich. They're heavily incentivized not to talk about inequality, right? It's in a quite obvious way, which is when somebody is rich and comfortable, they want to keep things the way they are. You know, when you talk about a crisis of inequality, it hurts most people quite badly because wealth tends to concentrate at the very top. But there's a sort of, you know, the top 1%, especially top 0.1%, does really, really well. But there's like 5 or 6% at the top that benefit from that. And these guys include basically any economist with a voice. So economists are wealthy. They don't want to talk about inequality. They've got a massive amount of skin in the game saying that inequality doesn't matter. 20 years, 30 years of education studying something which has nothing to say about inequality. They need this to not be a problem. Okay, so to conclude, why do economists not talk about inequality? Primarily, it comes from an education system which completely neglects to discuss it, which means that anyone who is involved in this discussion has studied for 20 years without ever talking about this. So it basically indoctrinates them into believing this is not a problem. And also they have a massive incentive in pushing that, because otherwise their education is a waste of time. It's rich people, it works for them and their class interests. Anyone who is really good at this is paid out of the game and paid to keep their mouth shut. So basically they're not going to fix this. So what does that mean? I'm filming this video at the back end of 2024. We had an election this year in the UK where the centre-left Labour Party beat the centre-right Conservative Party. And I think people often think that the reason that politicians do nothing about inequality is because they're representing their own interests. It's important to recognise there's kind of this whole class of slightly self-serving, slightly idiotic, very posh, very rich economists that are holding this up. And they're going to do nothing about inequality. Inequality will get worse and worse. Living standards for ordinary people will fall, and these people are not going to stop it. So the responsibility has to fall upon ordinary people themselves to stop it. When I first started talking about these things publicly in 2020, I was writing articles for newspapers. I wrote an article for The Guardian, and those articles are mainly being read by quite posh, quite privileged, quite rich people. And I was convinced that we were not going to get positive change by talking to the group of people who benefit from the growth in inequality. So I made consciously the switch to YouTube to try to convince ordinary people they need to do something. And that's why we're doing this channel. So I would encourage people to support, keep watching these videos. I think the next video we will do on this will be a little bit talking about my personal experience and how I came to become convinced that inequality was the problem. And then we'll keep doing...
I don't get all the Trump hate. I think his hair is pretty cool. Don't worry, we're going to get back to the Trump slop in a second. I just wanted to take this brief sidestep, but... Well, here is Tom Homan, the grotesque and certainly not corrupt New York Mayor Eric Adams. What's very funny is my first stream was a debate with a former mod of yours on the $15 minimum wage. He argued that it was economically illiterate. I responded by citing an economic study that won the Nobel Prize in economics 2 years later, showing increased minimum wages do not cause job loss as normal economics believed. Yeah, inevitably those models also find a way. It's just that it's too late, and most people just avoid looking at that even when it's too late. All right. Let's get to Tom Homan. As you guys know, Eric Adams, Erik Turanoğlu, okay, Erik Adamoğlu, a Turkish national, was popped by the Southern District of New York for doing a quid pro quo, pay for play scheme, and offering benefits to the Turkish government by envoys for getting cheap or subsidized first-class tickets from Turkish Airlines, and also hotels in Istanbul. The New York of America, Istanbul. Okay? Now Eric Adams, being the corrupt cop that he is, was experiencing a little bit of scrutiny from the federal, or at least state, law enforcement apparatus. But thank God for him, Donald Trump, the Great White Hope, came in, and that man knows the art of the deal, and forced the Department of Justice to drop the case on Eric Adams for his loyal cooperation with the administration's anti-immigrant agenda. Now, they kept saying it's not because Eric Adams is going to play ball with ICE in the sanctuary city of New York and allow ICE show on Fox on how they're cooperating with the Trump administration.
It has been a very busy week.
The government is Turkifying at an alarming rate.
For New York City Mayor Eric Adams, the Department of Justice earlier this week dropped corruption charges against him. And yesterday, he met with border czar Tom Homan about the next steps in fighting New York City's migrant crisis.
How'd it go? Well, Mayor Adams and Tom Homan join us right now. Guys, great to see you.
Great
Morning
to see you.
together.
Thank you so much.
Make some news. Mr. Mayor, from your perspective, how did this meeting go? Why was it necessary?
Good. I think that, and Tom could speak for himself, I think he had a real level of frustration, and he was trying to figure out, hey, what's going on, Eric, what is happening? And we were able to get in the room and really articulate what are my powers, what are my authorities, and what are some of the things that we need to legislatively address that is preventing us from doing what we want to do, and that is getting dangerous people off our streets.
Right. And Tom Homan, as you know, Mayor, a couple days ago said he was angry at you in New York City because it sounds like last time you guys got together over at Gracie Mansion, you probably said some stuff. Maybe we'd like to do this and that. And I think Mr. Homan, and Tom, you could start with this. You were frustrated that he wasn't doing enough. He wasn't keeping up his end of the deal.
Well, look, you know, I've been on that network for 4 years, and I've called the mayor out many times for not stepping up when it comes to public safety threats. But I tell you, when I sat down with him, I saw the cop in him. And he really does want to do the right thing because he is a cop. He's a lifelong cop. And so he wants to help take public safety threats.
Like, this is automatically bad for me. But in the bizarro world of Fox, when this monstrous piece of shit refers to corrupt cop Mayor Eric Adams as he's got that cop in him, it's seen as a overall positive. Good stuff. Future of the Democratic Party, according to Matt Iglesias, boys.
Off the street to New York, making New York safer. He also wants to help find these missing children. We got 300,000 missing children. That many of them are here in this city. We know that. We got to find them, and we'll be working with his intelligence division, his officers, to save these children because many of these children are in forced sex trafficking, many are in forced labor. We need to save them, and I think everybody can agree to that. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on.
Yeah, and people want to hijack this narrative and turn it into a political narrative where we're saying we need to have public safety. I requested the meeting. I reached out to his team and said, we want to sit down. This has been an issue I was talking about before the election, spring of 2022. You look at these quotes over and over again. We need to go after these dangerous people in our street. And now I have someone that understands that narrative, and we are fighting together to get it done.
I know Tom has been on our network so many times saying he felt like ICE's hands were tied under the last administration. You've agreed to sign an executive order to open up an ICE office at Rikers Island so that these dangerous criminals that are here illegally can be deported. Tell the folks at home, because they'll hear this, they'll say, oh, they're going to come after me next. You said these are the worst of the worst. So who is at Rikers Island that will be deported? What have they done?
And you bring in 2 points where the far left has hijacked this narrative. ICE is running in our schools. ICE is running in our churches. And they are creating
Tom's looking at him like, no, we are running in the schools. Don't tell him that.
In this frenzy. They're not in the business of just grabbing children. And we need to,
Yeah, the far left is in the business of saying what Tom Homan has been saying. Like repeating statements by the homunculus standing next to me.
Just stop all this noise. Rikers Island, particularly after all the reforms, Rikers Island is now having some of the most dangerous people in our city. And by having ICE on Rikers Island, part of our gang intelligence, using our intel with NYPD correction officers, we could identify those gangs inside and outside on the street. There was no reason they were removed from.
Wow, this is amazing. A former Obama immigration official talking to the Democratic mayor of New York City. Way more Democrats than you see on an MSNBC show. That is kind of true. MSNBC is riddled to the brim with fucking former Bush officials.
On Rikers Island. And as I sat down with Tom earlier, I said that we're going to look at all the legalese. I'm able to do an executive order to put them back on Rikers Island, what they should be with part of our criminal justice apparatus.
You have a left-wing legislature. Everybody knows it. And for some reason, nobody votes in New York, so the same left-wingers get in every time. But if you had your druthers, would New York City be a sanctuary city?
what we will always be. This has always been a city of immigrants.
So you think it should be?
No. Let me explain, because this is what's getting conflated all the time. Where the sanctuary city is stated that if you're in this city and you're paying taxes, you should have access to the services. What I asked the city council to do, change the bill that was already in place and modify it, that if you are committing a crime, that we should be able to collaborate with ICE, even on civil enforcement.
Dog, that's literally the opposite of a sanctuary city. That's the whole point. The point of a sanctuary city is that you don't fucking instill fear in the heart of undocumented migrants by saying if they talk to the cops, there is a existing longstanding agreement that they will talk to the ICE officers and therefore they will collaborate with law enforcement. People forget that the sanctuary city process was not designed by the woke radlibs or whatever. It was cops that wanted sanctuary cities because whenever crime took place in undocumented neighborhoods, they couldn't prosecute it at all because everyone was understandably worried about talking to police.
If you have committed a crime, that part of the bill is wrong. But everyday people who are here until they're moving to be documented, if they are going to school, working, paying taxes, then they should be able to provide police services, hospital services. Children should go to school. That is what we're saying.
You don't agree with that, Tom?
I don't agree. I think sanctuaries are sanctuary criminals. But we walked out of the meeting yesterday, and getting back in Rikers Island is a game changer. We can get, not only we...
He's just so horny. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I'll take anything I can get.
Get the bad guys before they hit the street. The intelligence of how the TDA operates, where they're operating, all this intelligence they gather at Rikers Island, we'll have access to. But no, I'm strictly against sanctuary city status just because I think sanctuaries are for criminals.
Right.
And
they're a magnet.
But the beauty here is that we're allowed to disagree.
Right.
But we do agree on the fundamental that no matter who you are, it should be saved. So that's what people are missing. My life is sitting down with people I don't agree with 100% of the time. I don't agree with myself 100% of the time.
I don't agree with myself 100% of the time. He's so awesome. God, I wish he wasn't such a piece of shit. I love, like, that's such a funny fucking line, dude. That's a hilarious thing to say.
But when Tom and I are in a room, we're both saying one thing. No matter who you are, if you're hurting innocent people in this city and in this country, you don't have a right to be in our country.
Well, here's the thing. You can disagree on things, but Tom has made it very clear that if a politician stands in the way of the federal government executing the law, they are going to bring charges against people like you. And in fact, we've seen the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, go after officials already. So was that part of the conversation yesterday?
No, I didn't think it needed to be. I mean, we talked very frankly about, first of all, getting to Rikers Island, step one. That's the first step. We're working on some other things that we don't really want to talk about in open air just because the city council will be putting roadblocks up on us. But the mayor and me have committed to several other things to make this city safer. Further collaboration. Again, city council.
He's such a cock. It's so funny that they can basically sit there and undermine him. Not that he fucking cares personally about like protecting otherwise law-abiding migrants, but it is pretty funny that they can just sit his ass down because he's a criminal, because of his corruption, and just basically make him say whatever he wants, and the cooperative aspects will remain the same.
I don't like him. I think, and Mayor Adams, he's dealing with these sanctuary law, right? That an EO can't override.
Right.
So we're working on some things to work around some of these things. So we can
You're
get some
being
things
careful
done.
the way you describe it.
I've got to be very careful because the city council, they hate me, right? The city council, they don't want immigration enforcement in this city. So we got to make sure that we collaborate in a smart way so we can get more bad guys off the street.
Yeah. That's the goal. And you said something that's very interesting. You said that elected officials who are standing in the way like me. Let's be clear. I'm not standing in the way. I'm collaborating against so many others that don't want to collaborate.
Well, now you're collaborating.
Like I said, go back to spring of 2022, I was saying we need to get dangerous people off our streets.
But it wasn't happening.
Amazing. How likely he gets reelected? Oh, no shot. He really just said, let's be clear, I sold out. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny that they're bullying him. Like, they're not even, it's pretty funny that they're not even, like, maintaining the aesthetics of Eric Adams doing this from his own personal change of opinion or whatever. They're just straight up like, well, you're kind of forced to do this, huh? You bitch. They're humiliating him. Amazing.
Is that true? We dropped crime in this city at remarkable levels.
Did you help ICE?
In the level of enforcement for criminal actions, yes. The law says, Eric, you cannot do it for civil enforcement. But for criminal actions, yes. The police...
So what's different then in this new collaborative agenda then? You just said, you know, we're just working to get the criminals off the streets.
Department, we have increased the number of officers assigned to our task force. Every morning we meet with our HIDA representatives, city, state, and federal level. Public safety, number one. I've always pursued this. Everyone knows that's
now,
what
Mr.
I
Mayor,
stand.
what is City Council, what are they saying about you wanting to change the wording where we could go after the illegals, even if they're paying taxes, if they commit a crime? Because I saw Vicky Palladino. I know she's a New York City Councilwoman. She's a Republican. And then Robert Holden is a moderate Democrat.
Both of them, if you were to talk to them about that change, they would tell you we agree with Eric.
Okay.
But the overwhelming number of council members who have made it clear that they're not going to modify that law.
Why? What is their reason? Why would they?
I don't know. Maybe because they understand that New York City is a city entirely comprised of immigrants, and that having a bunch of potato sacks with Gestapo badges running wild on the fucking streets is probably not great for commerce, probably not great for public safety. Why won't they let us hunt down these bad actors?
They protect the criminal.
Well, I think that you look at many of the policies that I put in place. Put in my anti-gun union, 20,000 guns removed off the street, put in 1,000 cops back.
Oh, they hate that too. Well, don't you think New Yorkers need to defend themselves since you're not doing it, Eric? It's funny because they're not even saying like Mr. Adams or Mr. Mayor. They're just like Eric. They're hitting him with the Eric.
The subway system to bring down crime. All of these initiatives that I do around public safety, it's a constant fight with them because I think many people are articulating their personal reasons and not the feeling that the city has. 78% of New Yorkers stand with me, stand with what Tom is doing about getting these dangerous individuals.
But the problem is we don't know they're dangerous till they kill. Like that guy that put this woman on fire because she fell asleep in the...
The problem is we don't know if they're dangerous until they kill, which is why we have to deport all migrants, is an insane thing to say. But that is now the official line. Like that is, the problem is we don't know if all white men, white boys, white teenagers going to school are going to become school shooters. So what we have to do is eliminate white boys in school would be a ridiculous thing to say. Overwhelming majority of violent crimes are done by men. We don't know if the next man you encounter is going to be a violent one, so we have to pre-fire and kill all men would be a ridiculous fucking argument. So why would you make that argument about undocumented migrants that come from literally, and just not undocumented. I'm not even going to say undocumented migrants anymore because it's also documented migrants too. They come from all different walks of life, from every other part of the fucking planet. And these guys think that they are a monolithic force of evil, despite the fact that data shows the exact opposite.
The subway. He didn't have a criminal. He didn't have a record. But when after he lit up the women on fire, now he's a problem. He didn't belong here. Same thing with Laken Riley's killer.
Yeah, dumbass. That's how what do you mean? That's how the law works, dude. What the fuck? Like, why can't we do enforcement before someone is guilty of a crime is an insane statement. Like, he's just literally saying, why can't we be fucking racist and deport everyone guilty without trial so that we can lower the crime rate? Even though if they did that, that wouldn't actually lower the crime rate because they're not responsible for a larger share of crimes. These guys hyper focus on a minuscule sliver of crime and then turn around and fucking claim that like everyone is doing it. My entire family's first-gen immigrants. Not everyone was able to come legally right away, but they've always been hardworking people. To have that idea imposed onto an entire group is just dangerous. It is so dangerous. It is full-blown Nazi shit. Talking with your mouth full makes you sound like Tom Homan. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. Maybe the dumbass Republicans that come in here will like me better if I sound like a fucking stroke victim who's really drunk as well. Like,
who was housed here, went to Georgia and killed. So even though you say, well, we want to be open to people, we don't know these guys are criminals until they act, and then it's too late. Then they become a problem.
Well,
but if they never got here, there wouldn't be a problem.
And that's what's good about what we're doing right now, what Tom, the border czar, has done. I've said it over and over again. We need to control our borders and not allow people to come into the country, gang members coming into the country, people who are here to commit crime. I think what we've witnessed the border czar has done, we have seen a substantial decrease in that flow.
Tom, you know the NYPD. How frustrated are they that they can't fully have your back, be able to tell them exactly where these guys are, be able to go into these raids with you?
Oh, they're frustrated. I mean, the NYPD wants to protect their streets too, and they want to enforce the law, and they want to collaborate with us. I mean, I don't think I met a single uniform in the 4 years I've been coming to the studio that sit out front. I shake everyone their hands. We had dinner with officers last night, not only from NYPD. We had dinner with officers from Newark and from Philadelphia. We had a whole table full of officers that want to do the right thing. They want to collaborate with us. But
they're so horny for violence. They're like, come on, we're fantasizing about it. They're fucking fire. Wow, they really want to do enforcement. They really want to do Gestapo stuff, but it's just crazy because, like, the woke police don't let them do it.
I think yesterday's meeting, I came to New York City, I wasn't going to leave out nothing.
Right.
I did the last time, and I told them I'm not leaving until I got something. And we're back into Rikers, that's huge, but we got other things we're working on, so I'm hoping, and now I got him on the couch in front of me.
He's like, yeah, I'm going to make this motherfucker also let me into the schools. That's what I'm going to do, because I want that. That's where the undocumented migrants are.
It's the people, he can't back waving this now, right? So I think you're going to see things move in the right direction. I really, truly believe that.
And we don't want to give the false impression that there's no collaboration around criminal justice. We collaborated with ICE to take down a very dangerous gang member who was trying to put grenades in our city, caught with a gun. So there's real collaboration with HIDA, our criminal justice apparatus on the city, state, and federal level.
Wait a minute. So when someone actually is doing like what amounts to an act of terror, let's say he's not lying, okay? So it feels like there's a justifiable level of violence that allows local law enforcement to actively collaborate with the federal law enforcement agencies. So what is Tom Homan looking for, really? Yeah, no shit. If an undocumented migrant that is also a gang member is putting fucking grenades in New York City, then there is going to be an active investigation that requires federal law enforcement, the ATF, and numerous other agencies to cooperate with one another, Chad. My point is, this is how it fucking has always worked, okay? That's not what Tom Homan wants. He wants to go into the schools. That's what he wants. People, I don't think, understand. They are talking about hyper-specific edge cases that certainly exist in every society where there is already active law enforcement collaboration within federal agencies. They're pointing to that as though there was no previous enforcement of such things and no previous collaboration, while simultaneously admitting that there was previous collaboration, okay, to justify doing dragnets. Assume a position that is defensible to do the indefensible. Lying. That's it. That's what they're doing. They're lying when they say, oh, well, there are really violent, unimaginably violent criminals out there that require enforcement. And then when they give an example, you're like, oh, yeah, of course that person needs to be fucking prosecuted. Like, what are we talking about? But in practice, what they're doing is greatly extending the protocols of deportation to people that aren't doing any of those things. People are just like living their daily, regular ass lives.
We want ICE to come and be a part of that meeting as well.
Well, Mayor, let's talk a little bit about, you've been in the news all week.
Yes.
The Department of Justice dropped the criminal corruption charges against you. The U.S. attorney here in New York City, the Southern District, she quit yesterday, the acting U.S. attorney. And so did 5 members of the Department of Justice because they felt like being forced by the Department of Justice to drop the corruption charges was inappropriate and they should not have asked. And what she said was, you offered to help with the migration problem and the immigration agenda in exchange for the case being dropped.
Think about that. Think about that. Think about my attorney, Alex Spira, one of the top trial attorneys in the country. Imagine him going inside saying that the only way Mayor Adams is going to assist in immigration, which I was calling for since 2022, is if you drop the charges. That's quid pro quo. That's a crime.
Why is he walking us through the steps of what happened? We don't have to imagine it. Why are you making us imagine it again? That is literally what happened. It's weird that he is demanding you close your eyes and imagine exactly what happened. But if you listen to him, he's implying that that is not what happened. But since it is what happened, it's almost like he's saying, look, I got away with it. Just close your eyes and imagine how stupid you must be to let me get away with it. He's doing a literal if I did it style book release right here. Like he's fucking OJ Simpson, you know? He's pulling an OJ. It's crazy.
Crime. It took her 3 weeks to report in front of her a criminal action. Right. Come on, this is silly.
So, he said that we're not saying. They said when they gave you when they dropped the charges, it says it's not because we think he's innocent. It says we think that it affects elections. It's going to affect his re-election, and we think that that was wrong.
I'm sorry, who said that?
When the Department of Justice dropped the charges, they said it's not because they think the charges were unjust or that you're innocent, but they were doing it because with the charges they feel affected an election.
No, go deeper into what they wrote. They articulated exactly weaponization. When you looked at legroom turning into bribery because I asked for a governmental entity to do a building.
Wait, now he's just explaining the details of how he did his quid pro quo. Wait, what the fuck? Why is he explaining? Okay, dude, what is happening right now? He's just basically describing why he was popped. Oh, it's just leg room for, you know, allowing the Turkish embassy to not go through fire safety inspection. Like, who cares?
Inspection. We need to be clear on the root of all of this. And the
Turkish embassy.
Exactly. The, main justice, I learned so much through this whole process. They review cases to determine moving forward or not, as my attorney articulated. But so we look at the heart of what I was being charged with as the mayor. I was the borough president at the time. Not say pass someone. Can you do an inspection?
Tom, you're friends with the president, obviously. You came out of retirement, twice to go work for him and not making nearly as much money. Hope your wife's okay with that. But we appreciate you because you're fighting for this country and keep it up. But you talked to the president. The president was asked if this was quid pro quo, if he had anything to do with it, and he said he didn't.
No, I believe the president. And look, the president's doing a great job. And I want to say this. Look, I worked for 6 presidents. I think President Trump's the greatest president of my lifetime. He proves it every day. Every day he proves to me.
Obama give this guy a medal. President Barack Obama, I repeat, President Barack Obama gave this fucking demon a goddamn medal. Open your mouth when you speak, you fat ogre fuck. I can't tell if you're talking to me or Tom Homan. But I will tell you that I'm trying to be more like him. I'm trying to be more like him so that Republicans like me more.
Why he is the greatest president of my lifetime. Border numbers are down over 90% in 3 weeks.
Think about that.
And I worked hard at it. Christy Nolan's working hard at it. The border, the chief of patrol agent working hard at it. But it was President Trump's executive orders that was a game changer, right? And we already got over almost 16,000 people we arrested in the interior. That's 3 times more than Joe Biden had a year from now. But it's not enough. We got to do more. But President Trump's leadership, when you get 90% less people coming across the border, how many women aren't being raped by the cartels? How many children aren't drowning? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked in this country? President Trump's a game changer, and every day I'll say it 100 times. Every day he proves to me why he's the greatest president of my lifetime. What he's done.
And Tom, one of the reasons, in addition to not interfering with your election coming up, one of the other things was they needed you to essentially assist Tom with the migration problem here in New York City.
And what does that look like?
When our beautiful ICE agents are running around arresting otherwise law-abiding abuelas, they have their hands filled with trying to do detentions for otherwise law-abiding citizens. So they don't have enough time to do rapes. This is how we're lowering the instances of sexual assault. For every ICE agent that arrests and detains and does paperwork for arresting a 15-year-old Guatemalan, that ICE agent is not doing a rape in the interior. That ICE agent is too busy doing paperwork, so he can't beat his wife. This is how we're saving the nation.
Because people didn't understand what that looks like. What that looks like, as I say, every morning we meet with hideouts.
Right.
Federal, state, and city law enforcement agencies.
Which we now have a seat at the table on.
Exactly.
Well,
that was another thing we
But
walked
that's
away.
good, and that's good because, as you know, Mayor, the way this particular case is being handled right now, they can refile the charges at any time. If you don't help them, they could refile the charges. And
That's not what they said. That's not what they.
They can refile the charges.
No.
Right?
First of all, I don't get into the legalese. I have an attorney to do that, and I pay a lot for that. What we need to be clear on, if the mayor of the city of New York is unable to collaborate, deal with intelligence information, sit down with my state and federal agencies and sit down to coordinate for public safety, we're still under the terrorist threat.
What are you talking about? Then the normal process is you're supposed to resign in disgrace. Yeah, that's the point. Yes, if you are a criminal and you've done a crime and they caught you dead to rights, under normal circumstances, there should be some mechanism, or at least like some kind of personal interest in self-preservation, where you go, okay, I got in the interest of the greater public good, I am no longer going to do this job anymore. He's like, oh, well, I can't do my job if like I'm considered a criminal. Yeah, well, then don't do the fucking corruption. Like, what do you mean? Like, does New York fall apart without this man running the fucking city? Is that what it is? He's like, you don't understand. No one else can be mayor of this city. Anyway, great
We still
stuff.
having illegal gangs in our community that's bringing about destruction that ICE is attempting to weed out. If I can't coordinate that, that's a public safety issue, and we should put public safety first.
Governor Hochul said last night with Rachel Maddow that she would consider removing you. How would you feel about that?
She has her role, I have my role. And throughout this entire ordeal, which I think no American should have to go through, the torment of 15 months that my family and I had to endure for something I didn't do. I didn't do anything wrong. Throughout the entire ordeal, I said one thing. My attorney will handle the legal part. I'm going to handle running the city. We return jobs to our city. Our city is getting safer. We're building housing. I think that this is a great American narrative where I stood focused on what I was elected to do.
I want you to address the
Look, Governor Hochul is an embarrassment to the position she holds. She stands on media after someone's burned alive on a subway. She stands in front of TV camera and says, I think criminal aliens should be removed too. But she's got the green light law. The men and women of ICE and Border Patrol, when they pull a vehicle over, law enforcement, you're in law enforcement your whole career. What's the first thing you would do? You run the license plate number. Are these wanted? Is there a warrant for these people? Who are they? Are they dangerous? Is that car stolen? All these things, right? Do you know ICE and CBP can't run DMV data on New York State license plate? So they're pulling over people not even know who the hell they are.
Is that the green light law?
The green light law. So she, on one point, she's saying, well, I think criminals should be removed too, but then she locks us out of DMV data. That'd be like us locking officers out of the NCIC, the Fed zone. Would we do that?
Yeah, that's because they don't want you to. That is because they don't want you to fucking operate within New York State, you dumb fuck. That's the whole purpose. It is to ensure, to the best of their ability, that you cannot operate. Because, hey, guess what? New York has its own law enforcement agencies. Okay? It's not like New York is a lawless hellhole, no matter how hard Fox and Friends tries to claim it is. Why the fuck are you working in New York City? Why are you pulling anybody over in New York State? What is happening? Well, I guess they have Canada, the Canadian border, that also is apparently pervasive and porous with fentanyl and crime. Those goddamn Canadians bringing in their Canuck criminals into our country to do crimes and fucking, I don't know, become right-wing political commentators who are very well funded.
No, because officer safety is paramount. She's putting the men and women at ICE at risk every day. The job's already dangerous. So Governor Hochul, she needs to be removed. Everybody needs to be removed. Needs to be her. She supports sanctuary policies.
I don't know anyone who thinks she's doing a good job. She's an embarrassment. It's hard for me to be impartial on that.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. The migrant shelter, it's this called a mega migrant shelter that's going to be built in the Bronx. We interviewed a representative from the Bronx, and he said he talks to everyone on the street. Not one person wants that facility built. What's the status on that? Is there any way we can...
That's a great. You know what's interesting? If I go to anywhere in the city, when I had 220,000 migrants here, anywhere in the city, and ask who would like a shelter there, not one elected would raise their hand. And then you ask them the next question: how many of you went to Washington D.C. under the previous administration and said you need to stop this? I took 10 trips there. So you cannot represent your concern merely from the sterilized environment of your office space. They should have been with us saying we need to stop this flow, and they weren't. And so the shelters have to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how long is the federal government going to be paying for the Roosevelt Hotel or any of these other sanctuary hotels?
We're continuing to close them down because of the job that we did. 180,000 out of our system. We closed down Floyd Bentonville.
So one at a time, you're closing them down?
No, more than one at a time. We have to close down as the population decrease. We put in place a 30 and 60-day plan. No one can stay longer than that.
Because your president that you were working for and what worked for his reelection let that happen and didn't take your phone calls when you asked for help.
100%.
He
I agree.
iced you out. So
right.
you're gonna have
They only let Eric Adams have some breathing room in terms of his crimes of not killing every migrant immediately in the state of New York when he shits on Joe Biden. That's the only time where they're not like, that's the only time where they're like, yes, Mr. Mayor, good. Aside from that, every time he opens his fucking mouth, they're like, shut the fuck up, bitch. You love migrants. You want migrants to do rapes, unlimited rapes in New York. You better shut your bitch ass up, Mayor. The U.S. Army is going dark woke. U.S. Army is elected to protect its trans troops over Donald Trump's bigoted orders to strip them of medical care. Woke coup tonight, Queen. At this time, do not initiate any medical board or adverse personnel actions solely related to transgender status. Policy and implementation guidance related to current executive orders will be published when available. Until further guidance is issued and consistent with the protections of HIPAA and the Privacy Act, do not access or utilize medical or personnel systems or records specifically to identify transgender soldiers. Any soldier currently under medical care for gender dysphoria or transition will continue to receive medical treatment consistent with the standard of care. That's right. Hoorah! We're doing a goddamn woke transgender coup, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Milley is alive and well. I repeat, Marxist, Stalinist Mark Milley is alive and well. He is not going to stop until every military member, every goddamn soldier is transgender. Let's go. Hooah! Comrade Milley, I've tactically ascertained that you have a girl penis. And your ass is going to tactically keep receiving deployments of HRT. U.S. Army says it will bar transgender people from enlisting and stop giving gender-affirming care to troops. I don't know. I don't know why it says this. Oh, because the other thing that we just saw is a secret. I think it's a document that came after this news story came out. It's so funny to be like, hey, by the way, the military is experiencing a dire recruitment crisis, which is why we should just fire a chunk of the military, like people that joined specifically to get health care, which is one of the only reasons why you joined the military to begin with, aside from, getting a college degree. It's like, dude, you have a significant hiring crisis. In the absence of another 9/11, okay, you're not going to fix this problem. The poverty draft is not cutting it. They obviously see trans people as far too valuable to be on the front lines. They love and protect them. Yeah. Foreign Minister Wang Yi at the MSC, the Munich Security Conference in 2025. China is committed to a multipolar world.
It had only 51 member states. Today.
Okay, when he says that, though, that's a threat. You understand that? Because America is committed to a unipolar world. Singular polarity. One pole. American pole. Okay? So when they say this, reasonable people look at that and go, oh, okay, great. They're not trying to dominate us. Actually, there's no reasonable people. Everybody looks at this and goes, they want to dominate us. Okay? Also, wait, what is this? All staff, in light of recent events, until further notice, I'm directing all staff, operation personnel, cabinet members, and the White House visitors to stop using the word felon while inside the White House. No, this isn't real. No shot, dude. This is fake. No, this is definitely fake. Get out of here. It's so stupid. Oh, here, this was another Korean Marxist professor.
Children want to work. These people want to employ them. What is your problem? It's not like these people kidnap these children.
He always
use
says,
them
I've watched this video before.
as slave labor. Yes. So actually, in the 19th century, a lot of respectable people were in favor of child labor. Today, I do not know any person who says we need to bring back child labor to make America.
Yeah, my man is never actually. First of all, my man, let me tell you, okay? Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the great governor of the wonderful state of, I believe, which state is Sarah Huckabee the governor of? Is it, I don't want to get it wrong. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, Arkansas. Our Kansas. Okay? The one and only. Sarah Huckabee has made child labor legal again in the wonderful libertarian paradise of our Kansas, also known as AR Kansas, or the AR-15 automatic rifle 15 rifle.
America a truly free market economy. But that change in position came about because of political change, changes in our ethical standard, not because someone invented an economic theory showing that we shouldn't have child labor. And so the very boundary of market is politically determined. 200 years ago, you could buy and sell people, buy and sell children's labor services, narcotic drugs, and what have you. Today, you can't. And these changes have come about because of political and ethical changes.
I think it's so cool. It's a very cool mannerism. Like putting at the end of every statement is sick. I'm not even kidding.
When the very boundary of the subject is politically determined, you cannot say that we can get rid of politics.
This man's speech mannerisms are aggressively Korean. Saying after every statement is significantly better than me saying okay after every statement. Okay, my ass is lame when I say like, you get that? Okay, he just hits a straight to the point. Anyways, teenagers or like little children. Oh my god, dude. Why are there so many chatters who all this is debate purgatory, okay? I'm sorry. This is just debate purgatory. You're asking this to be like, you're doing the actually it's a phebophilia argument for child labor. No, man, I swear. It's teenagers, okay? It's teenagers. You know, as the actually it's a phebophilia argument lovers will say, the minors that they want to fuck, okay? The minors that they consider fuckable as opposed to the other minors that they consider to not be fuckable, okay? That's what it is. When you say, actually, it's a phebophilia, that's the argument that you're making, okay? Actually, it's a phebophilia implies that there are some minors that you think are more fuckable than others. It's an insane argument to make. This would be the minors that are more productive. Some minors under the age of 18 that are more exploitable than others. You know, the baby minors that still don't have their regular hand-eye coordination. I'm not saying that false implication. I'm just a bit ND neurodivergent. No, I'm not. I'm not saying you're saying that. I initially assumed that that's what you were doing. That was the argument that you were doing. Okay, let's watch Chinese dominance instead of the foreign minister. Let's watch the guts video.
Chinese international student in my class was telling me about how his evangelical dad in Beijing believes that Trump was chosen by God to win the election, but that this victory is part of a larger divine plan to destroy the United States.
Wait, where did I hear this? This is like a meme, isn't it? I've heard this before. Didn't someone in my community tell me this? Or was it a tweet? Oh, it's a tweet.
I cannot afford eggs, therefore all immigrants must is a conclusion that some governments and people have reached throughout history, such as Germany in the 30s, America now, and Germany now as well. The reason why I like being Eastern European is because life in Eastern Europe, unironically, not even joking, fucking sucks. It is nearly impossible to live the life that a normal American or a German lives if you are from this cursed place. And on top of this, you are constantly under the threat of war from Russia or with one of your neighbors, minimum. People go to universities for 12 years to be a doctor or a dentist just to make what an American or German cashier makes in a month. And while the cost of living is cheaper, it's not like everything is $1 here and rent is $2. And normal jobs are within the range of $300 to $500 a month here. That much money isn't gonna get you far, even in fucking Dushanbe. So for me, who was raised in this bullshit place, ruined by corrupt banks and politicians, constantly looting money from people, to hear Americans complain that they can't buy eggs from their single family homes with a Ford F-150 parked out front, it was genuinely boiling me. Now, you know how it is. I made it out the hood, paid off my family's predatorish bank loans, and I'm good now. But that's because I was very lucky for the opportunity to do YouTube. The rest of my country, and around 15 or so more, are completely fucked, and most of the population lives with a dream of even making half the amount of money that an American Walmart guy makes.
Okay, the difference is your costs are still adjusted to your shitty ass wages. Like, this argument is this argument kind of falls apart when you realize that, like, again, as we looked at yesterday, like 23% of the entire existing labor force is making $25,000 a year in the United States of America, where rents are like at minimum in the shittiest circumstances, you're living in the most broken down building. You saw what the Venezuelan migrants were living in, okay? In Aurora, Colorado, we saw with our own two fucking eyes the dire conditions of the slums that they lived in. How much were they paying for said slums? $1,500 a month. $1,500 a month to live in a condition that is like barely elevated from being homeless and living under the fucking bridge. It is crazy. This country is on fucking crack cocaine, okay?
If you want to know if you can get Chinese residency now, you can look up your ancestors with today's sponsor, who is MyHeritage, the #1 family history service. MyHeritage allows you to search the 33 billion plus historical documents they have to find records of your family members. And with instant discoveries, you can add an entire branch of your heritage to your family tree with a click of a button. For example, here is my family tree, and you can find out a lot of things. For example, here I found out that all the people who were related to me that were awarded medals in the Soviet Union for their service. There were a couple guys with big gold medals, some silver, and some bronze. Either way, I know that people related to me were not just sitting on their ass all day drinking, and we actually did good in fighting World War II, which was a pretty cool discovery. You can also use MyHeritage to repair, colorize, and even animate old photos of your ancestors, such as I am here with one of mine. And all in all, it's a pretty cool service for allowing you to discover your heritage along with a bunch of historical records just by searching up your last name, and also with the Instant Discoveries tab. You can sign up.
It sucks because I can't even shit on Gatsu because he's Georgian. Like, by virtually every single metric, it is the one country, well, not the one country, but one of those countries that unironically is worse than the United States of America. You compare the United States of America to like Cuba on life expectancy. Cuban life expectancy is higher than the American life expectancy despite being a much poorer nation. Georgian life expectancy is like 70 fucking years old. So you can't even be like, well, at least your life expectancy or your literacy rates are higher. You can't say that. Georgia has an incredibly low rate of everything. No, I'm not talking about Atlanta. I don't know what Georgia beats out the United States on. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I guess their wonderful contribution to the world was a tiny man by the name of Stalin, and that's pretty much it. For a 14-day free trial and enjoy all the features MyHeritage has to offer. Wait, hold on. We're gonna find something. We're gonna fucking find something like Georgian statistics. We'll find something. Life expectancy 71.59. Oh, okay. America's like 77, so that's fucking cooked. Okay, so there's nothing there. All right. Georgian home ownership rate. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. Georgia cooks. Okay, we found it very quickly. Never mind. We found it very quickly. Okay. All right. It's 65%, which is still very low for post-Soviet countries. Okay, but at least it's higher. Wait, is this the Georgia state? Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, it says USA Facts. Hold on. Georgian country home ownership rates. Isn't U.S. home ownership like 60%? Yes, it is. Where the fuck? Okay, country comparison. Compare. Okay. Life expectancy in... Wait, what? Bro, this is not right. Inhabitants. Oh my God. Inhabitants for life expectancy for males, 67 to 75. For females, is 76 to 80. Okay. I didn't understand what was going on. I was looking at inhabitants. Average age, 38.3, 38.9. Birth rate, 13%. Death rate, 15%. Oh my God. Migration rate, 0.54%. Okay. Civil rights. Okay, these metrics are bullshit. I don't care about that. Economy. Inflation rate. Cost of living, 30% to 100%. USA being 100%. Commercial tax and contributions. Average income is $6,700. Okay. Where the fuck is the where? Hospital beds for 1,000 inhabitants. Of course, it's double the number of American. Physicians is also almost double the number of American, but not double. Okay. Rates of HIV are higher. Where's obesity? But rates of diabetes is lower. Smokers, 31%. Jesus Christ. Okay, where the fuck is the home ownership rate? Jesus Christ. Did I miss it? No, they don't have it on this. Okay, it's a cheat code. To be fair, it's a cheat code. The one thing that virtually every post-Soviet country will have over us is the home ownership rate. It stays at 93%. 93%. American home ownership rate is around 60, I think. U.S. home ownership rate is 65.6. So what did we learn about Georgia? We learned that they love to smoke cigarettes, and they all have homes. Americans, no homes.
With the link in the description and discover your family secrets. Thank you for sponsoring the video. So looking at the majority of Americans voting Trump because yeah, he's horrible to women and everyone that isn't a billionaire and also white, but he will make eggs cheaper. Just to have the egg prices rise again is absolute cinema. First of all, I know y'all don't even eat eggs. If Americans actually ate eggs and cared about egg prices, they would not have these obesity rates. You know how hard it is to be fat while eating eggs? Trump came into power and immediately started threatening not Russia, not China, not Iran, but America's very best allies. Talking about taking back the Panama Canal, taking Greenland, and fuck it, Canada too. I will not let Americans take Hoser. Critical support to Fidel Castro's son against the American regime. Not only threats, but actions too. He literally put a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, their neighbors and biggest trading partners. He's literally shooting himself in the foot because he's bored, and plus making everything more expensive for Americans, because after you get the 25% tariff, it doesn't mean everything will just be $125 instead of $100. After things get imported, the resellers and merchandisers have to take their cut on top of that. So more realistically, a 25% tariff means everything Canadian or Mexican that would cost $100 usually now would cost more like $150. Same thing with Taiwan. He wants to put tariffs on their semiconductors, a place that has only existed because of America's support, saying they would defend them from a Chinese invasion. First of all, all, we know how good America's promises are because they promised the same thing to Ukraine if they gave up their nukes. And look at their defense of Ukraine now, where they abandoned my goats to the point where Zelensky himself is saying that they haven't received 9 out of 10 pieces of equipment that was promised to them. Now Taiwan, the place where 90% of the world's chips get made that are the main parts of your car, laptop, fridge, TV, PlayStation, computer, Kindle, dishwasher, fucking literally anything electronic is being sanctioned. And if you're Taiwan, right, why would you not think, hold on, what the fuck am I risking an invasion from China just to sell to these motherfuckers that sanctioned me? As if the chip shortage in the world isn't high enough. Trust me, America did not.
I mean, JD Pondon, dude. Yeah. I'd be running over being like, listen, one China. Everybody knows this. America says it all the time. One China, baby. China number one. Okay. China has always been number one. China number one. Taiwan also part of China. Chinese Taipei, I mean.
Need this. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot for absolutely no reason. Probably because Trump is bored and also now wants to concentrate a lot of non-Americans into these camps. He wants to make concentration camps. And I'm pretty sure he will too. And guess what? With deporting immigrants.
What percentage of your workers are not U.S. born?
Yeah, the difference between this and this, by the way, was quite literally that this is a re-education camp, completely unacceptable. They weren't being fucking deported. I don't even think this is a photo from an actual like a Uyghur re-education camp, though. I think it's one of those things where people will point to it to be like, look at this photo or whatever. But I think it might have been like I don't know, but I think it might have been like a drug rehab or a prison or something. They also undoubtedly being less torture than a Texas prison. Yeah, the funniest thing about this, by the way, is that the funniest shit about like any photo from, I mean, they all look like Uyghurs, by the way, for sure. They don't look like Han Chinese at all, just so you know. But have you seen the inside of an American prison is my question, okay? Because let me fucking tell you, this right here is the classic example of, oh, they have fucking gulags over there. But when we do slave labor that is constitutionally protected, that's actually good. I found the article to the photo. U.S. accuses China of committing genocide against Uyghurs in Xinjiang. I don't think this is, I think this might not be a re-education camp. It could be. They all do look like they're Uyghur. They don't look Han Chinese at all. But Western media is known to use whatever kind of photograph they find to basically, you know. Also, the re-education camps are completely unacceptable, and they existed 100%, just so you know. Having said that, the difference between me and many people that defend the United States of America, on the other hand, is that I think this is bad, and I think the American prison conditions are also bad. Many people on the other hand, turn around and say, no, this is a specific kind of bad. You don't understand. It's very bad. American prisons, very good. We need to put more people. We need to put more people into our wonderful, cool prisons that are good. Anyway, let's continue.
Immigrants.
What percentage of your workers are not U.S. born?
Probably half.
About half?
Yeah.
If there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants, that you might lose workers. You might not have enough workers.
Well, the question I asked, how are they going to do that? Within 2 days?
Like, it's kind of crazy when we're thinking about when we cherish and celebrate the El Salvadoran criminal structure, like the criminal justice structure, which is insane, where they're literally doing dragnets. 300 people in the same court process is just basically being permanently trapped in this insane facility, this torture facility. Okay, when we have people, undocumented migrants, that are being shipped off to Guantanamo Bay right now in a concentration camp, okay, for no reason. Like, they're just claiming that they're, violent criminals, not violent criminals, okay? And we're over here being like, dude, but the Chinese, man, the way that they've done stuff, oh my God, they're fucking, it's so bad. I'll have you know, I know that we have shipped $7 billion worth of baby murder machines to the Israeli government so they can murder babies with it over the past 16 months. But I'll have you know, China, the Chinese Coast Guard, actually sprayed water on a Filipino fishing boat. Did you fucking know? Can you think? Eyes on the prize. Think about the greater evil here. The Chinese Coast Guard sprayed water on a Filipino fishing boat, and you're over here fucking talking about Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. Which is worse? Of course, it's the Chinese Coast Guard spraying water on a Filipino fishing boat. They're fighting on the Indian-Chinese border with sticks. And you're here talking to me about invading a foreign country and killing a shit ton of people and shock and awe. They're fighting. The fucking border patrol is fighting with sticks and stones. How dare you? How dare you compare what America has done, which is totally justifiable and good, and nowhere near as violent as the Indo-Chinese border conflict that is currently being fought with sticks and stones.
Days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days.
Yes.
So even in the most evil, Lorax, selfish way of thinking of, oh, Trump is evil, but at least he will make the egg prices go down. If the people that harvest these eggs are people that will actually be paid a normal salary instead of immigrants that were being exploited for cheap labor beforehand and being paid like shit, the egg prices are gonna go up. It doesn't take a fucking genius to understand this, does it? Same thing with home ownership. Ignoring the fact that the housing crisis in the US is caused by motherfuckers just hoarding homes and treating homes like a painting that will increase in value over time instead of a thing that people need, such as a roof over their heads. What do you think kicking all the construction workers who are mostly illegals are gonna do for you? Duvalishvili was an illegal immigrant and he became the UFC world champion. You know how much money he's generated for America? It's gonna increase the housing prices because the developers will only go on a profit of $5 million if they paid people well instead of their $10 million that they're used to. And what can you really do with 5 mils, you know? So they're gonna jack these prices up and go fuck yourself and your ex too, you Yankee fuck. So as the US is just destroying themselves and turning into this fascist, capitalist piece of shit rule over some propaganda that they couldn't afford eggs. I know you motherfuckers could afford eggs. If you can afford an F-150, you can most definitely afford fucking eggs. You guys really have not known what it's like to actually not be able to afford eggs. We have this saying in Georgian, you don't want it, you don't want it, eat a dick. Arginda nuginda, chame. And to collapse your global hegemony over a plot that is straight out of The Boys, tariff your neighbors and threaten to invade your allies using military force is insane. So, he radiates power in this picture, doesn't he? There's no aggression. He's hunched, has a neutral expression, but you can quite literally feel the authority oozing from him. Well, let's see. The Chinese didn't fund militias in my country to terrorize my people and overthrow my first and only good president, didn't fund a in Palestine, didn't bomb Iraq for no reason, and the list goes on. And like the stupidest thing is, they are using your American money to do all of this, which is just unfair. Instead of giving you guys healthcare, your money just gets used to people, which is fucked up. You pay taxes in America knowing that shit's going to people. Not only not having healthcare just so many Americans themselves, but these useless military campaigns that never accomplished anything except and destruction, including American bringing a lot of Americans home in
I love that clip.
except and destruction, including
Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, that's... See, you can't do this any longer because of woke.
American bringing a lot of Americans home in caskets with a couple of gunshots on their funeral as their service. This is fucked up, man.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? That right there is like terrorism. Like that's pro-terrorism. Like you can't even fucking do that. Here.
Monuments I read about in school. There's the Washington Monument. There's the Obama Monument.
Oh, God.
And there's the Vietnam War Memorial.
Hey, check out that Vietnamese guy giving the business to those Vietnam vets.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Up to your friend! Hey, I know the guy. I kill him. He cry like a bitch. Vietnam defeated.
Oh, Jesus Christ. See, you can't. That's... Oh, I can't believe Seth MacFarlane, the ultimate liberal, is a terrorism defender. Oh, classic.
Americans should actually be receiving the benefits of the money they pay to their government, like good public transport, free healthcare, free colleges, job security, and way more. And trust me, if fucking Estonia can afford all of this, then America, the richest country on the planet with its trillion-dollar companies, can definitely afford this. You know, us Georgians, we have always been ahead of the times. We ditched the European Union before Trump sanctioned them, but the very Nazis that are gaining power right now collaborated with China way before it was cool, and it will be cool now that Trump is sanctioning every one of his allies and destroying Turkey. No worries, Greeks and Armenians. We have our best guy on the job.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Turkey? No worries, Greeks and Armenians. We have our best guy.
Restaurants sit half empty in Turkey this summer as inflation reaches 91%. Yeah, I mean,
on the job.
Turks piling into the dollar, gold, and stocks with 67% inflation.
The wildest thing is still absolutely Trump just giving Taiwan to China, because semiconductors are literally the most important thing in the world right now. Way more important than oil, because at least a lot of countries have oil. Taiwan is the only place where
I do think USA imperialism is going to power Chinese imperialism in a year or two. I see an invasion of Taiwan. If and only if I'm correct, would you feel that your take is just Ukraine 2.0, or would you accept that your geopolitical view is not accurate apart from the Middle East? Wait, what do you mean? What? Why are we catching strays in a video by Georgians about the US? Because Georgians are so fucking similar to Turks in every way, shape, and form, but they still think that they're, you know, a EU adjacent nation for some reason, despite looking exactly like Turkish people. It is like, the only problem with Georgia is that it's all the way over fucking there. If it wasn't, if it was a little bit closer, it would just be Hungary. Okay? Another nation comprised entirely of Turkish people who think that they're a part of Europe. Okay? Why? Oh, because a different religion. That's it. And no, I'm not saying that Hungary is Turkish. I would never say that. I would never offer them that dignity. Anyway, U.S. imperialism towards Canada, Greenland, and Palestine, all that to justify the Chinese attack on Taiwan. First of all, Chinese attack on Taiwan, I don't think they need to justify it with USA imperialism towards Canada and Greenland. What are you talking about? You'll make some Hungarians really mad with that statement? No, I know. And secondly, I'm not making any predictions on anybody invading anybody, okay? I've learned from my past mistakes. All I'm stating is, so far, Chinese initiatives have been far more restrained than any kind of Russian irredentist action. Like far more restrained, and not even in the same category as the United States of America. Let's be for fucking real. Okay? It's okay. I think Hungary just got electricity. They won't know. We Georgians are Kartvelian, not Turkish. We are actually indigenous. I know Turks are envious of that. Yes, you're right. No, you are. You are totally separate. Majaristan, totally separate type of country. The China-India Sticks and Stones agreement is one of the funniest arms pacts. Yeah.
These chips get made, and he just threw it all away.
Hasan, there's no chance of China invading Taiwan. Cut to the next day. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I've learned from my past mistakes. Okay. I made the prediction that China was not going to invade Taiwan last year. I was right. I didn't even fucking predict that this year, or maybe I did. I can't remember. Okay. I'm not saying nothing. Okay. Also, look at what China is doing, which is nothing. They're just kicking back and enjoying the show. They have their guy. They have the real Manchurian candidate in the fucking White House. Why would they have to do anything right now? As Gatsu correctly pointed to, America's gonna push Taiwan in the hands of China. Chinese Taipei, Chinese reunification of Taiwan coming way faster than predicted.
Away for like dick shit. Not even dipshit, dick shit. Now mainland China will just get more influence over Taiwan. While China actually builds their cities and makes them look like this, provides amazing public transport for its people with its clean, fast metros, the US refuses to build any shred of infrastructure because what? California has been...
They don't even want to put safeguards on the fucking existing railway stations so that it's, you know, harder to kill yourself or get pushed into or even accidentally fall in front of the fucking subway trains. Why would we do that? Of course, that would require to spend a singular dollar on something that is good instead of a dollar that could go in the pocket of a police officer that's sitting there in the fucking corner playing Candy Crush. Oh my God.
Trying to build a rail system for 16 years now, and nothing has been done. Not even the initial phase is complete, let alone the other ones. Only 57 miles of rail has been built in these 16 years. Elon Musk has also interfered with this project because he's Satan and because he wanted to make money off it, so he proposed stupid ideas such as the Hyperloop in 2013.
I got called the CCP show.
Here's California's high-speed rail system, and here's China's.
I don't want to even. This is hurting me, dog. I don't want to see it. Oh, bro, they literally remove seats so homeless people won't sleep on them. Forget adding rails. Isn't the California rail delay due to NIMBYs and lawmakers holding it up? NIMBYs, lawmakers holding it up. Private-public partnership with awful contractors that are also trying to milk it every step of the process. We got it all. We got it all, dude.
As an alternative, and the fucking Tesla tunnels to skew skepticism in the rail project and actually get people to be less hyped about it. Just anything to make people's lives worse and make himself more money. So yes, the Chinese century is here because of the US shooting themselves in the foot, but at least we'll get high quality trains that are on time. So, you know, you weigh this shit up yourself. Also, I haven't been to mainland China, but I have been to Hong Kong. Let me tell you guys, I saw the light. On God, when me and Geopold went to get a train, literally like 70-80% of the time, the train was already there, waiting for us to get in.
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, what is this weird technology that they have? Chat, I'm confused. What is this weird technology that they have that almost partitions you from the train so you don't fall into the tracks? What is that called? Oh, you mean to tell me it was invented in like the 8th century? Oh, the concept of a gate? Wow. You mean to tell me that we've had this for thousands of years? Wow. Chinese innovation knows no bounds. That's crazy. What? Who could think of such a incredible, impressive feat of technology?
Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
And the other times that I had to wait for the metro, it was only 1 or 2 minutes. And the longest I've ever had to wait was 4 whole minutes for a train. And that was during Chinese New Year. So, you know, I always appreciate when a country does public transport well. Xi Jinping, I know you're watching this. I have a proposal. You know how Russia took away Outer Manchuria during the Chinese Century of Humiliation? Putin is weak now, Xi. And these territories are all historic Chinese land, you know. You have a better claim to it than Russia ever did. You have the biggest military in the world as well. So, you know what to do. And seeing the global world power shift as you're growing up is an absolutely crazy thing to see. Because while the US was waging wars in foreign countries and spending trillions on innocent people in tents, China was using money to actually build their own cities instead of destroying other people's cities. A lesson that Russia can learn from. Using their money to innovate and make better technologies and products than the West, beating them at their...
By the way, this is literally why I say Chinese are OG Ameriboos, okay? Look at this fucking vehicle, dude. Like, the only thing that makes it gay and woke is that it's electric. Like, look at the size of this fucking thing. They love, I'm telling you, man, they love America. They're just beating us in our own game. They're beating us in capitalism. They're beating us in fucking trucks. You saw that Jim Farley story where he like got into a BYD car or whatever and was like, this is it. It's game over. Ford CEO loves daily driving an electric sedan from a Chinese competitor. It wasn't a BYD, sorry. He was like, Xiaomi SU7. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Own game, because the Western companies were exploiting China for their cheap labor, moving all their companies there and basically laughing at the concept of China becoming a global power.
Don't worry, baby. He's just a nerd. Beat it, chick.
Because they thought, oh, they're dumb. They can't make better cars or products than us. Just an inherently Western supremacist idea to have. A lot of how China reached this level of technological development is because when the Western companies were bringing their products to be manufactured in China for cheap labor, the Chinese people were making these products. So they learned how to make these products. and with a lot of investment and subsidies and cheap loans from the Chinese government, they learned how to make even better products, which is how just a couple days ago, DeepSeek, a Chinese AI, dropped onto the world like a fucking dick on your face when you're sleeping.
Wait, what? They make an even more tactical SUV EV? Dongfeng? Wait, isn't Dongfeng also... Aren't they also... Isn't that the name of a missile too? Or no, I guess not. This looks like the Resvani, bro. Huawei makes cars too, and they're a worker co-op. Yeah, Dongfeng, East Wind, typically abbreviated as DF missiles, are a family of short, medium, intermediate range intercontinental ballistic missiles operated by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Rocket Force. Yeah. You can have different tones on words with the same spelling in Mandarin. Not many people are buying this. Yeah, no shit. Why the fuck would you want to buy this monstrosity, dude? I feel like they made this specifically for the American market with the hopes that one day they get infiltrated. This is just the Resvani. This is the car that my Chinese hog... what was the name of my Chinese hog character who thinks Xi Jinping is doing too much DEI by allowing Tibetans and Mongolians and the Uyghur to get government positions that they don't deserve? How Peking? Yeah. How Peking? This is my car, brother. A car for a real Han Chinese. Okay? A real car, a real vehicle for a real Han Chinese, okay? And the goddamn Manchu. Why did we revitalize the language? Keep it dead, I say. Xi Jinping, you better stop it with your goddamn DEI. I want my Dongfeng M Hero 917, and I want to rip my goddamn bogues in the goddamn car without having to think about some wagger ruining my job opportunities from my children. Every time I think about a Tibetan education initiative, I think to myself, they're getting too many good jobs in the Politburo. They're changing the internal dynamics of the Politburo. Okay, let's just keep going. They ain't even Han Chinese.
Sleeping around the homies and wiped $1 trillion from the American stock market.
The civil servant exam went woke. I have it on good authority. Back in the day, they used to hire from my region, okay? They would go to Shenzhen. Now they ain't going to Shenzhen no more. They're going to Tibet. Chinese hogs starting to kind of get over the whole D. I think these days, actually, whenever someone starts talking about it, now you always have some hogs going, oh, just shut the fuck up with that Western shit. Like they're tired of the whole thing. Oh, no. The American hogs ruined it for them. It's a nation built by the Han for the Han. What are we doing with these goddamn Tibetans? Oh, you want to build... Oh, you want to build dams? Oh, I thought... But we had a dam that was sufficient. It was called the Three Gorges Dam. I call it the Gorgeous Dam because it was gorgeous. Now you want to build a bigger dam in Tibet. How about you build a goddamn dam in goddamn China instead? Enough development projects in faraway lands, okay? No more Xinjiang. Build more high-speed rail in my neighborhood.
They wiped the trilly because it was just as good as ChatGPT, if not better in some cases, and it cost them $5.6 million compared to ChatGPT, which was much more expensive, and ChatGPT also loses $700K a day. Along with this, cars. Despite the European Union tariffing Chinese cars, they are still losing their car companies, such as the Volkswagen Group, which is running into huge trouble just operating at the moment, to the point where they've had to close down 3 factories in Germany and lay off thousands of people for this reason. And it's because they can't compete with Chinese cars' batteries, which are made in China and are better and cheaper than European ones. So Volkswagen had to sell their electric vehicles for a higher price, and the people just weren't into that. And along with this, Chinese cars are just very good. They look good, they're high quality, and they're cheap. So when those cars hit the European and American market, probably over. As this Georgian car reviewer said,
is this Georgian? I've never heard this language before. I just that's a wild language, man.
წელიწადში თუ გაძლო ამანქანებმა 10 წელი ისე რომ აი არ დაიშალა და დედა არ ეტირა, მე შეგვიძლია პირდაპირ ვენოკები ვიყიდოთ და გავუგზავნოთ პირდაპირ აი ამ გერმანელებს, იტალიელებს და ამერიკელებს.
And on top of this, they've made the most sold electric car brand in the world, outselling Tesla by more than 2 times. For trans and public transport, this isn't even a close call. China is literally just better in every single way, in trams, buses, trains, or whatever you can imagine, than Western countries. And I've been to a lot of countries in Europe. I've tried out all their metros. Let me tell you, bro, it is nothing compared to a single line in the Hong Kong metro. They even have gaming. China has literally overtaken every single industry and outdone the Western companies in their own game. Literally, League of Legends, 40% stake in Epic Games, which makes Fortnite and the Unreal Engine, where basically every game is developed now. Clash of Clans, Genshin Impact, PUBG Mobile, Black Myth Wukong, which broke records for selling 10 million copies in 3 days and also having the most amount of people playing at the same time. Clash Royale, Call of Duty Mobile, and they're probably gonna buy Ubisoft now. I'm calling it this year or next year. This is just genuinely surprising because they have become dominant.
Okay, I can finally live out my dream of being invested into by the Chinese when I get another Ubisoft partnership down the line, but this time it's owned by the Chinese state. Oh my god. Chat, we're getting so close. We're getting so close to my dream.
我们今生注定是沧桑，苦之来要笑着走过呀，朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，我们今生兄弟情一场，我们今生注定是沧桑，苦之来要笑着走过呀。
One day，
朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，我们今生兄弟情一场。
Anyway, living the dream, baby. Buddy, you just butchered the lyrics? Okay, shut up. My Mandarin is rusty, okay? Every night I whisper to myself, it's just one day closer to becoming Chinese. Dude, that was what Brace was talking about on Chapo, where he said he's the white Chinese. This is a real initiative, folks, okay? But a different kind, okay? It's just about white men in the Western world who are actually Chinese. Yeah, my Mandarin is rusty. Shut up. It's not rusty. It's non-existent. Shut up. Duolingo owl dies and you let your Mandarin less his lip. True.
In every industry ever, even in fucking video games. Also, a couple days back, they made the fucking sun. That's right, they literally made the sun run for 18 minutes. It's basically used to generate clean energy with plasma or some shit. I'm not a scientist, but they made the sun, bro. How is that not mind-blowing? This was a major breakthrough and they did this and DeepSeek within the same week. What kind of buttons is she pressing? And regardless of what kind of beef you have with China, it is still amazing that this technology is now developed and that this clean energy will help us deal with climate change so California won't burn down in January anymore. And then the landlords increase the rent for no reason. They also do generate the most waste in the world, but they're also the leaders in renewable energy. Very weird dynamic here.
In just a few years, China has built this world-class fusion research campus from scratch, while the US still lacks anything like it.
Dude, what the fuck? They're pooping on us, dude. They're pooping on us. It's so embarrassing. It's also funny whenever people talk about like the waste produced by China, and it's like, yeah, I wonder if it's for their individual mega fridges that are in the home of an average American, or if it's because it's the manufacturing hub of the fucking planet.
Let's see. Which industries are left? China is also the world's top country in just general construction, but mainly infrastructure. Nearly every road in Europe, Africa, and Asia is being built by China. While a lot of people have expressed concerns for this because of China's loans, Europe and America do the same exact thing with loans. No country is just going to forget if someone can't pay back a loan.
Except, guess what? China does do that.
You know, regarding actual construction,
China literally has done that. 17 times so far, or 23 times.
So China has built literally everything in Africa. A bunch of railways, roads, schools, hospitals, you name it. And China has built it in Africa. Also 138 projects for clean energy, such as solar, hydropower, and wind power projects. Also, this map already existed of the main trade partners of countries can live in Eastern Europe. So I hope the Americans that voted for Trump will be able to afford eggs now, at least. Prayer emoji. So with everything being said, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Thank you so much for watching. My videos have been getting a lot of views and I'm very happy for that. And subscribe too. Subscribe now. I know you.
Good shit, Gasu. You know what? This is the one that finally got me to subscribe. This level of China glazing, new spectacles about
There's this
Chinese
moment in the late
mount.
70s when China as we know it barely existed. No manufacturing, no economic growth, no rivalry with America. A time when China's leader Mao Zedong preferred ideological purity to national progress, even if it meant
Racist Hasan arc? Hasan, you racist pig, what the F are we watching? Wait, what? Why are you banning this guy? He's got some real serious concerns here. Wait, why am I racist? I want to know. I want to examine what he's... You keep wishing ill on people. No, Democrat 0. No, let him speak. I want to know what was racist about me watching a watching a meme video about China dominating. Almost entirely due to American failure, by the way.
shutting down the universities and calling on the youth to kill their teachers and denounce their parents. But all that was about to change, because Mao's successor didn't share his vision. Instead, Deng Xiaoping reopened the universities, studied European industrial practices, and set his sights on modernizing his country, even if it meant putting expertise before ideology. And today, Deng's China is the one we know, a modern country famous for its lightning economic growth, high degree of education, and knack for industrial imitation.
Lots of stuff is turned around, I think, in the last couple of decades. But obviously, Deng has a special place in my heart for this often misunderstood quote. Poverty is not socialism. To be rich is glorious. Anytime somebody says like, "Oh, dude, you're fucking," every time somebody talks about, I don't know how much money I spent on some shit, I'm just gonna post this over and over again, thinking it's purely because Deng is a liberal ass interpretation of history. Yeah, the Cultural Revolution and the Red Guard were wild as fuck times for China. Do you think Trump is working on his own Red Guard? What would they do? They'd beat your ass if you're not sufficiently anti-DEI. They put you up there on the fucking rafters and be like, you better say science is gay right now. Oh, I heard you were reading some revolutionary science books. Okay, Magic Man, you better say science is bad right now. I caught you reading Ibram X. Kendi. Oh, Jesus. You 15 lashings for your DEI crimes. Anyway, we're already there, dog. Yeah. Our glorious counter-revolutionary leader, Chairman Trump, has abolished the illegal heretic magic of being a doctor, and the peasants have informed the counter-revolutionary Red Guard that you were doing magical medical experiments by giving people contraceptives. Anyway, it's time for the great leap backwards. Anyway, let me run this back. Sorry.
苦之来要笑着走过呀，朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，我们今生兄弟情一场。我们
Sorry. Hasan, why are you so racist against China? Bro, Hasan, this racist bit ain't funny, little bro. Stop this right now, racist Ottoman pig. Wait, what? Oh, he was saying I'm being racist towards China. Okay, he's doing a bit. Never mind.
But this Chinese Renaissance didn't happen overnight, nor was its success guaranteed. There was a time when anything was possible, a time when Deng Xiaoping was exiled by his own party to the countryside, more likely to die in obscurity fixing a tractor than to return to Beijing and reshape the nation. The time when a gang of radicals sought to succeed Mao and carry on his perverse and destructive rule, when it seemed that Maoist ideological purity was destined to be the ruinous principle at the heart of China's government forever.
Dude.
That is, until this backward vision came crashing down. When in 3 years, 3 massive events combined to shake China to its core and set it on the path to modernity. First, a massive protest at Tiananmen you've likely never heard of. Then, the death of Mao, the father of the revolution. And finally, the unlikely triumph of the exiled Deng Xiaoping over Mao's chosen successor. Yet this story doesn't only explain how China rose to power, it also explains why the country is changing today, why a man like Xi Jinping was destined to come along, reviving Mao's leadership style and abandoning the principles of Deng Xiaoping, which made China a success. This is China, 1976. April 4th, 1976. It's a chilly spring morning in Tiananmen Square, a centuries-old plaza that sits at the core of political power in Beijing, overlooked by the old imperial palace complex and flanked by the headquarters of the communist government. Today is the Qingming Festival, a traditional Chinese celebration of the ancestors. It is, to be blunt, not the kind of thing generally liked by the communists.
I think this is cool. This guy is like, skip this part. Yeah, hey, don't watch this. I think it's cool that there's a guy who's like this far in the tank for Deng. Like, normally I feel like guys that have this kind of position are just like across the board unimaginably anti-China. Am I wrong? Like, I feel like I feel like he's got a very liberal intonation, and therefore, yeah, like rabidly anti-communist / CCP, but pro Deng is interesting. It's the libertarian wants a Chinese wife archetype, in my opinion. This guy's liberal cope. I like it.
Party, which has spent the last decade pursuing a so-called cultural revolution, a chaotic nationwide terror campaign meant to root out all vestiges of China's pre-communist culture and tradition, mobilizing radical youths to denounce their elders and the old ways. In turn, the party's old guard was ousted, schools and universities shuttered, all to elevate the power and cult of personality of the country's longtime leader, the now ailing chairman Mao Zedong. Yet despite this political atmosphere, on this day, as many as 100,000 Chinese citizens occupied the vast square, refusing to leave, ignoring orders booming from nearby loudspeakers. Consider what an inhuman act this was, to bar people from honoring their ancestors because it could conflict with their fealty to the regime's ideology. Learning about those who've come before us can be richly rewarding and humbling.
Luckily, what the fuck? Dude, what? This guy fucking... This is such a strange type of guy. What is going on? I don't know anything about this channel. I like this guy. He's like a Dengist hardliner who is like, no, he was the liberal savior of China. Like what? Because every aspect, look, when I see a new type of guy that has like the Reddit tone, I assume he's not going to say anything positive about China at all.
America isn't totally gripped by a fanatical cult of personality, at least not yet. And so lately, I've been able to learn about my ancestors with...
Like, does he think Xi Jinping is too restrictive in terms of like, reinstating party loyalty and you know, like really pushing the prominent sector leaders into demonstrating party loyalty? Like he's too illiberal? Like, is that what his take is on? I would love to hear what he has to say about Xi Jinping.
My Heritage, the #1 family history service and sponsor of this video. With My Heritage, building your family tree is shockingly easy and actually pretty fun. After signing up, it only took me a few minutes before I uncovered my paternal ancestors going back to my great-great-great-grandparents. When I told my dad, he was blown away. This was family history even he had no idea about. But more than just names, birthdays, and death days, MyHeritage helped me uncover a residence history for my great-great-grandfather Mao Zedong. Just kidding. Hiram Brain. Maybe the most interesting item there is actually what isn't listed. This gap from 1860 to 1867. Guy from Kentucky.
Yeah, by the way, the "to be rich is glorious" is falsely attributed to Deng Xiaoping. There's not a real, like, from what I understand, I don't think Chinese historians have ever said that was an actual quote by Deng. The quote that I was jokingly referring to and always love posting.
Blank spot on the timeline that matches the American Civil War. But MyHeritage can also restore old pictures of relatives, like these of my late great aunt, bringing those memories back to life. All this is possible thanks to MyHeritage's 32 billion records of family history, from censuses and immigration records to obituaries.
I would love to see him explain why opening to foreign capital made China prosper, but they're not working in the other country that liberalized. No, I think if you're this invested in Deng, then you most likely are not. You still are, to a certain degree, like, not immediately anti-socialist.
And marriage licenses, like this one I stumbled upon. My dad's parents. Luckily, MyHeritage.
Also, both of these pro-Chinese videos are from the same company. What is happening?
And shows you relevant connections, like this one, which will add 40 new people to my family tree with just a click. And now I know my paternal great-great-great-great-grandparents? Hopefully I got that right. Anyways, whether you're keen to learn more about your father's or your mother's ancestors, your cousins, or a long-lost sibling, uncover your past with MyHeritage and get 14 days free with our link below. As for the 100,000 people gathered at Tiananmen in April 1976, they were interested in one ancestor.
Deng said there's no glory in poverty or something like that. And during that interview, and the journalist, it was a CBS journalist that said, to be rich, falsely translated it, to be rich is glorious. And then Deng didn't deny it, and they just attributed it to him.
Particular, a father of the nation, Zhou Enlai. Instead of disbanding, the crowd continued defiantly laying wreaths in honor of him, the country's former premier, second only to Mao, who died just 3 months prior. Make no mistake, Zhou was neither a Democrat nor a dedicated reformer. At best, he was a moderate among radicals who sought to provide the Chinese people with something other than empty bellies and heads full of propaganda. This made Zhou enemy number one for the Cultural Revolution's most devoted partisans, a group of 4 high-ranking party members led by Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, known as the Gang of Four. This is why the massive crowd gathered, because whatever his limitations, Zhou was the closest thing the Chinese people had to a symbol of resistance to a decade of radical upheaval. They exchanged poems and slogans that grew increasingly militant in tone, dripping with anger at ruling officials. One read, "I mourn, but the ghosts are screaming. I cry, but the jackals are laughing. Tears are shed in memory of the hero. Eyebrows are raised as I take my sword from my scabbard." For the Communist Party, this was a problem. By the next day, protesters still refused to budge and seemed to be growing emboldened, even as militiamen armed with clubs surrounded the square. If someone was going to pull the trigger on a crackdown, it had to be Hua Guofeng, the man who had succeeded the revered Zhou Enlai as premier. Mao was too ill to be present, but he had picked Hua for the job because, unlike Zhou, Hua had no base of power. He could be trusted to follow Mao's line, and on April 5th, he didn't disappoint, as he ordered the militiamen into the square. But today, the crowds were disinclined to be cowed. They fought, a riot broke out, cars were set on fire and overturned. In the end, though, the militia won. In the aftermath, it was clear to party leaders that someone had to take the blame. Acknowledging that the protest had been spontaneous wouldn't do. It meant that the people were, in fact, deeply dissatisfied, which of course they couldn't possibly be. No, someone had to have misled them, lied to them, and seeded a false consciousness. To Mao, Hua, and the Gang of Four, the culprit was obvious: Deng Xiaoping. Deng was the party's vice premier. He'd been
Yeah, clip channels, do not clip my reaction to this. This video is only a couple hours old, okay? Funny enough, Xi's family suffered at Mao's hand during the Cultural Revolution. Excuse me. Xi learned a lot of important lessons, okay? It made him the man he is today. His father was abused physically by the Red Guards. His mom forced to denounce her husband. It was so bad that Xi's older sister unalived herself, unable to live with the horror, shame, and torment heaped on her for being the child of a capitalist inroader. Xi himself was banished to the countryside for re-education, which involved hard labor, reciting Mao Zedong thoughts and self-criticisms of his capitalist tendencies. Yeah. I don't know if you mean what you say, but you should be careful joking about some of these things. Why? No, I'm not going to be careful joking about these things. If Deng Xiaoping, who brought his father back from obscurity and exonerated Xi's family, funny how Xi adores Mao Zedong, the destroyer of his family, who said that Stockholm Syndrome is not real. I love that this person also recognizes, like, unironically, dude, listen. Like, oh, it must be because he was brainwashed is a very weird approach, okay? It's got to be a real weird approach to just be like, yeah, no, he probably got brainwashed, so the re-education worked when he recited Mao Zedong thought. That's probably what happened. She also lived in the U.S. for a time, Ohio. That's right. She was able to learn how the countryside operates in both the capitalist hellhole of America KKK and also on the Chinese countryside. Yes, he did. He has a special connection to Iowa, not Ohio. By the way, it was actually Iowa. This chatter is correct. This commentator is correct. He's spinning some careful, opportunistic lies. He probably knows, but once you're up on the top, all you can see are the myriad ways to fall down. So if dressing his rhetoric in the colors of his oppressors and stacking your admin with incompetent goons like he did keeps you up top, you'll do it for fear of the alternative. You can never not adore Mao in China. No one wants to make the Khrushchev mistake. This just shows how communists and cults screw with you and howl a nation. Yeah, they're so fucking screwed.
Zhou's second in command, and the two were personally and politically close. Deng had already been disgraced and cast out once before at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, exiled to the countryside to repair tractors in obscurity. But after 6 years, Mao had begun to question the wisdom of this radicalism.
You were joking about Xi's family suffering, but it was definitely very serious. Okay. Yes, and he also did get sent to the countryside, and he learned from that experience and made him the statesman that he is.
As he sought a counterweight to Jiang and her radical gang, it was Zhou who convinced him to invite
Bro is offended for Xi. I know.
Deng back. The two of them had always shared a reformist streak. Yet, even with Deng's return in 1973, the Cultural Revolution had by no means come to a stop. As one member of the Gang of Four put it in a 1975 article in China's leading communist journal,
"On no account should we relax our vigilance just because we have won a great victory in the great proletarian cultural revolution. Today there are still many fortified villages held by the bourgeoisie. When one is destroyed, another will spring up. And even if all have been destroyed except one, it will not vanish of itself if the iron broom of the dictatorship of the proletariat does not reach it."
In turn, they took this 1976 Tiananmen protest as proof of their beliefs. Even with Zhou dead, more enemies remained. So they zeroed in on Zhou's living avatar, the inheritor of his politics. But powerful as the gang was, they couldn't do anything to Deng Xiaoping. The order had to come from Mao. Like the gang, Zhou's successor Hua Guofeng saw Deng Xiaoping as simply another rival. Yet he too remained powerless as long as Mao lived. Hua had spent most of his career as a party secretary in a small town notable only for having been Mao's birthplace. As a result, he had no base of power independent of Mao, and that was why Mao had elevated him to second in command. His loyalty was guaranteed. Indeed, this was the defining feature of Mao's China, only heightened over the course of the Cultural Revolution: loyalty to the communist line, formulated by Mao himself, and nothing else, which is why Mao too arrived at the same conclusion about Deng Xiaoping. After this display, he could pose a threat. So despite his competency, not to mention innocence, Deng lost everything once again. He was stripped of all titles and responsibilities, leaving him with nothing but his party membership, and was forced into house arrest. However, the time of Mao calling the shots was not to last. On September 9th, 1976, he was struck by a fourth heart attack in months. Unlike the others, this one he did not survive. Chairman Mao Zedong, father of the Chinese Revolution and master of the nation for more than 25 years, was dead. A mere 8 months since the Tiananmen incident, China was in stormy seas, and now without a helmsman. Succession was the immediate concern, and thanks to the chaos of Mao's final years, that question had many answers. Hua Guofeng's path was the clearest, his vision the least ambitious.
China is winning so hard, libs are trying to paint Xi as a victim of communism who infiltrated the party despite his trauma and brought profit. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. Whatever the fuck people, whatever floats their boat. Yeah. Xi, the true spiritual successor of Deng, is actually revolutionizing or liberalizing the Chinese economy. If that's what you want to believe, then great, sure, okay. Yeah, I agree. Let's not go to war with China, please. Thank you.
Picked by Mao as his vice chairman in the aftermath of the Tiananmen incident, Hua immediately rose to acting chairman upon Mao's death. However, he was not without challengers. The day after Mao's funeral, members of the Gang of Four demanded that Mao's papers be placed in the custody of his nephew, the group's ally, an obvious attempt to find or forge proof of Mao's will that his wife Jiang Qing should inherit his power. But Hua fended off the attempt and remained confident that as long as Chiang sought to carve out power from within the system, he was secure. Not only was he acting chairman, the gang was hardly popular with the rest of the communist elite, whom they'd hounded and intimidated during the Cultural Revolution. Yet Chiang and the gang had power of their own. Radical newspapers and radio stations across the country ready to mobilize the gang's fanatical youth militia. So on October 4th, when one of the gang's hardline papers published an editorial calling for just that, Hua's sense of security vanished. Within 2 days, he concocted a plan and called an impromptu session of the Politburo Standing Committee. Fearing that the gang might smell a plot, he set an agenda they couldn't resist: publication of the final volume of Mao's collected works, the final say in the chairman's legacy. It was so enticing that 3 of the 4 attended, everyone but Jiang Qing. Around 8 p.m. on October 6th, they began to arrive at the government headquarters at Zhongnanhai, near Tiananmen, and one by one, as they entered, they were seized upon by guards and hauled before Hua Guofeng. In the hall of Huajin, he rose and pronounced,
"You have committed anti-party and anti-socialist crimes. The party center is placing you in confinement for investigation."
At the same time, Hua sent a detachment to Jiang Qing's home. She didn't put up a fight. However potent the gang had proved during the Cultural Revolution, however much support they'd received from their patron Mao, their political instincts were, well, pretty terrible. It was over for them, and in turn the radical Maoism they represented, which had prized ideological purity alone and left over 1 million Chinese bodies in its wake, without accounting for the costs of the unimaginable poverty it willfully perpetuated. And the gang's fall was a glimmer of hope for China, a promise that maybe now the country could move forward, not stuck in perpetual revolution, but toward a better future. To pull that off, though, Hua needed help from someone with sharp political instincts, deep support in the party, and a vision for the future. He needed Deng Xiaoping. Yet these qualities made Deng a threat to Hua as well as an asset. Before he could recall Deng, Hua needed to solidify his position. Because his power came from Mao, he undertook a sort of public relations campaign to brand himself the defender of Mao's legacy, culminating in a February 1977 editorial which would soon become known as the Two Whatevers. In it, Hua declared,
"We will resolutely uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made and unswervingly follow whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave."
That included affirming the counter-revolutionary nature of the Tiananmen incident. But communist politics can be funny, with how easy it is to do one thing and say another, to wrap a massive policy change in the language of fealty to the party line and the immutable principles of the archaic 19th century Marxist science, and that's exactly what Hua intended, as he immediately sought to undo Mao's decision to exile Deng. At first, Hua demanded that Deng endorse the Two Whatevers, but Deng rightly judged that Hua's situation was impossible. He had to defend Mao, yet also needed to alter the ruinous path Mao had set China on. He condemned Tiananmen, even as he begged its supposed mastermind for help. So Deng refused to endorse the Two Whatevers, calling Hua's bluff. And a bluff it proved to be. In June of 1977, not much more than a year after he'd been cast out, Deng Xiaoping was restored to all his old positions. A long list of titles at the highest levels of party, state, and military. Not bad for a man who days earlier had remained in exile. But Deng disdained the glamour and titles. Desiring rather, in his own words, to accomplish something, he requested responsibility for science and education policy.
Bro really is a Dengist, dude. He's like a liberal. He's like a neo-lib Dengist.
Here, Deng had an opportunity to differentiate himself from Mao, and by extension Hua, by cultivating talent instead of obsessing over ideological purity. In turn, he reopened China's long-shuttered universities and shockingly reintroduced the Gaokao, China's standardized exams. For the first time since the communists took power, school admissions would be based on merit, without consideration of class background. He went further, matter-of-factly debunking a key Mao policy of sending students to work in the countryside, saying,
"Facts have shown that after a couple of years of labor, the students have forgotten half of what they learned at school. This is a waste of time."
This was Deng's vision for China. It would be results, not intention. Practice, not ideology. Facts, not imagination that
He was a based anti-DEI. I'm kidding. He was not anti-DEI. China has seemingly had affirmative action around the time when America became a state.
Determined policy. When officials returned from studying industrial practices in
that
Europe,
is actually true. China had affirmative action before, basically around the same time America became a state. China had affirmative action.
Summarized his view, saying,
"The basic point is this. We must acknowledge that we are backward, that many of our ways of doing things are inappropriate, and that we need to change."
Yet Deng couldn't simply disown Mao and all he stood for, which was, in practice, mostly the opposite of those things. To survive in the party, he had to reconcile his vision with Mao Zedong thought, no matter how contorted the reconciliation. But where Mao was a talent...
Also, like, the notion that, like, Chinese higher education was not up to snuff under Mao is... and that like Deng saved Chinese higher education is an insane thing to state, considering that, you know, it was a little bit of a period of instability. If I were to criticize it gently, he did not say that. No, he said that Deng reopened the higher institutes of learning and that they weren't around before Deng. You know, considering that there was a fucking genocide. Before they were a colonial, before they were a colonial subject, and also a civil war against the nationalist factions, while simultaneously also being, once again, dominated by and being genocided by the Japanese. I feel like that's a hard time to, it's a hard time to maintain higher education.
Talented theorist who could refashion reality with his revolutionary worldviews, Deng was a practitioner without an ideology that fit Maoist tradition. Luckily, many of China's intellectuals saw Deng as their hero, the great education crusader. In turn, a group of academics published an article attempting to solve Deng's dilemma titled, "Practice is the sole criterion for judging truth." It was nothing short of revolutionary. The article argued that Marxism is not a literal scripture, but a body of ideas which require interpretation based on the context of their application. This was exactly what Deng needed. Armed with this new theory, Deng left the party's stronghold of Beijing and took to China's northeastern provinces, holding meetings with old allies and drumming up support for this new notion of practice over Hua's two whatevers. To Deng's delight, support was easy to find. Discontent, even rage, over Mao's abuse of party comrades was widespread among provincial officials, and they resented Hua's unwillingness to own Mao's or his own failures, particularly regarding Tiananmen. They were hungry for a break with the past. Deng was ready to make his play. By the time he returned to Beijing in November of 1978, the 11th Party Work Conference was already underway. It began, as all the worst corporate conferences do, with breakout sessions and small group discussions, these composed of provincial officials, divided by region. Bad news for Hua, because with Mao gone and discussions taking place amongst regional comrades, delegates felt freer to speak their mind than they had in decades. In turn, their conversations rapidly diverged from the official agenda and into grievance airing about the errors of Maoism and the need for reform. Hua sought to tame the flames. In speeches to the assembly, he disowned the excesses of the Cultural Revolution and endorsed opening up to foreign investment and modernization, concessions which surely sent the embalmed Mao spinning in his glass display case. Yet it wasn't enough. Hua continued to hold to the two whatevers and maintained that Tiananmen had been counter-revolutionary, a deep affront to many who identified with the protesters. Sensing Hua's conciliatory tone, members of the Beijing Party Committee spied an opportunity to defy the chairman directly. On November 13th, they published an announcement, unilaterally declaring Tiananmen
entirely a revolutionary action
and promising rehabilitation for all those persecuted. 5 days later, Hua pivoted and posed for press photos with a newly published book he'd personally titled, a collection of poems commemorating the Tiananmen demonstration. He was adapting. A week later, back at the conference, Hua gave another speech explaining that he was willing to serve the party and accept the prevailing views, even if they contradicted his own stated positions. It was too late. Hua had allowed himself to be defied by his subordinates. The speech was effectively a concession. Soon, delegates began issuing statements, officially declaring their allegiance to Deng's philosophy of practice over the two whatevers. Without any formal change of power or promotion, it was clear to all present that Deng's coup was complete. No longer fighting an uphill battle, Deng was confident and believed this was the time to take his vision one step further, beyond economic reform and into politics. Thus, in his closing speech of the conference, he declared,
"Centralism can be correct only when there is a full measure of democracy. At present, we must lay particular stress on democracy because for quite some time, there was too little democracy. The masses should be encouraged to offer criticisms. The thing to be feared most is silence."
For the party elite, this was a scandalous notion. For those on the outside, it couldn't have been more obvious. In fact, over the past couple months, on an avenue not far from Tiananmen Square, some posters had already begun to appear, criticizing Mao's legacy and the state of Chinese politics. By December 5th, after Hua's informal ousting, new posters began specifically calling for democracy as a crucial component of China's modernization. This was a direct invitation to Deng, the self-professed modernizer and democracy advocate, to put his money where his mouth was. 3 months later, Deng issued his response. On March 30th, 1979, he gave a speech outlining his 4 cardinal principles: socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the leadership of the Communist Party, and Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. In Deng's words, these were items beyond criticism. All that talk of democracy, Deng had meant democracy only intra-party, or within the party. Whatever Deng's boldness, it was now clear. His goal was to save totalitarianism, not transform it into something else. Democracy to him was just a useful tool to make sure the ruling party was running smoothly, not destroying itself under a misguided dictator like Mao. And in that respect, Deng succeeded. Within the party, he cultivated a less violent, more regularized set of procedures for policymaking and resolving disagreements among leadership, emphasizing democracy within the party, which resulted in rewards for—
You don't understand, when Deng did it, it was for good reason, as opposed to when Mao did it and it was for bad reason. I mean, this is the problem, I think, with assuming that like one singular individual is capable of changing the course, changing the trajectory of this country.
For competence. Crucially, though, the party's results-oriented culture, which Deng fostered, carried into policy, reshaping the nation for the better. No longer in a Maoist straitjacket, local officials were allowed to—
Is this what you meant when you said you knew what best was entertaining? Because folks are leaving, I'm into it, but you get what I mean? I suggested Dick Wolf talking about Trump. Okay, take a day off. Yes.
Experiment, even with—
Sometimes it's what I consider to be entertaining.
Markets and private enterprise, which quickly showed their utility. Although China's most explosive period of growth would occur after his time in power, Deng's vision of experimentation, adaptation, and practice over ideology was the foundation for China's rapid transformation from one of the absolute poorest nations on Earth to the world's second largest economy. Yet Deng's reforms had their limits. He adhered fiercely to the 4 cardinal principles, denying the Chinese people any democratic aspiration. Most tragically, at gunpoint, when they gathered once again at Tiananmen in 1989 to protest the ruling order Deng had preserved, resulting in the deaths of thousands. This was the central contradiction of Deng's system. He rescued China's totalitarian regime from the dogmatism of its architect by making it more responsive to public needs and demands, but without any method by which the public could legally signal preferences or incentivize responsiveness. Deng's system is fragile. It works only as long as those in charge effectively hold themselves accountable and remain committed to public goods. And today, that fragility is showing. China's economic growth has slowed, largely thanks to mismanagement by the party, as power has consolidated and incentives for competition.
Oh my God. That's an amazing way to wrap this up. It's because the party has not abided by the Dengist principles and failed to continue liberalizing, and that's and not institute like true democracy, which Deng didn't do as well. He's so fucking pro Deng that he like normally. This is why it's a weird video from my, at least as far as like the anti-China videos that I have seen, where like anti-China videos normally will not go this far into how Deng was great. They like he even talks about Tiananmen Square as like a brief moment, and then also that China is actually also on the verge of collapse and its economic growth is stunted because it hasn't followed through. It hasn't followed through on enough liberalization.
Evidence, such as Deng's notion of intra-party democracy, have eroded. Recently, Xi Jinping, China's leader, secured himself a third straight term as party chief, unprecedented since Mao's death, and followed it up with a mandatory public education campaign in Xi Jinping thought. Under him, loyalty rules once more, as his supporters have displaced competent but neutral figures across the ranks of top party leadership. This is not a prediction that Xi's China is about to collapse, that a crisis is...
Shut up. I fucking love China, but your defense of Mao is just disgusting. This is just the guy who caused the Great Famine in China into the Cultural Revolution that destroyed so much Chinese history and created generational trauma in the population. No, I see founding fathers in the exact same vein. They're slavers, but they also engaged in a just war against the British Empire. That's simply it. Like, that's it. It's also, does it not even remotely shock you or confuse you at all the admiration that even modern Chinese society has towards Mao? Like, there are allowed criticisms of Mao, Cultural Revolution being one of them, as you also mentioned. Your moral compass flexibility is hard to read. No, it's not. I would say it's fairly consistent and accurate. I've long maintained that same position about America's founding fathers as well. I've said similar things about Stalin in terms of his actions during World War II. Like, every leader, regardless of their ideological predisposition, will do a shit ton of awful things. Some of it is mismanagement. Some of it is deliberate violence. Some of it is deliberate violence against those who certainly deserve it, like emancipatory violence. Others are violence against people specifically to strengthen the ranks against people who don't deserve it. But the reason why China is the way it is right now is a combination of all of these leaders, including Deng and his contributions, alongside Xi Jinping, but certainly Mao as well. Like, it's not apples to oranges to justify my messaging. I think specifically land reforms are very important. Like, you're talking about thousands and thousands of years of deeply ingrained class structure, class dynamics that existed, and a person, a revolutionary figure coming in at a time of great violence and completely turning that seemingly God ordained clash that class dynamic entirely on its head. That is always going to be massively consequential and also violent. But without that, I don't think China would be what it is today. China without the Cultural Revolution would be like India today. France had its own Cultural Revolution to get liberalism. Anyone who disagrees with this is just ignorant. I mean, I think that there's definitely aspects of the Cultural Revolution that went way too far, for sure. You can't let the students run wild. Would you say American Revolution was more about westward expansion than taxation without representation? Would you say Trump is trying to do a cultural revolution right now? No, he's not. I mean, I think it's closer to say that Trump is doing a reverse FDR. It went way too far, but the way it's portrayed in America is laughable. I don't think Americans really know anything about the Cultural Revolution. You can't compare slavery to what Mao did. Owning humans is beyond. Yeah, also it was a fucking much longer time frame ago. Like, I'm not engaging in cultural relativism here, but like, come on. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I'm simply stating that every figure that played a formative role in the development of a modern nation state has engaged in unjustifiable acts of violence and justifiable acts of violence as well. You have to take the good and the bad in your analysis. If you only look at the bad and you think, no, this is a bad thing across the board, okay, why are you insulting Mao by comparing him to a founding father? Like, please? No, dude, I'm teaching Amerifats who only know of Mao as the bald guy who killed 1 gorillion Chinese, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? God damn it. What do you guys think is happening here?
Just around the corner. We'll leave that to the less responsible commentators out there. Rather, it's an attempt to look to the past to help explain the present. The story
I like that he shit on the Chinese collapse is imminent guys, but like kind of did his own version of this.
China is about to collapse, that a crisis is just around the corner. We'll leave that to the less responsible commentators out there. Rather, it's an attempt to look to the past to help explain the present. The story of China between the years 1976 and 1978 is, on the one hand, the essential prequel to its extraordinary success, and a lesson for liberals and Democrats who assume that totalitarianism will inevitably break down, lose its legitimacy, and give way to democracy. Yet there is another side to this coin, because though Deng proved the resiliency of despotism, he did so by embracing responsiveness, accountability, and experimentation. Ideas foreign to his regime, but foundational to liberal democracy, to market economics, individual rights, and politics by popular election. In short, Deng saved Mao's party by abandoning Maoism. Though it worked for a time, this contradictory system could always be dismantled by its own stewards. If experimentation, accountability, and responsiveness are key to competent government, they should be embraced and ensured, not tenuous elements of a system otherwise hostile to their practice, which in the end, the centralized Communist Party is, and under Xi has proven to be. As competence and accountability are replaced by ideology and dictatorship, what happens next in China is impossible to know, but its past may offer some hints. One last thing, and this isn't a sponsor read. This video went into production weeks ago, before Donald Trump's inauguration and the myriad chaotic events.
Is this guy CIA? No, I don't think so.
But if we're going to make a video about the value of competence and the danger of personalized ideology and governance, well, it'd be a little strange not to say something about what's happening right now in America. Because just recently, a former Fox News host, Pete Hegseth, was appointed to administrate the most powerful military in human history. His qualifications? Dutifully glazing Trump on national television, loyalty, and nothing else. Meanwhile, the richest man in human history has lately taken it upon himself to illegally interfere with the civil service in pursuit of a personalized rather than professional bureaucracy. A plainly obvious ploy.
HasanAbi, when someone criticizes China, did you know that USA bad though? Wait, I'm an American political commentator covering American politics. Is it really that shocking that I try to draw analogs from American history? That's a ridiculous. Is it all that ridiculous? He is right, Hasan. No, I'm talking to Americans and Westoids in general who are very familiar with the good and the bad of American history, American politics, usually just with the good and not with the bad. So that is the reason. If I was in Turkey doing Turkish politics as a Turkish political commentator, I would be covering it by drawing comparisons to Turkish political history. That's what I don't understand about people whenever they talk about like my coverage. I came across people on Insta on clips of you talking about U.S. politics, and a bunch of hogs were just like, yeah, what about China? And I'm like, bro, he's American. China is not a good place to live. Okay. When did you say the USA bad? You literally just spoke about the good things that the founding fathers did. Well, it's because any association or any comparison with a foreign adversary or historical comparison to a foreign adversary automatically implies that I'm actually criticizing the American government. That's what it is. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people are very simple in their understanding of history and politics in general, where they think my country good, other countries bad. They might not ever openly say it out loud like that, but I think they still see it as such, which is why they reflexively defend a position that I'm not maintaining. Here's a vid that'll really cool the hogs in the chat's head. Overzealous did a great video on Che in defense of Che Guevara, how the media lies to you. Ooh, Overzealous says just banger after banger, honestly. I swear I've heard you say China bad and USA good on some things. Yeah, like as the global superpower, America gets to present itself to a certain degree as one that abides by the principles of of social libertarianism to a certain degree, and most importantly, I think free speech. When you are not the global hegemonic superpower, you punish people for silly things that would be considered silly here, things that would be considered unspeakable in the United States of America. Okay? I lived in China for just 1 week and got pantsed 117 times. This is what communism does. Anyway, now, of course, you're seeing America, you are seeing that America has never fully abided by the principles of free speech, whether it be the Red Scare, McCarthyist trials, or the assassination of revolutionary black leaders during the civil rights era, or even today, whenever there's a whistleblower, a real whistleblower, not like a fake one, but a real whistleblower, you see how America treats them. God forbid you whistleblow against a corporation like Boeing or any number of different corporations, or even, or even criticize our unlimited loyalty to the state of Israel. Clearly, when you do stuff like that, America gets very censorious very quick. And that, I suspect, is going to get worse and worse. I don't want it to, because I do think that some semblance of free speech is good. Like, even abiding by it on principle is a good thing. Quiet liberals, a real American Maoist is speaking.
Jacked into the big... And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven.
He's right. Mao Zedong also received the mandate of heaven. You don't understand. Strap me to a Dongfeng missile and send me to D.C. Strap me to a Dongfeng missile and send me to the heavenly send me to where the residential neighborhoods are in Washington, D.C., where all the politicians live while Congress is in session. Put me in the back of a Dongfeng missile and unleash me on the suburbs. Dear leader, Chairman Xi Jinping. When you get to heaven and it's Chinese. No religious freedoms in China and LGBTQ rights are not really a thing. Okay, no religious freedoms in China is not correct. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Unless you mean that they made the mosques look Chinese. If that's what you're talking about, that might be what you mean. And in terms of LGBTQ rights aren't really a thing, yes and no. Snopes, as the resident fact checker, I have rated this partially true. Okay, I'm giving you two Pinocchios. Okay, they're talking about China banning weird racist Christian cults. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought he was talking about like you're not allowed to be Muslim or something, which is not true. They arrested Uyghurs with the name Muhammad or long beards. No, that was not because of religious persecution. It was completely unacceptable, but that was not because of religious persecution. Yeah, I mean that was completely unjustifiable and America shit. Okay, but that wasn't because they were Muslim. No, that was because, well, according to the Chinese state, they were separatist radicals that wanted to develop East Turkestan. Which, again, not on the basis of religious persecution, considering that there's Muslims elsewhere as well. And you are still allowed to be a Muslim in China, in Xinjiang to this day. But yeah, as far as LGBT stuff goes, yeah, it's not, there's definitely a lot more room for reform there for sure. Also, make no mistake, I'm not saying that they were correct in their claim for why they were engaging in mass surveillance and dragnet operations in Xinjiang. They were not. Wasn't their biggest TV star trans? Yeah, their number one female television star is a trans woman who is also kind of conservative from what I understand. But yes, she is trans and has spoken about like the difficulties and and whatnot. No, not like Caitlyn Jenner, but she is definitely a big, I mean, you can't be a big TV star and not be a regime person anyway. So what was the real reason? No, the reason is because they didn't want any sort of separatist movement to exist, but their approach is completely incorrect and heavy-handed and also unacceptable. You can't do fucking dragnets on an entire area. I understand their critique in good faith, but listening to Americans lose their shit about country overreacting to a terrorist attack is something else, Lamau. Okay, but to be fair, I also do a whole lot of criticism of Americans and their overreaction, and a lot more criticism, to be fair, to American overreaction to 9/11. From where did you get the dragnet shit? Come on, chatter. I'm putting the Che video in the bag.
Search Che Guevara on YouTube. You'll be greeted with an overwhelming amount of videos calling him a murderer, psychopath, homophobe, racist, and so on.
You're wearing a mass murderer t-shirt.
He personally murdered or had murdered thousands of Cuban citizens.
It's like walking around, again, with a Stalin t-shirt.
There exists.
I don't want to simp too hard for China. Human violations are a serious issue, but do you really think that separatism is something that you can deal with just improving social conditions? Not just improving social conditions, but if someone actually engages in an act of terror, then you prosecute them for the crimes that they've committed. You don't. My point is, under no circumstances can you go after virtually the entirety of an ethnic minority and place them under mass surveillance and then send numerous members of said ethnic minority into re-education camps because you want to completely eviscerate the separatist threat. That is my approach and issue with this process. Kind of like you can't just decide that every fucking undocumented migrant is a criminal because 29 undocumented migrant murders happened in the year 2024. Yeah, that's it. And I think that's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. Anyway, let's watch.
It's very few well thought out rebuttals to these claims on this website. The videos on the screen right now are really good in my opinion, but they're unfortunately drowned out by the slander. I get a lot.
Yeah, but migrant crime is completely made up. While there are East Turkestan flags being raised right now in Syria by the Friends of Liberal Al-Qaeda, yes, they are trained by the Turkish government. I am very familiar with the East Turkestan separatist movement. They are literally trained and armed by way of the CIA and my other country that I am from, Turkey. I know. I'm very aware of this. Okay? Once again, that is not a reason or an ample justification for mass surveillance, dragnet operations, and also, re-education camps. It's pre-crime. There's no justification for pre-crime. That's it. Bro, you're never getting into China, dog? Same shit Palestinians go through? No. It is not even remotely similar to the same shit Palestinians go through. I've long maintained the position that if Israel did what China did to Xinjiang, if Israel dealt with the Palestinian problem in the same way, they would be hailed as champions of international human rights in perpetuity. And I've said this before, 100%, if the Israeli government did what the Chinese government did in Xinjiang to the Palestinian population, literally every single Western outlet would be like, oh my God, have you ever seen a more moral nation? Have you ever seen, this is the most moral nation on the planet. No one has ever been more moral than the Israeli government. It is the most moral government of all time. Literally, we want to give a Nobel Peace Prize to basically every Israeli citizen. They should always have a permanent Nobel Peace Prize. They literally do that now? No, but like, they're not giving a fucking Nobel Peace Prize to Benjamin Netanyahu anytime, okay? Even liberals, no matter how fucking annoying they are not going to do that currently, okay? Come on. The liberal international rule-based order is currently prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu as a fucking war criminal. Come on, guys. Like, also, inversely, if China did to Xinjiang what Israel has done to Gaza or the West Bank, we would invade China, okay? Literally. We would be invading China every day. We would be like, we have to nuke Beijing, okay? We'd be like, what are you talking about? Please, why haven't we nuked Beijing yet? Fuck it, we'd nuke Xinjiang too. We'd be like, nuke it all. Watch this be another bad prediction. I'm not making a prediction. So just understand how this double standard certainly exists in that process.
A lot of comments from people who are curious as to why I keep a portrait of a supposed tyrannical mass murdering bigot in my living room, especially since I emphasize democracy so much in my videos, and that's because he's not a mass murderer.
Why aren't you mentioning how funny it is that West always act like they care about Muslims to begin with? Yeah. Wasn't that like some Chinese foreign minister who was like, Westerners, from what I've seen so far, don't particularly like the Chinese very much, and they don't particularly like the Muslims very much. But goddamn, they always talk about the Chinese Muslims. It's true.
In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single verifiable instance of him killing even one innocent person. The lack of knowledge when it comes to Che Guevara is evident. There are countless YouTube historians who can't even get the dude's birthday right, yet somehow feel the need to fill you in on the truth about Che Guevara.
Ernesto Che Guevara was born June 14th, 1928 in
And he was a racist baby. Look at how racist his face is. I will not be looking into what he did for the second half of his life. Okay? That seems like a racist, violent baby.
Rosario, Argentina.
Yes, although Wikipedia will tell you that his birthday was June 14th, his actual birthday was a month earlier, on May 14th. We know this because the most acclaimed biography on Che, written by John Lee Anderson, explains how Che's own mother admitted this fact to an astrologer on the literal first page of the book. If you're gonna make a truth about Che Guevara video, don't you think you should at least skim what is considered to be one of the most significant pieces written about the man? I don't bring this up to be pedantic. Anderson is such an important journalist on the topic of Guevara that he is credited with literally helping to find Che's remains after 30 years. He might be worth the read. This may seem like a small detail I'm obsessing over, but it's emblematic of the greater lack of respect for this topic. So, in this video, I'll take the 3 big accusations levied against Guevara, that he was a mass murderer, racist, and a homophobe, and refute each claim. Was Che Guevara a murderer? Well, the good folks over at PragerU sure seem to think so. They also like to draw Che as though he was a brown person for some reason, even though he was a white dude with Irish and Spanish ancestry. I guess drawing the guy with a darker complexion while trying to paint him as a terrorist plays well with their conservative base. Anyway, for those unfamiliar with Guevara's story, he was born into a well-off family in Argentina with a
fucking rich socialist. God damn it, dude. Thank God my goat Engels was he never actually would do the crime of being a wealthy person.
A bad case of asthma. He was very
fucking fake socialist. God damn it. Piece of shit. Hypocrite. Fuck.
Bright, and he studied to become a doctor. When he was in his early 20s, he and his friend decided to go on a trip from Argentina all the way up to North America so they could experience the world around them. On this trip, Che saw the immense suffering and poverty in Latin America, and he understood the culprit to be U.S. corporations and imperialism that looted the lands and marginalized the indigenous peoples. He even witnessed the U.S.-led overthrow of democratically...
Yeah, fucking hopefully Castro didn't have like wealthy parents or anything, because that would make me extra mad about these fucking hypocritical socialists.
...elected Guatemalan president Jacobo Arbenz because American corporations wanted to continue expropriating Guatemalan land and fruit. This trip radicalized Che and ultimately led to his involvement in the overthrow of the US-backed Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista in 1959.
A good guy. He's going to say he's a good guy, right? Batista, he's our guy. He was our good guy. I sure hope he does an accurate depiction of events here.
Played a pivotal role in the Cuban Revolution alongside Fidel Castro and the rest of his rebel army. Now, before I go any further, this video is not about Fidel. A lot of people like to conflate the two men when discussing Che's record and argue that since they perceive Fidel to be a terrible, evil man, then it must follow that Che was too. Apart from the fact that Fidel's story is nuanced and shouldn't be touched on as a side note, Che and Fidel were very different people. Fidel wasn't even a communist at the time of the revolution. He actually stacked his new government with relatively conservative people in the attempt to placate the hostile USA. Yes, many mistakes were made by Fidel in the years that followed the revolution, and yes, a lot of them were in response to the US invasion, bombing, and embargo of his country. But for the sake of brevity, this video will focus on Che. Similarly, there are bad faith actors who like to conflate Che with the Cuban state itself and attribute any wrongdoing committed by the state to Che. Every country has its own flawed history in some way. We're not going to blame Guevara for Cuba's unless he was directly involved. Back to this very well done and totally not dishonest PragerU video. As you can see, they are kind enough to link us to a source document which I happily clicked through in the hopes of finding some new and damning information on Che. As I dealt with the source material and tried to...
I love PragerU taking the time out of like 17 videos about how black people ain't shit, black people deserve less, and that if you think black people, deserve equal rights, you also ain't shit, to turn around and be like, Che Guevara, I'll have you know, had some really famous choice words about the laziness of black people, which we agree with, by the way, all the time right now in 2025, even though please don't look into what Che Guevara did for the remainder of his life, okay, post-revolution. It's such a funny thing for PragerU to be like, yeah, Che Guevara was racist against black people. Like, what are you trying to fucking hype him up to the PragerU audience? The fuck? Anyway.
Trace the claims back to their original sources. It did not take me long before I arrived at...
Yeah, also, if Che was actually racist, conservatives would love him. Exactly. And not only that, I mean, that goes for everyone that conservatives claim, or even liberals sometimes claim, are maintaining reactionary, problematic statements. Like, the fuck? I can see your other posts, dipshit. The fuck do you mean you're calling Che Guevara a racist?
At cubaarchive.org. If you've ever had a conversation with someone set on convincing you that Che was a mass murderer, they might have told you to check out this site. I know a lot of op-eds on the topic like to use Cuba Archive as a source, like this HuffPost article. Researchers have documented 216 victims of Che Guevara in Cuba from 1957 to 1959. Wow, I gotta check this out. Oh nice, an Error 404 page. That's some good-ass journalism right there. In almost every slanderous article or blog post I read on the topic of Guevara, any definitive claim that Che killed X amount of people would redirect me to Cuba Archive, specifically this 404 error page. Now, this is
bro, when the USAID funding dries up.
Obviously a dead end. The page was taken down for some reason, probably due to blatant dishonesty, but as I researched this topic further, I'm almost certain that this page is the one being debunked in a 4-year-old video by a YouTuber called Bad Empanada, where he goes in depth on the topic and does a really good job highlighting how dishonest Cuba Archive can be. I definitely recommend you check it out if you want more on this topic. As of 2025, Cuba Archive is still home to a database that lists the names and cases of people who died or disappeared under both Batista and Castro.
Do you not bring up the decimation of Uyghur culture and heritage because it doesn't fit well into your China glazed narrative? Interesting fact-picking coward. Go back and watch any number of different videos that I've covered on this subject matter from many years ago, and you will hear that I have talked about it, which is why I think it's appropriate to consider it a cultural genocide, as they basically commodified and turned Uyghur culture into a tourism destination. You've also been subscribed to me for 13 months, so I think you've definitely seen me talk about this before. I don't know, like, there's no point that where I have ever considered what the Chinese government's handlings of Xinjiang to be appropriate. I don't know why people still keep pointing to this. It's like one of those statements that just like never goes away for some reason. I genuinely don't understand it. Like, is it attention that you're seeking? What is happening? Is that what it is? Like, what the fuck? Will you now say, oh, my mistake, I didn't realize you had talked about it? Yeah, it's exactly like West Bank. Okay. Yeah, definitely. That's why there's a genuine freedom of freedom of movement restriction to this day. The fuck do you mean it's exactly like West Bank? What kind of delusional bullshit is this, dude? Shut the fuck up. It is incredibly disrespectful to a 76-year apartheid. Like, what are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, that's the only thing they did in the West Bank, right? They just bulldozed buildings and banned books, right? That's what they did, famously. Why are you downplaying what is happening under the first of all, I've literally had people press me IRL in the exact way Chatter is pressing you for saying China good. I'm not even saying China good. I'm just saying there's good things that China has done. But goddamn. But notice how you actually Notice how you actually fucking changed the dynamic immediately. Like, you know that I've recognized this, okay? But there's a limit to that recognition when it reaches beyond the point of, when it reaches to the point of just like undermining what's going on in the West Bank. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. I think you kind of downplay the Chinese genocide. I am not downplaying Gaza and Palestine at all. That comparison that you're making is literally downplaying it. Okay? Like, if you know anything about either of these issues, if you know anything about either of these atrocities, okay, if you choose to compare them in this way, you are downplaying one over the other 100%. Especially because you also come to the recognition that it's fine now. Is it fine now in the West Bank? The fuck? Is it fine now? There's 15 million people permanently displaced. What the fuck are you talking about? You know? I don't think if it was to the same degree, you would ever be able to say it's fine now about Gaza or it's fine now about the West Bank. Maybe you should really, reconsider the way that you're comparing these two different events. Anyway, and this is because he considers what my criticism is insufficient, which is ironic because it seems like he agrees with my criticism. How many times have you said that if Israel did Xinjiang and the West Bank, Israel be considered the greatest peacemakers, diplomats of all time? Exactly. Because it's true. It's literally true. If you could say it's fine now, Palestinians have complete fucking freedom of movement and a say in the process of their own local governance, for example, yes, it would be considered the greatest peacekeeping achievement of all time by every Western superpower. They would never shut the fuck up about it. Anyway, imagine if Israel discovered a cure for cancer, but people refuse to get it because Israel is doing a genocide. You can talk about good things while acknowledging the bad things. No, Israel has done nothing good for the world. No, I mean, I've even talked about Israel revitalizing in its nationalist project, revitalizing the Hebrew language as a overall benefit. There's plenty of things that would be considered. There's plenty of things that would be considered incredible achievements that Israel has done if it wasn't done at the behest of a settler colonial enterprise that engaged in mass displacement and genocide and ethnic cleansing and apartheid for fucking 76 years. These are things that I also recognize and openly talk about. Anyway, I mean, I've been in the process myself against the war in the past year. I don't need a lecture on the horrors of Palestinian apartheid and genocide. Okay, well, I'm glad that you... Okay, but you always claimed that it was such a peaceful re-education. I've literally never said that. I've never said that it was a peaceful re-education. Now you're just making stuff up because I think you feel embarrassed because you also recognize that your statement was wrong and you're just desperately grabbing onto whatever criticism you can. It's okay. It's all right to have disagreements. It's all right to misunderstand people from time to time. I'm trying to be as gracious as possible here. So what the fuck's going on here? I think chatters wish you would denounce the Chinese as strongly as you do the Israelis, since they're just as bad. There is no world where I'm saying the opposite of that, okay? And I'm not talking about Israeli citizens anyway. I'm talking about the Israeli government, okay? And its apartheid structure. There is no fucking world. I'm saying the opposite of what you are saying. If you think that the Chinese unjustifiable, the CCP killed 100 million people. Okay, shut the fuck up, dumbass. Ridiculous.
Castro's rule, which on its face seems like a useful tool that could help us to further understand the severity of the issue at hand, until we very quickly see that this database is filled with dishonesty and misappropriations of their very own source material. Not to mention, citing
I don't even think the Black Book of Communism says that. Yeah, they don't.
Cuba Archive, a database that covers deaths and disappearances committed by the Cuban state since 1952, doesn't necessarily fill you in on whether or not Che Guevara was the culprit. But to illustrate my point about the misinformation prevalent on this website, let's look at the case of a man who we know for certain Che personally killed because he wrote about it in his diaries. Killed, not murdered. There is a difference, and it's an important one, and we'll get into the distinction in a bit. This is a case that is often used when...
You know what's really funny? Okay, this is the last note I'm going to mention here, okay? If I ever talk about, like, an American politician doing something right, okay, nobody goes, or, well, I guess some people do. They go, oh, how dare you fucking glaze up America, KKK, It is a violent settler colonial enterprise that is built on the backs of genocide and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, people do that sometimes, and I ban them because they're being fucking annoying. Okay, but every mention of China has to be prefaced with like the 100 bullet point of all the wrong that China is doing right now to you individually. It's like fucking ridiculous. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I live here, Like, can you imagine? Let's say I'm defending the National Institute of Health for its funding grants, and like chatters are coming in here to be like, how dare you defend the American genocidal enterprise and the fucking, innovative the grants that work to innovate the field of medicine. It is still done at the behest of capital, you fucking Ameripig. Like, yeah, some people do say that. Usually they're anarchists and fucking annoying, and I ban them. Okay? You do that for China every time. And it's funny because that chatter at least knows what my perspective on China is, and it's things that I criticize, and its governance that I criticize, aspects of his governance. And he's still like, why doesn't the ICC prosecute Xi Jinping? I don't know. Take it up with the fucking ICC, dumbass. Why doesn't the ICC prosecute American leadership? I don't know. Maybe because they don't got smoke like that. This is the first time that they've actually dared to fucking go after a Western-backed leader. And you're over here being like, why don't they go after China too? I don't know. Maybe because I explained it to you already. If Benjamin Netanyahu was doing CCP shit, to the Palestinians, the ICC would not be going after him. The Nobel Committee would be going after him to find where he is, to suck his dick. This guy called me Sand Monkey. Nice. I remember when this was a left-leaning Democrat broadcast. Yeah. Pulled out the old one. Right up there with, you have sex with goats. You sand monkey, don't you know? You sand monkey, don't you know Muslims are oppressed in China? Guess you don't care about your own kind of goat fuckers when they're in China. Yeah, that's right. Remember the prophet? Anyway, woke racism.
And trying to paint Che as a mass murderer because it's the one instance of a killing that we can actually confirm with a primary source. Eutemio Guerra, Cuba Archive states, was a peasant and rebel army member executed on charges of being a Batista government informant by Che himself. And the source they quote for this is, oh, would you look at that? It's John Lee Anderson's biography. Well, luckily for us, we have a copy of Anderson's book, so we can get that much-needed context directly from the source. Eutemio Guerra was in fact a peasant who joined the rebel army to fight against Batista, but he betrayed the rebels and collaborated with the enemy. This led to the rebel army's location being compromised and bombed, and it even led to the death of a rebel guerrilla. It's important to note that treason and betrayal was known to bring a death sentence. That much was made clear before joining the rebels. When Eutemio was captured by the rebels, they found an army-safe conduct pass bearing his name and proving he collaborated with the enemy. Eutemio didn't.
I can't believe that while they were engaging in guerrilla warfare against a fascist military dictatorship, they just killed collaborators. That's really fucked up. Yeah, good thing no one else has ever done that throughout history.
Even try to ask for clemency because he was well aware of his crimes and he knew that the punishment for treachery was death. Eutemio got down on his knees, asking that he be shot to have it over with. Now, instead of just brazenly executing him on the spot the way a mass murderer would have no problem doing, Che and the rebels conducted a makeshift trial for Eutemio. They were in the middle of a guerrilla war, so they had to make do with what they could, but he was given a trial nonetheless. Even Cuba Archive nonchalantly admits this. Fidel ultimately gave the order to execute the man who betrayed the army and led to the death of a fellow rebel, and Che, only after seeing that nobody else wanted to carry out the execution, did so. Now you tell me if that constitutes murder. Murder is a legal term encompassing the unlawful killing of an innocent person. This is obviously a tragic story, but murder is not the appropriate word to use. Otherwise, we would have to turn to other nations like the US, who also consider treason to be punishable by death and consider that practice to be murderous.
Americans gained independence by throwing tea into the water or something, and then the English left. Yeah, famously.
Well, it's very clear that a lot of nuance is stripped away from this case if you just read the Cuba Archive page on it. Like I said, Che's detractors like to publicize the story of Eutemio Guerra because It's the only confirmed case of Che personally killing someone. Like this hit piece written by Alvaro Vargas Llosa that
The
reads,
killing machine. Che Guevara from communist firebrand to capitalist brand. Oh my God. Whenever I see the fucking oldest tricks in the book still being utilized over and over again, and not even for like revolutionary figures at this point, but even someone who's like a dipshit Twitch streamer like myself, it's just, I can't help but fucking laugh. You know what I mean? It's like I got no emotion, man. Why are you fucking yelling at me? You know? Why the fuck are you yelling at me? I'm not a revolutionary figure, you know? And it's always like, dude, you don't understand. Like you're a rich socialist. You fucking rich socialist. It's hypocritical.
Guevara shot Eutemio Guerra because he suspected him of passing on information. We can see that the author is using vague language here to make Che seem unreasonable. Llosa leaves out the fact that the rebels found an Army Safe Conduct Pass proving definitively that Eutemio was guilty. Little tricks like this are played all over Cuba Archive's database as well. To really drive this home, Guerra betrayed the rebels, colluded with the enemy in a way that led to the death of a rebel guerrilla, was captured, admitted his wrongdoings, asked for death, was given a trial, and was executed for treason. This is not some act of sadistic depravity that Che took pleasure in carrying out. Cuba Archive will touch on similar cases where the rebels, sometimes acting on Che's command, were forced to carry out similar executions of traitors, criminals, and Batista collaborators, and although Cuba Archive uses very ambiguous language describing what happened, I implore you to actually seek out the source material that they use, and you will quickly realize that they often bastardize their own sources to make it seem as though Che was walking around murdering.
Bro, this actually makes him seem like a lazy ass. He killed one dude. No, of course he didn't kill one guy. He only personally executed one person. No shit, he killed a bunch of people. What the fuck? They did a violent revolution. I'm saying that, like, they make it seem like he was just lining motherfuckers up and just doming them left and right.
Innocent people.
He was a
Victims,
combatant.
if you could even call them that, were often murderers and torturers of peasants, enemy combatants, or traitors who collaborated with the enemy and compromised the rebels, which would bring a death sentence in the US as well. It's sad to see Che's detractors hyper-focus on such shoddy evidence regarding his supposed mass murder sprees when we have verifiable instances of his work in establishing hospitals, administering medical aid to people, teaching people how to read and write in the effort to combat illiteracy, being an outspoken critic of horrific regimes like that of apartheid South Africa, which we'll get into later in this video when discussing his supposed racism, and more.
I hope he didn't fucking train armed combatants to go up against colonial power. That would be really bad. That would be,
But for now, let's move on to the main point of contention
even
for those
more
who paint
on the murder line, dude.
Che as a mass murderer. His work overseeing the Cuban tribunals after the Batista regime fell. After the revolution was won and the dictator Fulgencio Batista fled the country, a lot of Batista's army men, police, and collaborators remained in Cuba, and like any other war criminals, needed to be tried in tribunals. It's important to note that Batista's rule was genuinely brutal. His forces were guilty of acts so depraved that I can't even mention them in this video. He treated the Cuban population horrendously, with atrocities ranging from torture to mutilation to mass murder. CIA records confirm this and, surprisingly, juxtapose Batista's tyrannical rule with Castro's comparatively sensible one. Quote, "The large-scale campaigns of murders and terrorism characteristic of the last years of the Batista regime have not occurred during the Castro regime." Again, this is not me playing defense for any atrocities that may have occurred under Castro. It just feels like it would be relevant to share what the CIA was saying at the time. It is funny how Cuba had an actual mass-murdering despot at its helm for so many years, yet conservative media rarely brings it up. Castro put Che in charge of trying the war criminals, rapists, murderers, and torturers from the Batista regime. This entailed Che going over their cases and issuing a sentence. This could be compared to any other tribunal. In Che's case, suspected war criminals were brought to La Cabana, a fortress he used as a headquarters and military prison. Those suspected of atrocities, often involving the torture of peasants, sexual abuses, and murders, had their cases looked over by Che and other members tasked with presiding over the tribunals. His work at this fortress has earned Che the nickname, the Butcher of La Cabana, by those who like to misrepresent his legacy and paint him as a careless mass murderer who killed everyone who was brought to him. But the historical record begs to differ. Orlando Borrego, the accountant who administered La Cabana's finances and fellow tribunal president, had this to say about the trials. Our paramount concern was to ensure that revolutionary morality and justice prevailed. Che was very careful. Nobody was shot for hitting a prisoner, but if there was extreme torture and killings and death, then yes, they were condemned to death. The whole case was analyzed, all the witnesses seen, and the relatives of the dead or tortured person came, or the tortured person himself. In addition to this, Anderson reports that Che never attended the trials or met with defendants himself as to not jeopardize the legal process and intertwine personal vendettas with justice. He just went over the cases with his fellow judges and reached a verdict on the basis of evidence alone. Borrego also mentioned that Che took great care in selecting the judges and prosecutors, and that the rebels who were mistreated—
American liberals, without even a shred of irony, will be like, they should have killed more slavers, okay, during the Civil War, and then we'll turn around and be like, Che is a horrifying mass murderer, a butcher, okay? American liberals, maybe even if they're, crazy enough, if they're goated enough, they're based enough, will say like, the tribunal should have killed more Nazis after World War II. And then we'll then turn around without a shred of irony, be like, Che Guevara was a bloody mass murderer. It is so completely unacceptable what he did. What is going on? Like, what doesn't make sense in your mind? Like, I am anti-capital punishment, okay? But if we're looking at historical events, whether it was revolution in Cuba, or whether it was revolution in Haiti, or whether it was a just war against the Nazi scourge, okay, or whether it was a just war against the rising South filled to the brim with slavers, I understand why people did the things that they did, okay? I'm not going to sit here and be like, nah, I would have gone about it different, okay? I would have worked on making sure that we were doing reform, okay? Making sure that we were doing some rehab, okay? Like, I feel like this is a wholly unproductive conversation, oftentimes had by liberals with inconsistent standards of violence.
Were not allowed to pass judgment on their former torturers. He went on to talk about how there were people and prosecutors who would superfluously ask for the death sentence, but they would be frequently moderated by Che and his colleagues. So yes, there were trials and executions during this period in Cuba, but according to John Lee Anderson, these trials were above board, if summary affairs, with defense lawyers, witnesses, prosecutors, and an attending public. But there was also a number of arbitrary executions. The most notorious incident occurred when, soon after occupying Santiago, Raul Castro directed a mass execution of more than 70 captured soldiers. Raul's reputation for ruthlessness was confirmed. Now, those with a keen eye might be able to pick up on the fact that Raul Castro is actually not Che Guevara. Those are different people. Anderson goes on to say there was little overt public oppositions to the workings of revolutionary justice. On the contrary, Batista's thugs had committed some sickening crimes, and
I think that's probably also part of the reason why, because no one knows anything about the Batista regime, like in America. Well, Americans don't know anything about anything in general, but like they just think that these like random upstarts got together and we're just like, we're woke and we want to do woke communism. And that's why we're going to go kill a bunch of farm owners and people who fight back. Like that's, I think unironically, that's probably the American consensus on Che Guevara and Fidel Castro and the Cuban Revolution, right? They were like a bunch of college students that got armed up and wanted to do woke. And that wokeness was demonstrated through mass murder and ethnic cleansing campaigns or some shit like that. Now, of course, this stupid ahistorical perspective is not helped by the fact that many Cubans living on U.S. soil also maintain a healthy dose of reactionary sentiment. So, people's involvement with this process is kind of misguided, but
the Cuban public was in a lynching mood. Che warned his judges to be scrupulous about weighing the evidence in each case so as not to give the revolution's enemies additional ammunition, but the trials had to continue if Cuba's revolution was to be secure. In a book by Paco Ignacio Taibo called Guevara, also known as Che, Taibo says this about the trials. Without a doubt, Che was in favor of the summary trials, but the tales woven by Cuban exiles, in which he was the butcher of La Cabana presiding over most of the shootings in Havana, are flights of fantasy. Revolutionary Tribunals number 1 and number 2 did sit at La Cabana, the first trying policemen and soldiers, the second, which did not pass death sentences, trying civilians. I really want to emphasize that. The tribunals tasked with dishing out civilian sentences did not condemn non-combatants to death.
Che sent many people, even the innocent, to their deaths.
Now, before you accuse me of using evil Marxist sources, Taibo's book was cited as a source on that Cuba archive entry on Guero that we covered earlier. I'm using the same sources used by a website dead set on framing Che as the devil. To add to this, in a forum with PBS, John Lee Anderson said, "I have yet to find a single credible source pointing to the case where Che executed an innocent. Those persons executed by Guevara or on his orders were condemned for the usual crimes punishable by death."
I'm a first-gen Cuban American, and for years I grew up listening to older family, friends, and coworkers that would claim witnessing atrocities Che committed. It's been hard to shake off all those sentiments. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, okay? Robert Menendez, also known as New Jersey Senator Robert Menendez, a openly corrupt American Democratic Party senator. Robert Menendez is of Cuban descent. And when he was caught with gold bars in his home, Robert Menendez, also known as Gold Bar Bob, in this pay for play scheme that he engaged in with halal meat distributors from Egypt. Okay, Robert Menendez claimed that he actually had this epigenetic memory because his family had escaped the communist Cuban regime with gold items that they had in their possession before the violent genocidal communists got to them, and that's why he had this fear, and that's why he maintained these gold bars. Okay, Robert Menendez's family did not escape the Castro regime; they escaped under the Batista regime. They escaped to the United States of America, escaping Batista. So why is it that a former American Cuban senator is fucking lying about his background like this? That, I think, plays a pretty decent, that plays a good role in understanding the mindset of a lot of Cuban Americans. Similar process to Marco Rubio's family, I believe. I think a lot of American Cubans, just maybe due to like collective hysteria or due to like the initial people that escaped Cuba being of the kind that was collaborating with Batista's regime, have developed this alternative perspective on the history of Cuba. Not all Cubans that came from Cuba were fucking landowners, like wealthy landowners, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. But I think even those who very clearly fled Cuba to escape the grips of the genocidal, actually fascist Batista regime, still maintain this position because of, I don't know, maybe collective hysteria, maybe wanting to feel a sense of belonging. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. But understand that if you're first generation, second generation, third generation Vietnamese, okay, or first generation, second generation, third generation Chinese, or Afghan even. Well, it's a little different right now because the war on terror is still going on. War on terror. Understand that a lot of your Iranian diaspora, a lot of your immediate family members, many of them came to the United States of America because they agreed with the United States of America's actions. Okay? That's it. And the same goes for Cubans, and the same goes for Venezuelans. A lot of people that come here often come here because they were collaborating with the people here. Not every single one, but a big chunk of people are coming here on that tip. So, of course, they're going to have a tremendous amount of resentment towards the country that they fucking fled, right? Now, once again, and I repeat, not every single person is like this. I'm just saying that that's why there is oftentimes in diaspora populations this like cultural attitude that does not reflect the broader popular sentiment of the country that they're speaking about. You know, that's it.
Death at times of war or in its aftermath. Desertion, treason.
Yeah, there's also shame, reading the room, wanting to fit in, wanting to not be victim to hate crimes, you know, and playing ball. Exactly. They knew that they couldn't just shout out about how they had to leave because they were collaborative with a heinous government. Or that's it. Are there not American expats with similar stories conversely? I think, ironically, there are some, even though American brain rot, given America's global hegemonic superpower status, is so pervasive that it spans across the entire fucking globe. That's why you have, like, white American dudes with, like, Chinese wives and shit who still shit on China and make YouTube videos about how fucking China's going to collapse any day now. But, yeah, there's a history of defectors to the DPRK, or a history of people that, like, literally fucking leave America to go and live in the USSR as well. It's just not as common. But Iran's government is actually shit. All Iranians agree on that. Yes, I'm not talking about that. Like, this is not about. I'm not defending the Iranian government at all. I'm simply stating that initially the people that come here are brought here by the American government, and many of them are very pro-America. And we're not even talking about current day Iran anyway in that situation. There's also the diaspora tending to be wealthier and coming from wealthier backgrounds. That's true as well. I mean, I myself am literally a fucking living, breathing example of this. When you meet people in the United States of America that come from especially like a poor country, how the fuck do you think they got here? You know how rich you got to be able to leave a poor country and come to the United States of America legally? Are you kidding me? You think this fucking stupid ass, racist ass country allows you to enter it if you're not guapped up, if you're not fucking caked up? Let me tell you, that's not the case, okay?
Or crimes such as rape.
Anyway, let's continue.
Torture or murder. I should add that my research spanned 5 years and included anti-Castro Cubans among the Cuban-American exile community in Miami and elsewhere. From what we can tell, Che was far from a careless murderer. He actually seemed to be very cognizant and fair. This is not to say that he was a perfect man who did everything right with no room for improvement. I'm not trying to glaze too close to the sun, but these were incredibly stressful and unique conditions, and the evidence supporting the claim that Che was a ruthless and bloodthirsty murderer is weak. Was Che racist? Another claim that is often levied against Che is that he was a bigot. This is often used as a gotcha by conservatives who like to point out what they perceive to be the hypocrisy of left-leaning people celebrating a supposed bigot. It usually goes like this. Hey, left-wing college kid, you claim to dislike racism and homophobia, but you wear a t-shirt with the image of a racist homophobe on it. I, on the other hand, don't dislike racism or homophobia. I'm quite fond of both, but despite that, I still don't wear a t-shirt with Che Guevara on it because he cared too much for the poor, and that grosses me out. Anyway, my pregnant wife is not going to yell at herself. Gotta go. In all seriousness, there are some accusations of bigotry that can be fixed.
Lamau, this is giving Palestinians Palestinians are too homophobic. That's cringe shit. Yeah, I know. It's so fucking stupid.
Fairly levied at Che. So let's take a closer look. Starting with the accusation that he was a racist. There are many fake quotes that are wrongfully attributed to Che in the attempt to paint him as a racist. One of which goes, "We're going to do for black people exactly what they did for the revolution," by which I mean nothing. This quote, while damning and definitely racist, can't be definitively traced back to Guevara. It's circulated heavily by Cuban-American conservatives like Humberto Fontava. Holy fuck, I killed that pronunciation, I think. Who regularly spews outright falsehoods like Che helped to herd gay people into forced labor camps, which we will debunk later in this video. And Fontava is the source of this banger of a quote.
There's nothing funnier than like anyone who is anywhere near American leadership for decades shitting on the homophobia of the Cuban revolutionaries, which is hilarious only because Fidel Castro literally apologized for it. Cuba is literally more pro-LGBTQ than the United States of America right now. It's constitutionally enshrined and protected. And also, Fidel Castro apologized for it like years before America even decided that gay people could get fucking married or get legal recognition. That's why it's so funny when Americans are like, dude, you don't understand. They were doing so much. They were doing twerk camps
The lily-white Che Guevara and Fidel Castro overthrew the mixed-raced Batista. Is bro trying to imply that Batista's mass murder campaigns were okay because he was mixed race?
He's woke.
What kind of identity
Batista was
politics?
DEI. He's a DEI dictator.
Bullshit is this? I refer you back to the CIA document about Batista's brutality. Also, I have a hard time believing that Fontava gives any semblance of a fuck about racism, considering he collaborated with Bill O'Reilly, who made a litany of unsavory comments regarding race. Fontavo also authored a book about Che, and it's genuinely insane. It's just a really bitter, incoherent polemic that author Rolf Potts referred to as slightly schizophrenic. The Fox article from which I pulled these Fontavo quotes also can't make up its mind on whether or not Che was a racist. Right here it says, many of the people Che was sending to the firing squad were members of Batista's army, and these disproportionately tended to be black and mixed race. Batista himself was mixed race. And then literally 3 lines later it says, Guevara also at times, however, called for more black people to be represented in institutions and had black fighters under his command.
That's also bad, because he was doing DEI. I'm going to hit it from every angle, okay? Yeah, Che Guevara, bad because he's racist, but also I'm a racist. So now I think Che Guevara is, I don't want to think too kindly of him. So I'm going to say, no, he was also doing DEI because he called for black people to be represented in institutions. Yeah, saying the Cuban Revolution was also racist is hilarious, but that's besides the point.
What are we doing here, guys? However, there is a genuinely racist quote that was written by Che, and it is worth talking about.
True.
Remember how I mentioned that Che was born in a well-off...
Okay, I'm just going to say one thing, okay, before we get to this quote, because I know what it is, okay? Your Honor, my client, Che Guevara, is Argentinian, okay? That's all I'm going to say. He's Argentinian. He's Argentinian. That's it. I mean, come on.
White family in Argentina and had a sheltered and privileged upbringing. Well, this upbringing came with blind spots. When he was a young man in his early 20s traveling around South America on his motorbike, he kept a personal diary, which is now a famous book called The Motorcycle Diaries. In this book, he wrote a horrific and inexcusably racist passage about black people. It goes like this. The blacks, those magnificent examples of the African race who have maintained their racial purity thanks to their lack of an affinity with bathing, have seen their territory invaded by a new kind of slave, the Portuguese. And the 2 ancient races have now begun a hard life together, fraught with bickering and squabbles. Discrimination and poverty unite them in the daily fight for survival, but their different ways of approaching life separate them completely. The black is indolent and a dreamer, spending his meager wage on frivolity or drink. The European has a tradition of work and saving, which has pursued him as far as this corner of America and drives him to advance himself.
No, why'd you write those words? No. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, I'm gonna repeat it now that you've seen the quote. Okay, he's Argentinian. He's okay. He's just he is Argentinian. Okay, and also, I think he more than atoned for his racist crimes of the past. But that's, you know, I'm sure that Overzealous will get to that in a second.
Is correct. Yes, this is really bad and indefensible. And the man Che grew to be and the man Che was when he wrote this are very different. In order to fully grasp the context of this quote, we need to understand that this was written by a spoiled rich kid who had been largely sheltered from any form of intersectional analysis and was extremely racially insensitive. This is a quote from the beginning of his journey, and if you actually read the book, you can see this young 24-year-old grow into a very different man. He met with many indigenous people.
I do think it's very funny to be like, Che is racist, because he did objectively say racist shit when he was younger. And it's funny to say that because the reason why you know who the fuck he is not because he wrote the Motorcycle Diaries, okay? It's because of all the other shit that he did afterwards. And that's the reason why you hate him. And virtually every single thing that he did after that was directly fighting with arms, engaging in violent revolution against colonial powers, whether it be in Africa or in the Cuban Revolution. So, you know, kind of funny that all these actually currently racist white supremacist nerds will act like this is a big own.
People during his journey and noted how much better he was treated as a white man compared to them. At the end of his journey, he notes that he is no longer the person he was when he embarked on this trip. Quote, The person who wrote these notes passed away the moment his feet touched Argentine soil again. The person who reorganizes and polishes them, me, is no longer. At least, I am not the person I once was. All this wandering around our great America with a capital A has changed me more than I thought. Clearly a story of growth and self-improvement, yet people like Marco Rubio feel the need to embellish and push a narrative that just isn't true. No, Marco Rubio, Che Guevara did not write extensively about the superiority of white Europeans. In fact, Che's effort—
Like, if he did that, you would like him. What are you saying? If he fucking did that, instead of all of the other shit that he did, okay, you would actually like him. You would literally ride for— he probably wouldn't have been fucking assassinated. You know what I mean? Like, if that was his point, and he just kept on that note, and didn't participate in the Cuban Revolution, didn't fucking go and try to liberate a bunch of colonial subjects in Africa, like, you would be a fan of Che Guevara. If he doubled down, tripled down, and became like a straight up white supremacist neo-Nazi, Marco Rubio would be trying to fucking put a statue in his goddamn honor.
Efforts to remedy his disgraceful writings are impressive. In a 1959 letter to William Morris in Miami, Florida, Che Guevara writes, "Esteemed sir, I received your letter to pass on to our commander-in-chief, which I have done, but I would like to say that if any vestiges of racial discrimination remain in this country, our revolution will put a complete end to them. You can be absolutely sure that within a few years, any difference between white and black will be solely a question of skin color, as it should be." It's important to note that the US in 1959 was racist as hell. The Civil Rights Bill had not even passed yet, and the president who ended up passing it, LBJ, referred to it as the N-word bill, but that's a different story. Che was also loudly against apartheid in South Africa, and he even gave a now famous speech on this topic at the UN, where he said, "Once again, we speak out to put the world on guard against what is happening in South Africa. The brutal policy of apartheid is applied before the eyes of the nations of the world. The peoples of Africa are compelled to endure the fact that on the African continent, the superiority of one race over another remains official policy, and that in the name of this racial superiority, murder is committed with impunity. Can the United Nations do nothing to stop this?" He then, in the same speech, went on to detail the crisis inflicted upon the people of Congo and the role of imperialism in the appropriation of their land and resources. He actually cared so much about Congo that he left his post in Cuba, relinquished his Cuban citizenship and all creature comforts that came with it, so he could personally go to the DRC and try to spur revolution. This is not just some guy who overthrew a dictator and then bathed in the glory and lived a comfortable hedonistic life. For a guy who supposedly wrote extensively about the superiority of white people, as Marco Rubio claims, everything he wrote and did as an adult seems to directly contradict that claim. Was Che homophobic? Similarly to his distasteful comments in regards to race, a young Che Guevara could also be quoted making a definitely homophobic remark about a gay person. He referred to a man as a pervert and then followed up the quote by saying, "Apart from being a homosexual, he had been very nice to us." Yeah, really bad, indefensible, and just like his racist remarks that we touched on earlier, he said this as a young, sheltered rich kid in the 1950s, and then he grew up. But see, if the conversation started and ended there, I would have no problem conceding the point that Che had said some homophobic shit. He is, after all, just a man, but
oh yeah, let's see you defend this one. Easy, Your Honor, he's hot. Also, not only is that very important, but also, who the fuck wasn't homophobic at that time? What are we talking about, dude? Are you crazy? Like, what? Like, the people that say Che Guevara was homophobic are homophobic now. Please. And also, once again, it's just like, it's silly shit. Canceling Che Guevara because he's homophobic.
They go on to say that he rounded up gay people and forced them into concentration camps.
Your Honor, he's also Argentinian, and everybody knows Latin American men are very gay coded. So I am not a gay man myself, but I will say, I assume that the gays in this chat would give him the pass.
After the Cuban Revolution, some dishonest actors go as far as to claim that he murdered people for being gay.
Che Guevara executed gays, right? This is a guy, when you wear a Che Guevara shirt, you're wearing a Hitler who was less successful in being charismatic and duping people.
Now,
oh, God, I'm just, Honestly, I'm just glad this motherfucker fell off, dude. I like actually, he was such a fucking rapacious scumbag. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. Thank God I don't have to ever fucking hear his voice ever again.
This is just blatantly untrue. There is no verifiable record of Che killing people for their sexuality. What is often being referred to when people make this point is the UMAP system in Cuba. The UMAPs were military units to aid production, and people who opted out of military service had to serve their country in a different way, and they were sent to these forced labor camps. At the time, gay people were not allowed to serve in the Cuban military, the same way they weren't allowed to serve in any other country's military, and they were subjected to forced labor in these Cuban camps. It is worth noting that draft dodgers in the US were sent to prison, where the 13th Amendment turned them into literal slaves. That's another story. Yes, the UMAPs were despicable and unjustifiable. No, just because the Americans did similar shit does not make it okay. There are also reports of gay people being mistreated and abused in these camps.
Yeah, good thing England, for example, would never do something. Oh, that's right. Britain castrated Alan Turing, the man who cracked the Enigma codes and saved countless lives during World War II, and then he ended up killing himself. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Undoubtedly was really inexcusable.
That's why it's fucking ridiculous when people are like, oh, dude, these guys were so homophobic. Like, yeah, they were, okay? And so was your fucking grandparents, all right? Yeah, but they apologized, dude? Yeah, well, you know who apologized for this process? Fucking Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro, when did he apologize for this? I'm going to look it up. I think Fidel Castro apologized for this at a time when they were still fucking making homosexuality a crime in Western nations, okay? Fidel Castro apologized for it when gay marriage was still illegal in America. Okay. Yeah. Also, to this fucking day, for the record, just so you understand, Cuba has a better constitutional protections for LGBTQ people than we do. Yeah. Fidel Castro took the blame for a wave of homophobia launched by his revolutionary government in the 1960s, but said it happened because he was distracted by other problems in an interview published on Tuesday in a Mexican newspaper. Former Cuban president told La Jornada the persecution of gays who were rounded up at the time as a supposed counter-revolutionaries placed in forced labor camps was a great injustice that arose from the island's history of discrimination against homosexuals. Yes, they do. Cuba has notoriously been one of the most progressive in terms of LGBTQ rights. There was a 2022 Cuban Family Code referendum. There's legal recognition to the right of marriage. Yeah. On Monday, what is this? Oh, it skips other shit. In those moments, I was not able to deal with the matter of homosexuals. I found myself immersed principally in the crisis of October, Cuban Missile Crisis, and the war, and policy questions. Official persecution of gays continued in the 1970s before homosexual acts were decriminalized in 1979. Today, Cuba's medical service provides free sex change operations. This article is from 2010. Fidel Castro publicly apologized for it in, I think, like 2008 or something. Okay? And they fucking had sex change operations. I don't know exactly when. But Cuba only allowed same-sex marriage since 2022. No, they constitutionally enshrined it in 2022. But before then, I'm fairly certain that like the Cuban attitude towards, and it's not just gay marriage either. Also, we're having a conversation right now in 2025 where American politicians are salivating about how more creative ways of killing trans people. So, you know, are you pro-sex operations is so dangerous regardless of your views? Pro-sex operations. You got to do an operation to get some sex, chatter. Yes, I'm pro-sex.
Bad considering Fidel Castro felt the need to issue an apology for this dark period in Cuban history, saying, if anyone is responsible, it's me. The dreaded UMAP system ran from November 1965 to July of 1968. 3 years too long, if you ask me. But again, this video is not about the Cuban state. It's about Che Guevara. So, what was he doing during this time? Oh yeah, he was in Congo. In April of 1965, Che...
You need to adjust your mic sensitivity because we can hear you beefing out your crusted gamer hole. What the fuck are you saying? What does that even mean?
Relinquished his Cuban citizenship and left the country to spread revolution abroad. He left Cuba 3 months before the UMAPs were established. In a farewell letter to Fidel, written by Che on April 1st, 1965, he says, "I formally resign my positions in the leadership of the party, my post as minister, my rank of commander, and my Cuban citizenship. Nothing legally binds me to Cuba. The only ties are of another nature, those that cannot be broken, as can appointments to posts." Che died 2 years after writing this in 1967, and the UMAPs ended in 1968. During their runtime, Che was in Congo, and then Bolivia, and then he was killed. He had nothing to do with them. Now, could Che have done more to stick up for LGBT rights in Cuba, especially during a period of machismo and ignorance towards gay people? Yeah, I'm sure he could have, and that would have been cool as fuck. But again, this was the 1960s. That doesn't make it right. Homophobia was never right, but apart from a single homophobic passage written when he was in his early 20s, he was 24, Che was not this raging homophobe who rounded up gay people and threw them into camps or killed them. That just isn't true. In summary, in his youth, Che wrote racist and homophobic.
This is a really important lesson, okay? This is a really important lesson in never posting, especially if you're a leftist, because anything you ever fucking say, they clip chimp motherfuckers, dude. They clip chimp motherfuckers in perpetuity, okay? They'll do this to you literally like half of a century later. They'll still be like running the hits. It is so crazy. To this day, this dude is getting clip chimped for his old takes. It's wild, man. What have we learned today? We learned that the biggest crime of all time is being a leftist, okay? That's it. That's the number one crime. Nothing else. Nothing else comes anywhere near that crime. And it is the absolute worst crime of all, okay? You still get clipped for America Deserved? I know. And when they don't have anything, okay? When they can't even find anything, they just make shit up, okay? They just make shit up about you. They'll just be like, oh, well, he said something homophobic, so he genocided the gays. Oh, okay. Got it.
Things. We know he grew out of his racism, as his later actions showed. We can't say for certain whether or not he grew out of his homophobia, but we could infer that as he matured and became a Marxist, he rid himself of these bigoted ideas and focused on solidarity. There are no actions or writings from his adult life that suggest that he was a horrific homophobe, but without new evidence, we'll never know for sure. It's not uncommon to meet people who hate Che and the Cuban government for anecdotal reasons. I have people close to me who lived in Cuba under Fidel, and they really loved him.
You can be a communist without being woke and defend homophobe Castro? What? Okay, shut up. Take a day off.
But that's why we don't use anecdotes and we stick to empiricism. History is not made up of great, infallible people. It's made up of people reacting to their environments. And
I'm still learning about your brothel experience, and see, that's a great fucking example. I've always been pro-sex work, dated sex workers, openly talked about going to a legal brothel in fucking 2010. And motherfuckers still talk about how the brothel was raided. Yeah, it was 6 years after I went to the fucking brothel, okay? And what it was rated for wasn't child sex trafficking in the way that these fucking freaks talk about, okay? It was goddamn rated for tax evasion. And the brothel actually still is in operation as a legal brothel, and literally sued the German government and the police for defamation successfully. But motherfuckers still talk about it. It was in Berlin. It's legal. And it's crazy. People still go like, oh, Hasan is a child sex trafficker. It's just like, you're such a pathetically unserious person. One of the main people that love spreading this, by the way, Sex Pestiny, aside from engaging in a litany of sex crimes, okay, both alleged and some that are currently being prosecuted, okay, also openly admitted that he went to an illegal massage parlor where he got a rub and tug by, in his own words, not mine, a woman that looked like she was sex trafficked. That's the motherfucker that has been for years talking about how I went to a legal brothel. How crazy is that shit? And the dumbass fucking radfems that run along with that still go along with this narrative. Oh my Lord. Go find a fucking new villain, dude. Anyway, plenty of them out there. Yeah. I didn't know this. Why do I have to learn more about them? I just think it's kind of funny and kind of interesting that all my haters happen to be of the exact same origin. It's not just radfems. A lot of Marxist-Leninists still bring it up too. Yeah, those guys are fucking stupid, clout-hungry morons. Who gives a shit? Yes, dude, I know. Some of those Marxist-Leninists are like former sex workers who are now anti-sex work themselves, okay? There's that one. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm not even going to dignify it. I don't care. Yes. Who cares? They just chirp into the fucking void 24/7. You need to understand. This is just completely unproductive and silly. Remember, judge me by my enemies. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Asman asserts that Nazis burned down Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology in 1933 not because it was a safe space for queer people, but because it was written in Jewish, not German. Wait, what?
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
There is literally no reason to fucking go to school, study political science, spend years and years of trying to understand how politics works, the importance of learning history. I'm not an elitist by any means. I think anybody can do this. This is a fucking silly ass job. It is just crazy that like what is declared good enough in terms of political commentary on the right wing side of things. That's crazy. Hey, congratulations to the DigiGears, okay? DigiGears, you did it. #1 political commentator on the platform. Still going, by the way. All the DigiGears. You did it. You did it. You wanted someone to have a different perspective reflected on the platform for diversity of opinion. I hope you're happy with that. Written in Jewish. What does that even mean?
And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of...
No, it was because they were fucking anti-trans. What kind of conversation is this? No, the Nazis also happen to be anti-trans. Okay? Which is not surprising, considering how many people in this chat are going, based! Damn, Nazis, based! Nazi W, gotta give them that, bro.
The Nazis. So it was like, yeah, they were...
No, the books were written in German, okay? I don't think they were written in Jewish, which I don't know what he means by that. Does he mean like Hebrew or Yiddish? Because it definitely wasn't Hebrew. I don't know how you would write in... I don't know what purpose it would serve to write trans medical studies in Yiddish, but it definitely wasn't in Hebrew. Anyway, regardless, yeah, all the guys, they went after them because they were just anti-trans. They thought that homosexuality and any kind of expression of being queer was morally degenerate, much like many right-wingers think to this day, as a matter of fact. Much to think about. Much to think about there. I wonder why modern right-wingers agree.
I think it probably might be both in some circumstances, but like it was categorical for it not being written in German. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. It was both, yeah. And no, a lot. And I wish people like this. It's disappointing that you can't have genuine conversations because people try to just like kind of, like.
Here's the page directly talking about the first book burnings. Yeah. Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute for Sexualwissenschaft, Institute of Sex Research. The library included many thousands of volumes on sexuality and other matters relating to its work. The Institute also had a substantial collection of objects, photographs, documents, research, biographies, and patient records. Estimates of total sizes vary. It was, I think, at the time, one of the largest collection of like research, medical research for queer people, trans people in general, gay people. The looted materials was witnessed by the international press being loaded onto a truck, and on the 10th of May, it was taken to the Bebelplatz Square at the State Opera and burned them along with volumes from elsewhere. A total of over 25,000 volumes of un-German books were burned, thereby ushering in an era of uncompromising state censorship. In many university towns, national students marched in torches lit parades against the un-German spirit. The scripted rituals of this night were called for high Nazi officials, professors, rectors, and student leaders to address the participants and spectators. At the meeting places, students threw the pillaged banned books into the bonfires in a great, joyous ceremony. Joseph Goebbels said, "The era of extreme Jewish intellectualism is now at an end. The breakthrough of the German Revolution has again cleared the way on the German path. The future German man will not just be a man of books, but a man of character. It is to this end that we want to educate you as a young person to already have the courage to face the pitiless glare, to overcome the fear of death, and to regain respect for death. This is the task of this young generation. Is blah, 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 blah. Moral degeneracy is bad. Anyone that is fucking, anyone that's queer in any way, shape, or form, any sort of queer expression is un-German and also morally degenerate. Yeah, that's it. Also, Nazis took all the patient medical records and tracked down the people put in the to put in the concentration camps with the infamous pink triangle to mark them as gender traitors. Yep, it is pretty crazy that Asmongold watched that fucking Ethan Klein video, and then his chat kept coming in here to be like, "You're an anti-Semitic terrorism lover. You should be banned. Why aren't you banned yet?" Meanwhile, his fucking chat's going based Nazis. But hey, no, wait. That's what a lot of my naysayers wanted, though. They wanted someone with diversity of opinion on the platform. So
and pick facts and like not talk about things in an honest way. But it's like part of that's true, but it's like not complete.
Gender stuff is Jewish. Like this guy went back to the old school German methodology, it seems.
Be true.
LGBT people.
Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, what is Yiddish if not just non-binary / trans German? Maybe he's onto something here. Yeah, that's Yiddish. Yiddish is just gay German. Okay. Anyway, just, yeah. Remember, when someone says that I am anti-Semitic, it's not because they truly believe that I'm anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, they know I'm not. I'm a far greater threat to the Israeli project and the defense of the Israeli project because I'm not anti-Semitic. Okay? Remember that. Think about how much time ADL spends going after actual anti-Semites, even anti-Semites who come out and say that they're anti-Israel. They rarely do that. The reason for why they rarely do that is because when an overtly anti-Semitic person is engaging in anti-Israel sentiment, that's an easy one to just point to and say, see, he hates Israel because he's a Nazi. When someone who has spent a great bit of time combating anti-Semitism and is actually tackling the apartheid regime from the perspective of human rights and morality, that's how you actually create real problems. Why? Because this is a safe space for Jews. That's why. God forbid Jonathan Greenblatt's immediate relatives under the age of 35 happen to frequent this broadcast and, develop a different attitude towards Israel. Now that's real scary. By the way, I wasn't saying that he has immediate relatives that are fans of mine. I was just using that as a hypothetical example. It's just many of the Jewish HasanAbi heads obviously are, I assume, from backgrounds where their parents have very different opinions on Israel. This presents a much greater threat to the development of a pro-Israeli narrative amongst the American Jewish masses. If you got a guy who is like obviously not fucking anti-Semitic, talking about the issues purely from the stance of immorality and not allowing anti-Semitism to manifest in here, then you're gonna have to spend a great deal of time. You're gonna have to spend a great deal of time trying to make me look fucking anti-Semitic. Good luck. Anyway, the more they use the anti-Semitic card, the less powerful it will be. Yeah, that's also a dangerous prospect in and of itself for a different reason. Because anti-Semitism is a real form of bigotry, a very dangerous form of bigotry, as a matter of fact, And when you just use it on nonsensical bullshit that deep down in your fucking heart is not anti-Semitic, okay, you end up making anti-Semites point to that and go, see, they say this about everyone. Anyway, that's all for me for today. I'm not going to do the Elden Ring Network test. I'm going to go on a Palentine's date with a buddy of mine who does not have a Valentine. But I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow after we film Fear End. I will be back here doing the dang thing. Love you all, brave soldiers. Hope you found some love today. Bye-bye, and happy Valentine's Day to all. And I'm happy to have been able to spend it with you.
is streaming, her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.